Hey everyone, I'm Plexa.
Why?
That estimate is not a lie. 7 hours. Buckle up.
It's a long game.
It's 1 a.m. We are going to be your night shift team for the evening. So, yeah. Cheers.
I just want to say one thing before we get the run started, and that is we have changed the battle camera to off. That is very important.
Yeah.
If you've ever played this game casually, you may have not fiddled with this setting. Turn it off. It's very good.
Yeah.
There's another setting that we've set that only really happens in Chapter 3, but it's fine. We'll cover that when we get there. But let's get this run under the way. So normal.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go. Right. Welcome to the world of Xenoblade Chronicles 3. We're in the land of Ionios. This game takes place after the futures of both Xenoblade Chronicles 1 and 2, whatever that means. The land of Ionios is a world at war. The opening cutscene very early and very quickly sets out the scene that there are these two warring factions, Kevus and Agnes. And we're going to join the characters here from the Kevus side of the world. We take control of our main character, Noah, and joined with us are Uni, the boss, Lands, the good boy, and Mwamba, the meme-tastic lord himself. The beginning of this game is a very strict tutorial telling you about how to do all the basic things in combat. Auto-attacks, using skills, basic combo abilities as well. So we're going to be going through this as much as we can and speeding this up as however we can. One
quick thing I just did is I targeted that guy over there to bring Mwamba off to the side. Now, that normally doesn't really matter, but I want to target this guy closest first because when I eventually dash away to the next fight, I'm going to try and warp everybody at the same time to join me with the fight. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, so as I say, this is a tutorial, but because this is the any % DLC category, before we do anything else, we're going to go into the menu and get all of the early DLC stuff. So that's 30 silver Nopon coins, 10 gold Nopon coins, and a bunch of accessories. We're going to immediately equip one of the accessories, the silver belt, which is going to give us 25% extra attack, which is going to help all of our damage output, and get this new DLC, which came out last week, or a few days ago. Yeah, so this is brand new, and it may make a difference already. So you may have seen as well that there was like a little dash technique. If you click R3 on the right stick, very nice, good job, it worked. If you click R3 on the control stick, you can dash around. It's very helpful for movement and will be relevant throughout the game because positionals do matter in this game, and that did work. So getting all of the characters involved. Now this beginning bit is just attack a lot. Let's learn about skills and stuff. So win the battle. Good job.
Yeah, so basically the main thing about the start of the game is as long as you don't do anything, your character is going to do auto attacks to the enemy that you're targeting. Very simple, right? Mm-hmm. After that, we're going to have access to arts, which is going to make the game a little bit more dynamic because for now, there's really nothing going on.
Very nice. Yeah, so when arts appear, they'll be on the bottom right-hand side, and you can see that they have circles. This is important, because Xenoblade 3, being about the futures of Xenoblade 1 and 2, incorporates key design mechanics from both Xenoblade 1 and 2. Now, the Kevesi team is based on Xenoblade 1, so they have circular arts, like the arts palette in Xenoblade 1, and they are time-based recharges. So when you use a skill, they will slowly recharge over time, and then you'll be able to use them again. This is very important, because this is going to matter about how we build classes and build our sets and our parties together. Speaking of classes, when you defeat enemies, you get experience points, SP, and CP, class points. And this is going to matter because this game does use a class system for leveling up. You can change into classes and stuff. Pardon, sorry?
Where is Uni?
Uni? That's a good question. Okay. Good.
There she is.
There we go. She's the boss.
It's like, why is this fight going
the thing is,
slowly?
it's winter, so the bird is going away.
All right.
And you can see that as well.
I run all the way over there
Yeah.
because it warps everybody over, and there's going to be a second fight here in a second.
Yeah.
That's the break. It's fine. And hopefully, Uni will use Power Ring, and we can use that to our advantage.
Yeah, so a thing to note as well, if you look on the skills, you've got ground beat, sword strike, and edge thrust. They each have a specific bit of information written below them. One's an AoE skill, one's side break, and back attack plus. This means that when you use sword strike from the side, above the arts, you've got a little arrow pointing down, meaning you're behind the enemy. To left and right means you're to the side. So when you're in the right positional position, you can then use the skill and then get the bonus effect. Break being part of a combo, breaks the enemy, and then topple the enemy from lands, daze from Uni. And we're going to learn how this is going to operate a bit more in the next fight, but you want to be positioning yourself correctly and accurately throughout the game to get the most optimal damage out.
On top of that, the nice new gimmick that was added in Xenoblade 3 is the little rings on the ground.
Yes.
So you can see Lance has a ring around him. If you're around it, on it, and you're targeted, you're going to take less damage. And Lance is also using that to his advantage.
Yeah.
And Uni, as we explained, there is a powering thing that you can set up. So most healers can actually set up rings. That's their whole thing. And so, okay, nice. Going to be a nice talent art here used,
Very
big
nice.
damage. And so as you can see, this ring that Uni can set up gives attack up bonus. So we kind of want to always be in it when we're dealing damage. And we are going to pray that Uni puts it in a very useful position because she just kind of moves around and puts it kind of where she is. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
So the AI wants to bring Uni close to the attackers.
Yeah.
And her AI in this point of the game is really, really horrendous. Like, it's truly terrible. So I'm just trying to do things to try, in my experience, what I think will make her do the right thing at the right time. So I think bringing her Noah and Moamba close together will actually make her more likely to want to use powering.
Yeah. So a thing about this fight as well is that you can see we've got a brand new art, which is a talent art on the right side of our bottom left, or our bottom right, called Overclock Buster, that when the enemy is dazed, you get increased damage. And so we've been utilizing the combo system of break, topple, daze in order to get that bonus. And it's very important to do it in the right way, because sword strike from the side, which breaks, is a slower recharging art than edge strike from the back. So, or edge slash you want to try and use first, and then use and let that charge up again before using break to get edge thrust back quickly. So it's all about making sure that you have the timing right, because when the chains are available, when the combo of break, topple, smash is available, the AI will go for it. So you want to make sure that you don't use that early, and so you can't get Overclock Buster whilst the enemy is toppled and dazed. So it's all about using edge thrust first, then side break, and then edge thrust again.
Yep.
Because every single talent art will build in a different way. And like the attacker talent art will build by doing positionals. Correctly getting positional bonuses will get you your talent art. And again, so you want to attack from the back with edge thrust, and then sword strike from the side will build up your gauge.
So you saw Plexa jumping a bunch. We're not going to do that all throughout the game. Don't worry about it. We're not going to be bunny hopping everywhere.
Yeah.
It's just that there is some nice... well, there is some bad geometry around here. So we just don't want to get stuck here, so it's fine. It's not Xenoblade X.
Yeah. So this is a tutorial to learn about the healing talent art, Healing Circle. So when Uni builds up her talent art by using Power Ring, she'll gain Healing Circle, which then allows us to regen within it, which is a really good skill, and I wish she used it more in Chapter 1. my hard mode playthrough was nuts. Yeah, so we're just going through a lot of tutorials, and the game is very restrictive in how it tutorializes. I wouldn't say it's like bad tutorialization, but it does hold your hand a bit too much. I wish we had like a clear file that you just didn't get it. Because like right now, it's like, this is going to be how you open a container.
Hey, Quad, you know why this is so slow?
Why?
You'll see.
Please equip the accessory now.
Yeah, that's what I didn't do.
Oh, you didn't equip the silver belt? No!
It's fine.
This is now a no DLC run. No, so it makes you equip the attack stone, and then you go, you know what, I don't need that, I've got the silver belt. Before we leave, let's re-equip the silver belt and get 25% attack we didn't have.
Yeah, that would have sped things up earlier. It's completely fine. It doesn't look
It's literally fine, yeah.
Uni not showing up was, like, A, the first time I've ever seen that, and B, like, way worse.
And also you're learning about a field thing you can do where... so Noah, as the main character, is what in this world calls an Offseer. They are members of the army of Kavesi and Agnes. Both sides have them. And they basically play Shinobue flutes, which are a wonderful traditional Japanese instrument in taiko music and festival music. And it's a big part of this game's world lore and kind of story building is music. And how Noah, and his role as an Offseer, sending off the souls and the deceased, to a better place kind of thing. And he's a character who always will send anyone and everyone. Everyone who dies in this war deserves to be sent. And that's kind of his thing. So yeah, it's part of the world. You'll see these husks and you can get, affinity by doing it and all that kind of stuff. So nice AoE.
And here's a flute too. The flute is really great and really nice theme throughout the game. Even like battle theme, etc. We're probably going to gush over the music throughout the game, but like Mitsuda and Ace Plus they did an amazing job with the music direction.
He's just looking at Uni, being, "Are you doing something?"
She is not cooperating. It's fine.
She's her own boss, Plexa. You can't.
She's going to sit there, and you can't stop her.
The point here is that she should be using Power Ring or something. That group heal. Now she'll use Power Ring immediately. Watch this.
Here she goes, comes in.
There it is.
There we go.
So group heal is like demonstratively messing up her AI in this part of the game.
Yeah.
Or I don't know why. I'm gonna get rid of that.
Yeah, you can change arts. Each class has like 5 skills.
Yes.
And you can only equip 3, obviously, down on the bottom right. Whilst running through this segment, we're going to be doing like a bunch of stuff to get through the game, obviously. But this is going to be another tutorial fight. You need to kind of do a certain amount of damage and defeat it in a certain way. So art combos, again, telling you about the side strike, sword strike, and all that kind of stuff. And then wait for topple, wait for daze. Oh, and there we go. So we can just let them finish it off, and we can be as close to the end as possible. So we're going to be making our way back to Colony 9. You may have heard of that place before. And we're going to hear the only time that we hear this variant on the Colony theme, which is a real shame, because it's a really, really good version. But when we're running through this, Plexa will be maybe looking to see if we can pick up... no, you're skipping that? Okay, cool. You can sometimes pick up certain things.
Fix things anymore. Like, the biggest difference between DLC and no DLC is that no DLC has to do like materials farming to like get stuff. DLC just gets free coins, so we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's one of those things where you can get items along the way, and they'll allow you to do the Collectopedia. In this game, a bunch of NPCs have Collectopedia cards, where you collect items and give them the items, and they'll give you rewards. Now, if you do pick up certain ones on the way, you do just get one of the cards for free instead of spending 1 Nopon coin. So it's completely fine. But yeah, I mean, you can do it. It's not really a major bad thing, but yeah. So we'll speak to Harala there to get their Collectopedia card. And so any chats we do without that aren't story chats are for the Collectopedia card. You need to speak with the NPC first to unlock it.
And much like the flame clock, that mechanic's going to last for about 5 minutes.
Yeah. It's only the beginning bit, because there's specific things we can get at the beginning that do help early on. This game generally has a really interesting like growth of mechanics that gets added in throughout the game. It stacks and builds very, very nicely, but it's insane what how well you move on from each mechanic quite quickly. I think it's quite an evolving run, which is good.
It's very well done compared to other games that struggled with tutorials, struggled with mechanics, and implementing all of them, trying to not put too many at the same time. This game really does a good job. Yeah. Just kind of a problem when you are on your second playthrough and you've got to go through all the tutorials again.
So quickly about colonies as well. So each of the factions, Kevus and Agnes, have a variety of colonies that are around the world of Ionios, which is in a nice little ring shape. So basically, they're made up of soldiers these soldiers are, basically, they're just people who there's nothing but war. That's all they know is war and strife and fighting, and they have a life of they will die within 10 years. They start at what is roughly 10 years old, and they'll die within 10 years. Because they only have a life of 10 years, but they might die. They might die before. So that's basically all they have going for them, and that's
you cannot stress enough just how much of this world is
bleak.
It's inhuman.
Yeah.
And it's really cool that they did that. There's a lot of cool consequences we'll talk about throughout the game.
Yeah, I think one of the scenes we skipped earlier is a really fascinating scene because again, this is a JRPG. It's got very anime aesthetics, and Xenoblade 2, for example, had very tropey moments in it. They're very obvious and very clear things that you would often see in anime stories. And this game, from minute one, takes some of those tropes, just turns it right on their head. You get a bathhouse scene early on, but there's none of the kind of the weird kind of slightly titillation, the kind of the adolescent kind of those moments of do we like each other, do we not? They're soldiers, they're warriors,
completely asexual.
Completely. There's nothing about that between them. They're just people who fight together, and those kind of expectations being turned on their head is a consistent theme in this game. As you say, you're saying inhuman. The things that we understand to be human about socializing, all these kinds of things, are just completely stripped away here. They fight.
Yeah, and they don't even notice it. It's completely normal for them.
It's normal there. Yeah, it's normal, and it's really, really interesting.
Really, really well done scenariostically too, and it's going to build up even better what's going to happen in way later.
Also, water combat When I saw enemies in the water, I went into it and I pulled my sword out and I was like, this is the best.
Yep.
Like, I'm sick and tired of being like throwing stones at fishes and being like, come on, lad, square up.
And then you get in the water, you start swimming, the battle stops, and you're like, oh.
She said the line.
She said the line.
Hey, Noah.
Alright, so Plexa did actually get a collectible called the Red Piranox Egg there. Specifically, he wants a common Red Piranox Egg, which he did get from the first one. It's going to be pretty nice later. It's going to be used for crafting a gem. It's another mechanic, or yeah, another...
And this guy said that material farming doesn't matter.
Another way to customize your characters and let them power up.
Yeah, so again, this bit is like just doing a basic Collectopedia stuff. Like earlier rolled as a guy in the colony is like, go and finish off my Collectopedia card. Kill some dudes, get some items. So we're going to go and go through that mechanic now, go into the quests. On the far right of the quest line is the Collectopedia cards. And we're going to get a light, weak guard. Very nice. A very helpful accessory that's going to be on the entire run, correct?
Yeah,
really helpful. And a cool thing you can do in this game is that you can go into battle and just give up, and it'll take you back to the next, the last skip travel location you were at. Now, because in this game, sometimes it locks skip traveling, so you'd have to run back normally. But because of the quit mechanic, we can just do a skip travel in another way, which is really, really cool.
Yep.
And I actually like that the game locks out skip travel to certain locations, because it's actually how I figured out about certain side questing, so specifically class unlocks and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, neither here nor there. Do you know how to set up your arts, by the way?
I think the game I need to
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
We're putting Air Slash over Ground Beat, which is it's an infinitely better move than Ground Beat.
It's a choice, yeah.
So it's good that the game tells us to do that.
Yeah. Air Slash has increased damage on auto attack cancel. Which is really good. There is like we'll talk about cancelling later on, but yeah, it is helpful. So
right, we have left Colony 9, so yay.
yeah, so
That's the last of the tutorials, right?
Yeah.
So earlier on we were talking about the Collectopedia cards. We spoke to Harala. We're going to get what was that? That's the Black Mask, I think that one.
Tool belt.
Yep.
Tool belt, and then the Black Mask. And these are increased damage to enemy types, to machines and to beasts, I believe. And and also the Apprentice Vanguards, which is like higher level increased damage, I think. So yeah, these are going to be helpful in terms of like dealing extra damage to certain types of enemies. And as Plex was saying earlier, getting rid of group heal for Ether Cannon. Ether Cannon is a skill that like, deals good damage, but also has a chance to like blind or like lower the accuracy of enemies' attack, which is very helpful if it works. But it may not. Plex's favorite fight in the game is coming up next, so he needs to prepare for that one.
It's actually
Not
one
quite.
after the next one.
Yeah. It's
Oh, sorry. Yes, there are the Volts
Group
first.
heal will go back on for the nasty.
Yeah, we'll get to there when we get there. We're actually taking a slight detour here. We're going to go along this left area, and we're going to get a location that normally the game doesn't really expect us to get this early. It's going to be guarded by like level 50 monsters. So it's like kind of like your classic Xenoblade, starting area, and you get like super high level monsters. The really nice thing is that locations, the bonus XP you get from locations kind of scales with like how strong the enemies are there. So by getting the location right under here called Savine Cavity, we can actually get 1,100 bonus experience. And this is going to be really nice for basically the rest of this chapter is going to make a lot of the fights later a lot smoother. And very worth I would say a 1.5 minute detour here. So yeah, you might have noticed this just now, but Plexa is actually dashing in the water. This is actually faster because the swim animation is extremely slow. And yeah, dashing here is just going to make him get that location a lot quicker. And it's also going to make the enemy's target lands. And that's great because you don't want your main, your control character to die. And Lance is generally, Lance, let's just say Lance is going to take a lot of hits this run.
He wants something a bit meatier. So.
He got what he asked for there.
Well, it's also nice immediately being in combat. So you just, as soon as you see the Savine Cavity, just give up and go back to the last skip travel location. It's just, you're already in there rather than having to find an enemy.
That's all good, but my favorite part is that Noah's a submarine. That's really he's got the breath of a madman.
So narratively, when we left Colony 9, basically, again, there's two warring factions. Further off in the distance, there's basically there's like an energy signal that was being sent out from a low location, and we're being sent there to go and find out what it is. Unbeknownst to us, Agnes have the same idea. So we're going to be making our way. We're going to be making our way to them, to that signal, and seeing what's going on over
So
there.
you're telling me it's not Agnes? I thought it was Agnes. It's an Agnes signal. We have to take it down.
Was it an Agnes signal?
They say it's an Agnes signal.
Oh, is that what they say? I thought it was like an unknown signal. I can't remember, but it's been a while since I've watched, like, I had to kind of, like, you know, take some time away from the game after playing it for 180 hours. Like, it's kind of like I'm done for a moment. And all the speedrunning stuff. Anyway, so the Volfs, yeah, again, you're looking for things like, yeah, the Days Double stuff. If we can get the Sword Strike Edge Thrust here, and then, yeah, Overclock, we'll finish it. You don't need to be in the powering for these, they're weak enough, so.
And again, something that you're looking for on those kind of fights where there is multiple enemies that are about the same level is that you're going to try to kill all the enemies at the same time, but not exactly killing them. Maybe putting them at 80%, 90%, and let the AI finish off the enemies or just kill them with AoE, etc., etc. That way you can kind of maximize your damage with AoE arts, etc.
Why use an overclock when an enemy's got 20 HP when you can use that on something that's full? So it's like damage priority is very important.
Yeah, Plexa did a really good job at juggling and spreading out the damage there. You can see he ended the fight in exactly 2 overclock busters, which is pretty much ideal, I would say, for that fight. So really well done by Plexa. And now we're going to head into the final boss of this game. Only 20 minutes into the run, we are closing in on the final boss.
Yeah, so everything else, the next 6 hours is just, you know, just post-game.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the Drifter Ropal. It is notoriously very difficult for this part of the run. And being just a Chapter 1 enemy. And you're locked out of the mechanic that is introduced right after this that would allow you to make this fight easier, but for some reason, you just don't have access to it. So, okay, we have to do this fight level 4.
I'm going to break this guy immediately, which is suboptimal for damage dealing, but optimal for Ropal downtime. This is literally just for safety, so this way, he's just not doing anything, which is nice. He will wake up eventually, and then hopefully he uses Curse Cuisine immediately. That's like the dream.
Yeah, so the main thing why this Ropal is dangerous is that move right there, Komodo Fire.
Yeah.
It's an extremely high scaling move that also inflicts Blaze, which is a very dangerous DOT. Blaze is going to be used by quite a few enemies later in this run, and I would think that is not what you want to see. You basically want all your breaks to land, and Curse Cuisine is kind of annoying in the fact that it grants reaction immunity, which means that Plexa cannot break while the frames or the Ropal is still using Curse Cuisine. And you gotta respect the retry there. That fight was not gonna go anywhere. Yeah, so Curse Cuisine, you really gotta pay attention because, and one thing about Curse Cuisine as well is it has an extremely long animation time. Like, the Ropal can be like moving around and it still has the iframes from Curse Cuisine. So yeah, like, Plexa just got caught by like, at literally like tail end of the animation there, the invincibility. Alright, so it's using an early Curse Cuisine this time, which is pretty good. So we'll most likely be able to get the days here. And
that's the powerful Komodo Fire though again.
Komodo Fire.
The thing is, like, the group heal is a move that, like, healing in this game is a little bit trickier. It just doesn't you just don't get as much from it really. Nice overclock though, but like Lance's HP is looking really sketchy here. The downtime is nice
going
though.
To die before it's going to be convenient.
There's a little bit of healing, 100. Oh, jeez.
There we go.
That's a retry.
Yeah, that's a lot of Komodo Fire.
So in order to revive characters, so the healers are the only characters that can revive. But the problem is, when a character is revived, if it was the tank, then the aggro is completely gone, and therefore the healer is going to take the aggro because it's revived, and that builds a lot of aggro. So Uni is then going to die, and so you don't have any healer. Your tank has really low HP, so it's going to die, and you're just dead.
Yeah.
It's all over.
Yeah, you can see why we consider this like jokingly the final boss of the run.
Yeah.
It's like half jokingly and also not really, because a lot of the fights like in this run are actually very manageable. This one's like pretty much the only fight where a lot of things are just not in your control. And that is I believe a 3% miss.
Yeah, it's a 3% miss.
So worth noting that, like, basically it's kind of like the problem of most RPGs, right? In the early game, you don't have many options, so you don't have many ways to mitigate the RNG or mitigate whatever the enemy is going to do. So you kind of have to put up with whatever is happening and grind
kidding
levels, grind stats, etc.
This is worse than last week, guys.
Pretty tedious. And
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Like there are so many things that Lance can do. Like if Lance just like evades the Komodo fire, or if he blocks it, like because like the dot is bad. Wow, like he actually Komodo fired before anything.
Yeah.
The dot is bad, but the upfront damage is like a quarter of Lance's HP. So it's like the dot does like an extra like I don't know what 1/6 of his HP afterwards, but like it's so much upfront damage that the block is what on earth is happening.
Were you planning to have Power Ring for this fight?
Yeah, I was.
So here's earlier I mentioned that Ether
Wait, no, I
Cannon can
wasn't.
reduce
You're right.
the
She's not using Ether Cannon.
Ether Cannon can reduce the hit accuracy here, so you can evade more. But
If I die, I probably will.
you never set up group heal, right?
I did.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
But
group
I
heals
put
on.
Power Ring back on by accident.
Yeah, you can see powering over there on the right. Yeah,
This fight is still like extremely winnable, even without.
yeah, you don't need Ether Cannon, but like it does help.
It definitely helps.
Most of the routing in this game was not about like getting the damage, because that was basically kind of figured out how you are going to deal damage, etc. The big thing and the big problem, as you could have seen during the interview, was more about how do you mitigate the RNG and how do you make things consistent. Because consistency is key on a 7 hours long run. Like, you've got about, I don't know, probably 40, 50 fights, a general idea. If you've got like a 10% chance that a fight is not going to go well, then you can think, yeah, that's fine. But on on 40 fights, you're in trouble.
All right,
That's a win. Yeah.
All right, game beaten. Time. Game beaten.
So while we go through post game, I guess if you got
right.
anything to say, Kenny,
Maybe
that was the time.
Shout
boy, have
outs
I got some
shout outs to
things to say.
Xenoblade community. Xenoblade run.
Oh, I think the community has been rallying behind you on this one. We've got a $10 donation from SunnyMuffin87 who says, long
Yo,
hair,
Sunny.
don't care. Good luck on the run, Plexa and Quad. You're the kings of RPG speedrunning. We've got a $15 donation from Esco Fire with no message. Thank you for your donation. We've got a $20 donation from Ghostboy SA who says, super glad to have stumbled upon this event. Look forward to following you all in the future. We have a $65 donation from username... I can't read that. Username Niels. I apologize. My eyes went blurry. It's early in the morning. $65 from username Niels. I went into this game ready to dislike Uni as the tough, dumb, foul-mouthed girl. But she mostly wasn't like that at all. And then in every cutscene, she started calling out the things I was thinking. And then she became my favorite.
Good.
And we have had an $800 donation
Wow.
from Elajaz, who says, mega donation for a mega event. Thank you so much to everybody for your donations, and back to the run.
All right. Yeah, so you just saw that mechanic which I was alluding to earlier. This is the camp. And in camps, you can level your entire team up. So with the Savine Cavity XP, we reached level 9 on all our characters. If we did not have that XP, it would be level 7 here. And those two levels are going to make a very big difference for pretty much the rest of this chapter and also the next chapter. Levels are extremely strong in this part of the game because they give you raw stats. And that's going to give you a very substantial boost relative to how much, like the amount of stats that you actually have now. So yeah, levels are going to be really, really nice. And also, they're going to increase our bulk, making the fights in the first two chapters a lot more consistent, a lot safer, and a lot smoother.
Yeah, that first level up there is like quite literally 30% extra stats across the board. It's nuts.
Yeah, so I should specify as well, like a clarification thing, is that the experience we get from locations is called bonus experience. You don't like get it immediately. It's kind of put to the side, and everyone has that, and that's what you're cashing in at the camp. When you kill enemies in battle, you get direct experience into your character immediately, but yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like
every
you see
your sources of EXP is elsewhere, including also quest EXP. So you can do whatever amount of quests you want. It's not going to put you over level. You can use that EXP on camps, which is really nice.
Yeah. So here we go. We're making our way towards that signal where that is, and we've run into Agnes. Can you believe it? Who'd have thought? So again, we're going to try and get these overclock busters onto the big tankier things. Obviously, the mech here, the Achates has gone down. Topple. Days.
Group heal.
Group heal.
Group heal.
Okay.
Yeah, this is why group heal is bad.
We love Uni, but
Her AI in this chapter specifically is ferocious. Outside of this chapter, it's completely fine. It's just this chapter specifically for some reason.
Well, outside of this chapter, you're gonna get another mechanic that allows you to make sure that she's actually doing what you want her to do.
Yeah.
Just controlling her.
I wonder why. Wonder what.
But yeah, anyway, this fight's gonna be the same as like pretty much the wolves. You're gonna want to spread your damage out. So that's why Plexa is kind of just like jumping around the targets here. Nothing much to say about this fight actually.
The music is insanely good. That's
Oh
what
yeah,
I'm saying.
this battle theme is really good. And we're gonna hear a lot more really nice battle themes in this run, and there are some that are gonna come like right after this fight.
Also, Lance had a very annoying sentence. The enemy's broken away from me. It's like, please, I don't want to die. Oh man. Okay, so yeah, we got one fight down. We're then gonna have another encounter with an enemy that isn't. Oh, this is a cool mechanic, right? Where there's like always the factions fighting. It may not be Kevers and Agnes, but like monster factions fighting as well. The next encounter we're going to do is actually not against Agnes. It's against a different group, because you'll see like that when it comes to like color theming in this game is very clear. You've got like the black military outfits of the Kavesi, and you've got the Agnian white, kind of like more like traditional Japanese kind of style.
Or like chess.
Yeah, like chess as well.
chess.
But then you've got these grey mechs as well that we're going to be kind of fighting up against. It's almost like in the middle. So yeah, we're going to be having a little crack against them. And so yeah, two of these, which is again one overclock buster combo. We'll do like majority, or we'll basically finish them. So break. So sword strike with break, and then obviously finish up with an overclock buster should be enough. So there's the break.
Yeah, we got a really nice powering from Uni from the on the mech that we're not going to target.
Yeah.
There's the
Wow.
Interest.
Okay, cool.
3%.
It's all right. Lance didn't topple him.
Yeah,
either.
that's double either, so yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So when I mentioned that you have to successfully land a positional, I mean literally successfully land it. Yeah.
At least that powering's a little bit better.
So even if you don't get the extra bonus from the days, like you still do a lot of damage if you use overclock buster. So again, all the characters, all the classes have different talent arts. So obviously, like attackers are going to be all about damage. Healer is going to be about support and like support and healing, and tanks are probably going to be about managing aggro, managing damage. So that's the three kind of roles that you have, and they all kind of follow the same idea, except depending on the class is going to have different ways to enable that role.
I think that's one thing they did really well about this game is that they made sure that the specific roles they gave each class are actually what they do. It's not like in like the previous game, Xenoblade 2, where you had like healers that just do insane amounts of damage. In this,
we love the crutch.
In this game, it's actually pretty. I would say it's pretty well defined. Like they have pretty well defined goals. So attackers are going to be doing of the DPS. Healers are going to actually be doing the healing, and then tanks are meant to take aggro.
That's my fault.
It's an opening hazy figure from Tyon that grants a decoy buff that allows him to evade like one hit. It's a little annoying, but it's not the end of the world because he can just. Plexa will just use Etfrost again here.
It's very interesting that we, a single DPS tank and healer, have come across a party of a single DPS tank and healer. That's not going to mean anything. That's not important at all.
Yeah.
Yep, so we're targeting Tyon. I'm sorry.
Sorry, who?
Agnes
the
healer.
Agnian
Agnian healer first. This is standard JRPG tactics, right? You target a healer first so they don't provide healing to their party. The next one we're going to target is Senna.
Sorry, the Agnes attacker.
Agnes attacker. Yeah, and yeah, we're leaving the tank for last because she's not going to be doing much here.
Yeah, the problem with the defender on this fight is that they're really not good at building aggro against us. So like they're basically not doing much. While the attacker and the healer obviously doing quite the job.
Nice for the power ring. Thank you very much there,
Beautiful
Uni.
dazes from Uni there. Wonder where those words is now.
So for fighting against the Agnes Defender. Okay, yes, the Agnes Defender. So this Agnes Defender is an evade tank versus Lands being a block tank. So she does have an ability that will sometimes allow her just to evade whilst she's active with the skill. So you need to be careful and don't like use that.
Like that.
There it is, yeah.
Oh,
okay, good.
Very
nice
nice.
timing. Lovely. GG's.
Yeah, that was a fantastic fight there.
dead.
Really nice.
Apart from the one big bit at the very beginning of the
Apart
fight.
from
Yeah. Who?
This fight can actually go kind of sketch, especially if like Uni takes a lot of aggro and dies. Fortunately, we do have the 2 extra levels, which makes this fight, I would say, mostly free. And then there's this fight as well against the mysterious enemy, also known as Mr. Wildright. And yeah, this fight's also normally a scary fight, but because of the extra levels, it actually makes this fight considerably safer.
If you don't take the levels, you have to hit a break, otherwise you just lose.
Yeah.
But if we miss breaks, we're sad, but like it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, so this guy's the first enemy we come across that actually has break resist. You're only 50% to break him on paper, while there's also chances of like missing and stuff, but he has 50% break resist. So you're not going to be reliably getting breaks on this guy. They do speed up the fight, but you can't really count on them.
Yeah. The previous Agnian trio of healer, tank, and DPS are in the fight. Not doing much, but they're there.
And now I think we know their name. It's Mio, Taion, and Senna. Who would have thought?
It's almost as if like they're meant to be in our party. They're like just supposed to be fighting with us.
No way, no way.
That's not. This is not indicative of anything else in the game. Absolutely not.
That means that we can have Uni out of the party because you can only have 3 characters in the party.
Yes, that is the Xenoblade standard. Yes, 3 characters in a party.
No break there, but it's fine. We got 2 breaks previously, and that's gonna carry most of the damage.
Should still kill with the overclock buster.
Into the power ring and then overclock. There we go. So this fight's going to be over nice and quickly. Now we're going to be introduced. There's like a whole bunch of stuff going on right now, very like narratively important, where these two teams of 3 are fighting, and they're almost like the exact they're mirrors of each other. And there's like fighting over there's like a whole group that's crash landed. Then a guy who managed to survive less time in this game than the previous one, basically presses a button and a massive like energy wave goes out and affects the party, and then they can basically fuse together to create what is called an Ouroboros. And this is going to be a big part of this game's mechanic, where certain characters, so we got Mio and Noah, can fuse together to become an Ouroboros, and they have a whole new set of moves, and they have a whole new set of talent arts. And so right now we're controlling the Noah Mio Ouroboros. We're going to be using 2 skills, Phantom Slash and Dragon Tail, because Unison Strike takes about 17,000 years to use.
Yeah.
I don't mind using it because you can cancel it fairly early.
No, you can't.
For the you can fairly.
No, you can't.
No.
The attack. Okay, so it has a high crit rate, so you can crit quite well. These guys know what they're talking about, but I'm saying that I don't mind using it as the finisher before.
That's what I would say. That's what I was going to say.
That's what I'm going to say. So you can only cancel the talent art with it. So that's my personal choice.
You know what? I will finish this fight with Unison.
Here we go.
Yeah, for the fans.
For the fans.
Well, it's actually not that bad because it has a pretty fast starting animation.
Yeah. Here we go. So these hits are really powerful. Look at those hits, dude. And then you just cancel it. I'm just saying it's good. Just saying it's good.
All right, so that's Mr. Wildright. You actually can't lose this second phase of the fight. And yeah, this is not the last time we were going to see him. So, we'll see him later again.
We'll see him again.
Yeah.
We are now controlling Uni. We can place our power ring properly now.
Very engaging gameplay here, playing as the...
But like one thing I want to point out is that this is like actually the first time we've all been together, and like it's been really exciting to see everyone. Like it's been really cool, and like quad dude, like.
Maybe you should watch.
Oh,
dude, what are you doing?
Why were you not looking?
What are you doing?
If you're going to play the game, look at the game.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh. Is that a new skip? Oh my god! You found something.
No, there's a skip there. Like you can do it a faster way, but it's more fun if you don't look at the screen.
Fun fact about this game is that
are you saying that was planned, Plexa?
when they first released this game, they actually forgot to include the voice lines that the characters will say when they jump off cliffs, and so for the longest time we just didn't get to hear all the lines. But now we have Uni with her
Queen's wings.
I actually never heard it because I didn't update my game for quite a while because my Switch is offline because I still want to run Xenoblade 1 in the very bad version.
Wow, dude. Yeah, so again, the game's trying to like tell you about the other roles. So if you didn't know, I mean, like when I first played this game, I was doing it on hard mode, and fighting Mr. Wild Ride is nuts because it's like I had to, and I ended up winning it by having a very strict death route. So that like Lance died, and then Uni could bring him up, and then so it was like I needed to make sure that Uni was targeted next, so that I didn't die, so I could do enough damage to finish him off in time. Because I didn't know how Uni's skill, her like healing ring worked. And now it tells you that the healers get their thing by placing down field arts, like the big old rings that you put down. So that's how they gain their talent art gauge. So then you get a chance to learn and try and use it. And so yeah, you're getting introduced to each of the roles by playing as them. So obviously next we're going to play as Lance, aren't we?
Yeah.
And that's how we're going to learn about the tank role for sure.
The best class in the game too.
Yeah.
So you might actually notice that Plexa actually took another camp there to level everyone up to 11.
This is important.
That's actually very relevant because we're gonna have some other people join us next, and they're gonna join at the level that we're at currently. If we don't take
Zustria, right?
Sorry?
Obviously Zustria, right?
Yeah, these three, yeah.
Yeah, so if we are at level 10, if we don't take the camp there, we'll be at level 10, and then they're gonna join at the start of level 10, while we are like almost going to level 11, and they're gonna end up losing about 800 XP. And that is extremely relevant for this early part of the run.
It's also, the thing as well that's kind of annoying about that is that it does change, there becomes an experience discrepancy. And so whilst the ones ahead might be able to get to a level cap or a particular level curve, the ones behind may not be able to. So it kind of creates this weirdness. So it's a shame that we can't, because we're so close to it as well. We're like just not level 11, so we have to take the camp, and it kind of sucks. But it's fine. So now obviously we've learned how to play the healer role, so let's go and play Lance to learn how to play the tank role. But why is the loading screen yellow and not blue? Oh, I see.
Lance turned into a cat girl.
Yeah, so we're going to learn how to play tanking actually via Mio. So we're actually going to be playing as the Zephyr, which is, as I said earlier, an evade tank. So evade tanks tend to be a little bit more aggressive than block tanks, because block tanks, they just stand there in their iron walls, like, come at me, bro. But these ones want to be more aggressive and use their skills in optimal times to evade the big hits. And again, they have their own. So they will usually gain their talent art by blocking and by evading and doing tanking things. Getting hit in the face is really good for them. So yeah, let's learn how to do that.
And by the way, Zephyr is probably one of the best tanking classes in the game.
It's a fantastic tanking class. We're going to use that very extensively in this run. We're not always going to use Mio as the Zephyr, but it's going to play a pretty major role in a lot of fights that we use him for.
Yeah.
What, you mean we can change classes?
Oh,
spoilers!
What, spoilers?
Oh my god.
Alright, this fight's over even though it's not over.
Alright, so yeah.
We're just waiting for Cinder to finish him off.
Yeah, so one thing that Plexa did there is he actually counted the number of positional arts that Senna used, Hammerhead and also Big Impact. And once Senna hits 3 positional arts, she's going to be able to use Pressure Drop, which is her talent art. And so once Plexa sees that she has her talent art, he's going to dash away just to optimize the travel. And another thing that Plexa did, that he also did the same thing for the previous fight with the Kavesi soldiers, where after using free positional art, Plexa actually targeted another soldier so Noah would overclock buster that soldier. So really nice bit of optimization here, just spreading out the damage, even though you're not controlling the main DPS here. And yeah, this is the end of the chapter, and we actually don't have to run all the way to the right for the story fight. I can actually just jump down the cliff here and trigger by walking to the grass there. And here we have a new drip.
Yes, this is the drip cutscene where our characters go back to where his name was Guernica Vandam. You might have heard that name in this series before. We'll go back to where his supply was, and it opens the case and they find all these amazing, like, cool outfits, and they're going to become the new outfits for our classes. At the end of every single chapter, you get Mio talking, so let's enjoy that.
Yay! Yep. So this is the cut. This is a pretty cool cutscene. They basically get new outfits, and I think it's quite a charming cutscene because we had that. It's juxtaposed to like that cutscene in the bathhouse at the start of the game, where they feel like no awkwardness whatsoever. I'm staring at you, you're staring at me. we're having a showdown in the bathhouse, and then we get to this cutscene, and then they're like, okay, we got some new stuff, let's change. And then you see like the guys actually like
they get nervous
and run away, and so you're actually like, it's really cool the amount of like character development that doesn't have to be put into words. We just we just
see it.
observe. Yeah, we see it from their behavior.
They're becoming humans actually, because now they're not Agnus or Kevis.
Yeah, they're just
Because they are being hunted by both parties.
Yeah,
because
when
like
they-
they were Ouroboros, the bad guys that attacked. They said, "Yeah, oh, okay, so you are becoming Ouroboros now. Okay, so then everyone is going to turn against you now. Good luck."
We're now like rogues. We are outcasts, and everyone's against us. So yeah, we now have the complete access to the entire party, and this is honestly the beginning of the game. You get the entire party rather than waiting until you get your 6th character at the very, very end. We have everyone, and we have 2 healers, 2 tanks, 2 DPS, nice and simple.
Actually, playing with 6 characters blew
Yeah.
my mind casually. I was like, "Yeah, okay, I'm totally going to bench Lance because that class sucks, and I really want Mio." And I was like, "Oh."
That's really good. What's really good about this as well, this is like a small minor thing, but I was talking about how like this game likes to combine Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade 2. We didn't mention it when we were controlling Mio, but she didn't have circular arts. She actually had square arts or diamond-shaped arts. And these are different recharges. So the Kevesi soldiers have the Xenoblade 1 time-based recharge, whereas the Agnian soldiers, the Xenoblade 2 characters, have auto-attack recharge, which is just like Xenoblade 2. And that's depicted by the circular or the diamond-shaped art palettes. So yeah, and it's one of those things where the classes play fundamentally differently because of the way with their origin, basically.
Yeah,
and that's sick.
What's so interesting too is that in Xenoblade 2 the arts were rectangular,
Exactly,
while
yeah.
in Xenoblade 1 it was a circle.
Yes.
And it's so cool that they managed to put that detail that was probably definitely accidental into that game.
Do you want to know a really, really weird one as well? That in the party when you're in battle, in Xenoblade 1, there's no name for the character, just their icon. It's just their face. In Xenoblade 2, it's just their name. In this one,
No way.
both their name and their face. And you never realize it, but yeah.
We just got a little bit of a run here, so maybe we'll pass it over to the reader and see if they've got anything for us.
Absolutely. We've got a couple of donations come in. We've had a $30 donation come in from Murtag, who is sitting just behind you there in the audience. He says, Noah might deal good damage, but Lanz is the real MVP. You were all thinking it. Thank you for your donation. And a $15 donation come in from Samurai Leon, who says, congrats to Plexa getting past the final boss. Surely it'll be smooth sailing from here. Let's see if we can get Quad to fight Consul X.
Yo, it's Samu.
Thanks, Samu.
Here's him.
All right, we are closing in on the Pharaonis here. You can see that you might have noticed that Plexa is actually swapping around characters. He swapped to a tank because there are some monsters that can target you. One nice thing I like to point out is that he actually swapped to Tyon, who has a 6 scarf, by the way, like me, in the cave, just to avoid the Vangs. And he can also attack from range, so your party can actually kill that Vang while you avoid getting detected by the Vang, because the monsters can only see the character you're controlling right here. So speaking of monsters seeing you, Plexa wants to engage with multiple enemies here just to make the battles more efficient. But he doesn't want to engage with too many at the same time, otherwise he might start running into survivability issues. So we're going to try to take about 2 cross-tips at a time. There's also a big cross-tip here, like an elite cross-tip that has like a blue kind of frame around the name. Elite monsters are basically just upgraded forms of like regular monsters like these. They have like more HP, but they also give more rewards, more XP, more CP, more SP, and stuff like that. SP? Yeah. Yeah, more whatever.
Battle rewards. Higher battle rewards, yeah.
Yeah, so the blue one didn't see us actually, so never mind, that's fine. We're going to go engage these 2 at the side here, and we're actually paying attention to our collectibles as well. We want 2 collectibles here, and those are going to be used for gem crafting again later. So we have the crusted jet spray already, and I'm not sure if we've gotten the rainbow crusted shell yet, but these 2 are going to be what we want from these 5 crustips here.
So something that Plex has been doing throughout all this, and probably kind of blew your mind if you only played Xenoblade 1, 2, or X, is that you can switch characters in combat. So that means that you can micromanage not only 3 characters, but 6 in this game. It makes the fight so cool and so intense. It's really, really nice.
Yeah, it's very complex how you can actually optimize a lot of the fights. Just because you have so many moving parts and so many things you can control. I'm sure Legrand had a good taste of that. He was actually learning a few of the fights for the speedrun just yesterday, and this is his first time actually, I think, doing like speedrun strats. Yeah, and yeah,
It's really intense.
How did you find it? Yeah.
It's really intense. It reminds me of how I played casually, because like casually I love switching around characters and trying to micromanage everything. And the way you do it in speedrun is just exactly the same. And just like in other Xenoblade games, every time you press a button, it has to be done for a reason, right? You're not just going to press a button just to press a button. You're trying to maximize the reasons that you're doing it, getting more consistent stuff, getting more damage in, just trying to do better. And the speedrun is using that, but not just on one character, on 6 characters. That's bunker insane.
Rainbow Crusted Shell.
Yeah, I got them both there.
Cool. There we go. That's nice. So that's all of
Nice
the
dribble.
cross dips and the things done. So this mechanic is just that there's a bunch of these like old what's called Feronis hulks. Feronis and Levnis are the names of the mechs in these games. Feronis is the massive ones. Levnis are the smaller ones. And there are these hulks that are just like dead and like not, but you have to kind of power them up using ether cylinders to kind of make them to get them working again. Ether's like the energy in these worlds, if you didn't already know. So yeah, we're gonna like learn how to kind of get ether cylinder charged up and then power up the Feronis. This is the only time we do it.
Yes,
but
he's the boss.
But it is kind of a thing. And there's loads of stuff you can do casually here, like create crafting materials, like whenever you want. And there's normally like quests
Please
and
get
stuff.
ether, Senna. Please get the line. Oh.
So one thing I want to point out, that Plex is actually swapping around characters here. You notice that he actually climbed the ladder with Lance, and then he jumped down with either Uni or Tyon. That's actually intended, because we actually just discovered, like, I don't know, in the last week,
Rediscovered. The AG Plus guys have been doing it for years, man.
yeah, that Lance is actually the fastest at climbing ladders. Not because he climbs the ladders faster, but because he's tall, he actually starts on the ladder, like, higher up.
Yeah, it's that, and he's got faster on-off animations. It's really
Yeah.
silly.
So we're gonna try to optimize that when we can. It's really just to the point of like micro optimization, but you know it's free time save, so why not?
Even on a 7 hours run, we're trying to save seconds here and there, even half a second here and there, because like, yeah, it's yellow speedrun. You're trying to save as much time as possible. And there's been a lot of work put into this game ever since it came out, mostly by those 2 beasts.
Yeah. So what we're gonna get another bit of tutorialization. Quick narrative thing is obviously we've got 2 teams who are like now trying to go out into the world. They're gonna make their way towards the great sword in the far distance, which looks very much like the sword of the Mechonis from Xenoblade 1. So they're gonna be traveling to that. That's our big goal early on, and then whatever happens between that is what happens between that. But we're gonna be getting our next bit of tutorialization where it's one of those things where Mio's gonna be like, "Hey Noah, I like your jacket. Can I try it on?" Where we're gonna actually we can do class switching. So this is a job system or a class system. Like any cool RPG, you get classes. And we're gonna basically go through a wonderful tutorial where we learn to do that bit by bit. So class switching is where this game is going to start improving even more than it already has been kind of showing. So we're gonna not only are we going to be able to equip the arts of one job, but we're actually going to be able to equip the arts of any job that we've unlocked from the other faction. So we're going to start off by Mio and Noah are going to swap, and Uni and Tyon are going to swap, and Senna and Lance are going to swap. So Mio is going to have the sword fighter, sword master. I can't remember.
Sword fighter.
And then Noah's going to become the Zephyr. So Noah's going to be in a Agnes class, and Mia's going to be in a Kavesi class. But because they already have levels and skills in the opposite class, they can equip those as what's called master arts. So you're going to be able to have access to auto attack based cooldown and time based cooldown at the same time. And then you're also going to be able to do a thing where you can fuse these things together to use the skills at the same time if corresponding skills in the first, second, and third slot of the 2 active classes are both available at the same time. You can do this for skills as well, because not only do classes have arts, they also have skills that increase at the 5, 10, 15, and rank 20 levels, which again, these rank are increased by getting CP by doing the fighting. So that's why CP gain does matter. We're going to be trying to get ranks and even unlocking classes whenever we can by getting as much CP as possible. This is a really, really great tutorial because it tells you how to do it for every character, for everything. So we're going to be here for a while going through it. But this is why it's so cool. Again, you're blending it so much more. And this is where leveling, I'm going to bring it up now slightly, but this is where levels actually are so important in this game. Not levels really in general, but like you can see level 20, level 30, level 40, level 50, these 10 level moments are massive changes because you can gain like another master skill, another master art, and it just explodes how much extra you can throw onto your characters. So here we go, going through all of our class swaps. Everyone's going to swap from Kavesi to Agnes and vice versa. And then we're going to do master art. So The way that you activate the regular arts are X, Y, and B on the right side of the controller. Then on the left side of the controller, up, right, and down on the D-pad is how you activate those individually. Fusion, you just hold ZR and press a button, but like it's different. But yeah, equipping our master arts as well. So one skill from each of those can be equipped, and then depending on your rank, I think it's rank 1 you have an art, rank 5 is the skill, then rank 10 is another art selected from the class. So leveling up skills does matter because you have more master arts to equip in general.
You might also notice that not everyone has every class unlocked yet. So there's actually another hidden, what can we call it? Like
Experience?
There's another hidden value called class unlock that's actually different from CP. And those are, but it's generally like tied to CP. More enemies that tend to give more CP tend to give more class unlock points. But yeah, there's a hidden value that you have to get to actually unlock classes. And the way you get CP, class unlock points is actually by using the classes in your party and then defeating enemies. And later on, there are other ways to speed that up. But yeah, basically, the more the more characters with that specific class in your party, the faster your other characters are going to unlock that job. And we're going to be routing the class unlocks pretty precisely in this one. We're going to try to get certain classes at certain points where they're going to be very impactful for us. And we'll try to point those out when we get there.
Please enjoy the music. It's fantastic.
Yeah. That's one of those things where it's kind of the cutscene for it's great because it kind of tells it's kind of gamified because all the characters and all the warriors in these armies have what's called irises in their eye, and it allows them to kind of see things, and they look at each other and say, you've got a symbol of like your class above your head, but other people can't see it. So by watching the skill in action, they slowly learn. That's kind of the whole kind of like the connection. By seeing it in action, they know how to do it. So here's our fusion tutorial. On the left-hand side, you can see the square arts going up. When they're both available, we can then fuse it and then do a big old fusion to finish the fight. So ZR and then use a skill, bang. It'll do ground beat and wide slash. So they'll both happen, but with one animation. And this is actually kind of interesting where you can kind of like, there are a lot of skills that have really slow animations, but if you make it a master art, you can see a faster animation, but still get the effect of the other move. Which is really, really cool that you can do that, because it only shows the main class art, but not the master art when you do the fusion, which is nice.
So we're actually done with that fight. That was we basically couldn't change classes because the game wants us to use the different classes. So right after that, we're gonna be able to unlock classes again. So we're gonna we're gonna take away all the useless ones, and we're gonna give them back the good classes.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So Noah's gonna get the sword fighter again. Mio is gonna get Zephyr again because they're way better at those roles. We're gonna give Uni Metagunner again because Tactician's not a very good class for this part of the run. And we're gonna give double Ogre to Lance and Senna. So we're not gonna have a source of Topo at all, but that's fine because the extra Ogre serves double purpose. It actually increases our overall party DPS and also makes it so that we can unlock Ogre on Noah at a certain point later. Yeah. And that's going to be very relevant because the Ogre has a very nice master skill called Fighting Prowess that's going to increase physical damage by 35% at level 5. And that's going to be really nice because Noah's we're going to be using Noah as a physical-based attacker for majority of this run, even though in the last few chapters it's not going to matter too much, that skill. But it's going to be very nice. We're going to get a lot of mileage out of it by getting that skill as early as possible. So we want to route for that Ogre skill.
Yeah, at this point in the run, like, anything is useful. Like, we want as much stats and bonuses from wherever we can find them. And Ogre having 35% as a skill is insane. Like, we'll immediately coin that on people who need damage to get extra damage.
By coining that, what Plexa means is that you can fast-track certain things by using what's called Nop-on coins. And the DLC, as I said at the beginning, gives you 30 silver and 10 gold Nop-on coins. And the silver Nop-on coins can be used to coin your ranks really, really quickly. So you get a class, spend like, I don't know, 10 silver Nop-on coins and get a few ranks up. So you can just do that really, really quickly without having to like use the class itself.
Isn't that cheating though? DLC is cheating.
DLC is cheating. It's just a
pay to
crutch.
win. Pay to win.
Yeah, pay to win. Yeah.
DLC saves for like an hour, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like 2 hours actually. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
This supposed to be like a 10-hour run. Yeah, I actually saved 3 hours.
Yeah.
So you see Plexa here, Death Warping. This is actually gonna put him further in front. So it's really nice. We're gonna do this multiple times throughout the run at certain
There's only like 3 or 4 of them
Yeah.
that
Most of them are here as well.
Nice travel optimization. And another important mechanic that's not really explained, but it's actually very relevant, is fusion. Different arts get different bonuses.
Yo, that's actually explained.
Oh, it is actually explained?
Uni, when you fuse the first time, she says, "Oh, and look, it increases the fusion effect too," or something like that.
Wow.
It's
Uni.
incredible.
Incredible, Uni.
Yeah,
Incredible
yeah.
explanation.
That is the tutorial for
But
that.
yeah, okay.
Wonderful impression of a Cockney lass as well there, Plex.
I should have left it to you.
no, it's fine. No, it's fine.
So as speedrunners, we're going to explain that in much greater detail to you right now.
Yeah, much better. detail.
So you might have paid attention. If you paid attention, you might have seen that Plexa actually set the Medic Gunner's art in a very specific order. He put powering in the first slot so that it can be fused. So different arts are going to get different bonuses when they're fused. So a lot of damaging arts are going to get a 50% bonus to their damage when fused.
A lot of not ground beat.
Yeah, not a lot, not all of them. A lot of AoE arts are gonna get an increase to their AoE. Ground beat is an AoE art, that's why it gets an AoE increase, not attacking increase for some reason. That's the reason why Air Slash is so much better than ground beat when it comes to damage. A lot of ring arts or set field arts and a lot of buffs are gonna get double duration when they're fused, basically max duration. And those are pretty much the 3 relevant ones. I don't know the rest because they're not relevant for the speedrun. Yeah,
Oh,
but
it's increased aggro for it.
yeah.
But
Oh, okay. I mean that's nice, but
That's
yeah,
who cares, yeah.
who cares? But yeah, powering actually being able to double its duration when fused is actually incredibly relevant. We're going to be using powering very extensively throughout this run to basically provide steroids to our entire party, and they can be used in chains as well. And being fused allows them to last a lot longer in chains than unfused. And chains, I just mentioned, that's going to be another mechanic that we're going to unlock very shortly here. But right now we're hungry, so we want to cook some food. Yeah, we're going to eat some food.
This is actually relevant now. It wasn't before. So this is Manana's cooking. Manana can give you a variety of buffs. Like, as you can see, a 5% experience and CP boost. This goes up to like, what, 50% towards the end of the game? So there are some good boosts and buffs. This didn't work when the game came out.
Actually,
Certain buffs didn't work.
Manana's battle soup did work.
Yeah, but that one didn't. Yeah, but like it was really weird that like, a bunch of her meals didn't work, but now they do, so it's fine. Which is really helpful. But yeah, so we're going to be
just quickly, we're going to take another level here just to get more stats because stats are good.
13.
This, in theory, if everything goes well, will save a couple seconds when you get an ability.
Yeah, it's actually, technically, if you want to be very, very nitpicky, it's actually slower to do the camp here because you have to go into the camp in extra time. That's like extra like fade out animation stuff. We're gonna be taking another camp later anyway, so it's technically more optimal to do the camp there. But the stats are really influential, and it's very likely that this will just end up being faster by taking the camp here.
Yeah. So the next mechanic we're going to be coming up is the one that Quad just mentioned, which is the chain. So chain attacks. These have been a thing in all the Xenoblade games. Well, 1 and 2. So yeah, you can like you can do a chain where like a unison thing where all of you get involved and just pile on one enemy. And this is our tutorial fight. First off, we've got to get past the like the first stage of the Aspar, which is all about dealing a certain amount of damage, and he'll do like a big thing where he wipes out everyone and deals a bunch of damage, and it's like, oh no, we're not powerful enough. And then someone goes, but this is an anime. Have we tried the power of friendship? And then we're just going to be unlocking the chain attack, where there'll be a gauge that's going to pop up on the bottom right. As I say right now, just do as much damage as we can. So it looks pretty good.
Really
so
nice.
here, so Serpentine Blow, we got through there nice and quickly, and then we're going to try and hopefully get no one to get hit by this move.
That actually doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, it doesn't
Let's just
matter.
flex on it. Yeah, it's like, your special ability did nothing to us.
So here's our next bit. So we're going to get a new thing on the bottom right. It's going to be our chain attack meter. This is different from previous ones because, again, reviving doesn't use chain attack meter or party meter. It's its own gauge. And this will increase by doing positionals, dealing damage, getting crits, all that kind of stuff, reviving. So when that's full, we can go into we can press the plus button and get the best music in the game. And then this is a really cool mechanic where every character has what's called an order, where they will get a certain, when you use their thing, when you complete an order, they'll do a big attack at the end. So it's 3 randomly chosen from the party that we got. So we get Senna, Uni, and Noah, and they each have a different effect. So Noah increases like amount of like damage done, and you get things like aggro plus or aggro down depending on what's being done. magic defense down, physical defense down, that kind of stuff. To complete an order, then you can see on the bottom left, every character has like TP counts, and it's set to the character. Now, if you use a DPS first, they get a 25% bonus to their TP. A healer can never overcap over 100. And then a tank, if you do it, when you go over 100% with a tank, the highest TP character will come back. Which should be, that was weird, which should be Noah, because I think he got the most. Yep. So he's coming back now to do even more. And so basically, whenever you go over 100%, you complete the order. Now you can go over 100% to a certain amount. Yippee! One more for the road. So if you get 100 to 149, you get good. If you get 150 to 199, you get cool. And if you get over 200, you get amazing. And this increases the damage.
One more for the road.
There it is. It increases the damage multiplier on the bottom right. You can see damage times 387%. That increase is based on what you get, a cool, good, or an amazing. So that's why you want to try and hit those higher amounts as much as possible.
All right, it's a pretty good chain here. We actually, because
That
chains
might kill.
Because the orders are random, we actually route the chains in a way that we can always complete the chains basically the way we want them. Well, we want them to happen, well, not all the time, but
We do our best.
yeah, we do our best to route the chains in a way that we don't just completely fail every chain. Yeah, and you notice that Plexa actually saved his big arts for the end here. It's because you actually cannot kill this enemy in the chain, even though this is the chain tutorial. They're not going to let you kill it in the chain. So we're going to be capped at like, I don't know, like 10% or something, and we have to finish it after. That's why Plexa saved his arts there.
Yeah, we could have done like even more damage in the chain attack, but it was overkill at that point. Like even doing Senna's action, it was overkill.
Yep. Well, it wasn't exactly overkill because.
And so, yep, gems.
We got to hear the best line, though, of one more for the road. Anyway, gems. We were mentioning that we might need to get some some items for crafting, and this is why. Gems are really cool in this game. Whenever you make a gem, it's made, and anyone can equip it. You're not making a stock of gems. You're just creating the gem and making its effects available to you. And there's a column for tanking, like aggro up and evasion up and all that kind of stuff, and like spike damage up. You got all the combat ones, all the support or healing ones, and then like unique ones that do really cool things like cancel damage up, which is really good for air slash, and then other things like I think increasing like your HP is the main one that you have there, but also
reducing aggro upon using arts.
Aggro down on arts usage, which is also really, really helpful. So there's interesting things there. And we're going to get a whole bunch of them. The big one we're going to be getting is just raw attack up, because raw stats are just really, really good. So I think we're going to get rank 3 of that, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. And then a bunch of rank 1s for like aggro up, aggro start, and have aggro at the beginning of combat is kind of helpful for the tanks. Things like increasing the speed that you can revive as well as I think, do you get the HP revival plus as well?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, cool. And then like also another one is crit bonus damage. So when you crit, it's like set to a certain percentage, like it's going to deal 150% of your damage, but you have a literal like additive plus 20% extra crit bonus, which is just more damage. So we're using coins for a lot of this.
But also materials that we've been getting,
materials,
that we've been tracking throughout the run so far. But we're about to go into like a massive gauntlet, so before we explain any of that, do we have any messages to get them out of the way before we go into that?
Absolutely. We've had a couple of donations come in. We've had $5 in from Tempest Mask 1000, who says, "Hey fellas, me and Bramble the Fifth currently chilling as we watch this epic run underway. I can't guarantee I'll be able to pull through it all, but I can say this much. It's a pleasure getting to share some kebab with you folks tonight. Good luck, Plexa and Quad. Oh, and since we got Sken Me reading donations, I'd like to ask for an evening. Let's go! There it is. And $20 from Uncle Scott 11, who says, "Good luck to the two of you. A pleasure rooting out this game with you guys."
Yeah.
Big shout out to Scott. There's
definitely ones in that name.
He's a good friend.
I know you'll both crush it. May Plexa hit all his chain attacks, and may Quad miss all of those important late game 97% checks. Thank you for your donations.
I'm burning those up in the early game for Quad. Okay.
Awesome, Scott. Big shout out to Scott. He is also a big contributor to the route.
Yeah, he was going to get a lot of shout outs in chapter 3.
All right, so we crafted those gems. Come on, I want to use them quick.
I will. I was waiting for the... Once this thing gets off... No, never mind.
Yeah. Okay, so... Those gems are a very big power spike, which is why we're going to craft them as early as possible. And there is a rhyme and a reason for every single gem that we craft. And hopefully we can explain them all. The Plexa is the menu right now. Well, this first gem menu is gonna be very simple. We're gonna give everyone Steel Cleaver. This is the raw attack gem. It's gonna provide a very substantial boost to everybody's attack power. Even the I think did you?
Yeah.
No one?
Yeah, that was everyone.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Because Steel Cleaver is very impactful in the early part of the run and at very low levels because it provides a large percentage increase in your base attack. It's gonna fall off later because you're just gonna have more attack stat. But for this part of the run, especially, it's gonna be very nice. Your attack stat is gonna be directly tied to how fast you can complete these upcoming fights, which is why we chose to craft Steel Cleaver free. And then we also have Empowered Combo 2. That's gonna increase damage done when we cancel attacks. So canceling attacks up to this point has done absolutely nothing for us besides speed up the animation. You have certain arts like Air Slash, they're gonna get increased damage, but for other arts, they're not gonna do anything. Canceling also increases like the recharge speed of your Agnian side arts. Every time you cancel, it counts like 1 recharge. Yeah, but that's about it. With Empowered Combo, you're gonna get a huge bonus to your damage when you cancel attacks. That's gonna be very nice. But for this part, we're gonna use Steel Cleaver because because attacks and chains don't count as cancels, so Steel Cleaver is gonna apply in chains. And also, Steel Cleaver is just gonna tend to outperform Empowered Combo because DPS stands for damage per second, and canceling actually takes time, so sometimes it's actually faster to not cancel and just let Steel Cleaver carry the damage here. We have like 3 fights that we will run into here. Only the last one is mandatory. So yeah, it's against this Equities right here and this little soldier. So yeah, we're just gonna burst it down with our art here.
Something that we never really mentioned is that this little tactics button that you can see on the left, we're going to use it to make sure that everyone focuses attack, and most importantly, is going to use fusion first. So I'm trying to make fusion happen before, because that's obviously going to be more damage. And also the other, and so focus attack is going to make everyone do focus attack on the character that you are currently targeting, which is going to be mostly useful because if we're fighting a boss and there is a bunch of minions, but we still want to attack the boss, then we just want to focus attack. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yep. You might
a bit of optimized movement there as well. Like when it was fighting down the Equities and the soldier, took control of Tyon, who's a healer, so not going to do much damage, and let his teammates take out the rest of those main mobs, whilst running and aggroing the Vangs, like the bats, bringing them over and then despawning them as best he could, doing that at the same time as the fight ending. So he just whilst they're respawning, he'd get behind them and then activate the stones. That was just a nice bit of movement optimization. Just to do that at the same time, using Tyon because his damage is low.
You're going to see quite a lot of that exploitation of aggroing plus de-aggroing enemies to basically interact with stuff that we would otherwise not be able to do, because when you're engaged in combat, you actually can't interact with stuff on the field. So, but we actually can get around that by aggroing, and then before they respawn, we can actually open the doors, press the buttons or whatever. And in that case, we move the boulder. And right here, we're going to gear up for the gauntlet that's coming up here. So Plexa is actually going to buy a garnet that's going to give Senna a little bit more damage. The garnet is an accessory that increases damage per enemy in the battle. This one gives 10% for every enemy that's currently in the battle. And that's going to go to Senna. We're going to level up because, again, raw stats and also just increased survivability. And yep, we're going to be on our way. We also sold some stuff that's for money. DLC also gives us extra accessories that we can sell for even more money. Money route's not going to be an issue this run because we have that really nice extra money we get from the DLC.
So a small thing about leveling as well is like this is like a single player MMO, to describe it kind of crudely. So it does have that whole thing when there's a level discrepancy between you and the enemy. Either way, there'll be like it's one of those things where there'll be like the difficulty increases. It kind of makes it harder for you to deal damage to enemies, and enemies are much stronger if they're more than 5 levels stronger than you. Now we're obviously even at level 13, we're within that 5 levels, but there will be times when we're in that, and it's going to be very, very tricky. an old route used to level up to not be within that. So it's like running this at level 10 or 11 is not good.
So this fight, we're mostly going to play as our healers, kind of play a little bit the others, but mostly the healers, because Mio is going to be put in a lot of pressure, being targeted by a lot of enemies, and Ethel packs a real big punch. So we want to keep her at high HP as much as possible. And as we explained, Medic Gunner is having trouble keeping the HP high. And even though there is 2 of them at the same time, we really need the talent art to make sure that she survives.
No. And there's the healing ring, but she just went down. Ah, dang. Healing ring is a really, really good heal. It's very, very quick. So now it's going to be like a rush to try and get the aggro recentered. Because
I run Nopandol for this.
Yeah, it's Nopandol. So Nopandol is an item that is equipped on Mio, and that means that when she dies, she's not going to lose all her aggro. She's going to lose only 40%. Yeah. So it's not going to be the end of the world. No. Again, trying to mitigate RNG and making it more consistent. Yeah. So chain attack is available right now, but we're going to use it as late as possible, kind of deal, because chain attack takes a while. And 2, we want to use a mechanic called overkill. So just like in Xenoblade 2, when you finish an enemy with a chain attack, the chain attack can keep going, and it's going to be what's called an overkill. So the extra damage that you're going to do is going to not add up to a damage counter, but to an overkill counter, which is extra EXP that you will get after finishing the fight. So we're going to put Ethel at really low HP and then start the chain, and is a nice overkill.
So just as a visual thing, in the previous fight, there's a lot of blue and red lines. Red lines mean an enemy is targeting not a tank. Blue means they're targeting a tank, so it's like safe aggro, if you will. So yeah, we can see if you just get a hit, like the killing blow in chain attack will give you the EXP bonus of 200%. So there may be times where we're just going to get to 200 and go, but generally you want to try and push to 300%. It's like a good amount here. And you can see that affects class points and that kind of stuff, so ranking up and unlocking those abilities. So that was a pretty nice fight.
Nice fight there, yep.
So yeah, the reason we're doing all of that is because chain attacks takes a lot of time. If you've played this game casually, you know that chain attacks can take like 7 minutes probably casually, but you don't want to do that in a speedrun. You want to optimize your time. You don't want to optimize your damage or optimize your EXP. So we're going to try to put as little time as possible in our chain attacks to save time, but still we kind of want the overkill. So we are doing it so that we get 300%, and since the way you get extra EXP bonus is logarithmic, you get a lot of... getting to 300% is really fast, but then going higher is not worth it. So we're just going to get 300%, cool down, let's keep going.
Now, you may as well notice that the power rings are kind of Venn diagramming here, and they do stack, so you can stand in 2 of them and get a nice little power bonus. Which is another thing about having the 2 medic gunners. You just like stack as many power rings as you can, which is really helping. And of course, that means you also get 2 healing rings, which you can stand in and get a lot more healing when they're both up. So this is why medic gunners are so powerful early on. So Tyron's class will get used here and there, but for now it's just like the green hoodie of healing. It's really nice.
Yeah, the scarf is not great. Sorry, Quad.
It will have its time to shine later.
I think the thing about healing classes is that like they're all really good except Tactician, which is just okay. And by comparison, it looks bad, but it's really not that bad.
We actually have a very nice, very niche use for Tactician this run, so it's really crazy because an otherwise like really like mediocre class actually gets its time to shine in this run later.
Yeah, like literally every healing class is S-tier class in the speedrun. Like, they're all amazing.
They're all really good. We really cannot stress enough how important and how good these healing classes are.
Even casually, like, they're really good.
So, okay, and one thing that Plex is actually doing in these 2 fights, the first 2 fights, is actually focusing attacks on, like, the main big boss. And as well as setting fusion first. This is a prompt that makes your allies more likely to use fusion arts. And, yeah, it's just going to be optimizing that damage. Obviously, you want to center your attacks around the big boss here. And then we're going to try to farm that overkill in the chain here. Gotta respect Plexa for actually chaining a little bit early. And just to make sure we don't accidentally kill these bosses before we can actually chain. Sometimes that actually does happen. And that is extremely bad. You really do need the overkill to hit those like I said, that class routing, that job routing that we.
It's the first instance of that job routing, by the way.
Yeah. So right here, Lance is actually getting a sword fighter class, and we have had enough fights with Ogre that Noah's gonna guarantee to get Ogre pretty much after this fight. So we're gonna put Lance on a much better class right now, which is called Sword Fighter, and we're gonna give him the Apprentice of Embraces here just to increase his damage a bit more. Santa's still gonna stay on the Ogre. Noah still needs just a little bit more Ogre XP, but Sword Fighter is gonna be a lot more DPS for Lance here.
So the reason the Sword Fighter is nuts is because it has a skill which increases its damage to like unique enemies and bosses. So it increases up, it's like 30% extra damage or something. It's dumb. It's really powerful, and it only gets better and better with increased rank. Every skill you already have has like increased stats at like rank 5, 10, 15, 20. So they can level up a lot more, and just that unique like ability to kind of deal extra damage makes Sword Fighter just nuts. It's like a basic class. It's
especially,
so good.
especially for a speedrun, because you're only going to fight bosses or unique monsters.
Exactly, yeah. You're not really like worrying too much about fighting like regular mobs.
Spoiler: we're not going to farm throughout this run. It's 7 hours, but it's only the main story.
Yeah.
This game is nuts. It's
Unless
so big.
you donate for Consul X.
Speaking of which, yeah. Do get those donations in. It's a pretty cool enemy that we don't get to see in the speedrun because of certain, you know.
And Quad really wants to see her as well.
Yeah, we don't get to fight her normally in the speedrun. She's an optional boss.
Yeah. I can tell you we're only $650 away, or $550 away from seeing Consul X.
Let's go,
So
let's go.
$550. Let's get going, chat. Let's do this.
All right, so back to the fight here. You notice that actually Plexa is standing behind Consul Mobius K here. So he's upgraded now. He's not a Consul K anymore. He's Mobius K, which means he's a big bad guy.
The Mobius are bad guys, by the way.
They're specifically big bad guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, also, just quickly, Lance and Senna have also just done their fusion. They can do it too now. It's not just Noah and Mio who can do it.
Yeah, they need to get out of that, eh?
Yeah. So Mobius K has front and side block rate. So enemies in this game can have block rate, and they can have block rate from either the front, side, or back. He has 15% chance to block you if you're attacking him from the front or the side, which is why Plexa is actually setting his power rings behind Mobius K and putting his DPS as much as possible behind and getting his big attacks from behind. That way he's guaranteed to not get blocked there. At the same time, he kind of has to juggle Mio's HP here. So he's running around a lot with the Meta Gunners. Mio unfortunately does go down there. That's fine. And we got the healing ring back here, so Mio's going to be pretty healthy now. So yeah, a lot of micromanagement, a lot of things you have to pay attention to. I like to call this strat Ring Fit Adventure.
Oh yeah, man.
Because there's just so much dancing around you have to do and setting all these rings. And we're coming up on the chain very shortly here. We want to chain before he reaches 20% HP. Yeah. Preferably about 25%. At 20% HP, he can use a skill known as Power Recovery. No points if you guess what that does. Basically, it heals his HP, which you can obviously tell is not good. So we're going to chain before that. Ideally, we want to chain from behind him. Yeah. But if you don't get it, it's not the end of the world. The main thing you kind of want is for your characters to be grouped up together. And for that purpose, because you can place power rings in the chain, and then you can give basically your entire party power rings as well. And yeah, that's the reason why Meta Gunners are so great. They just give such a substantial increase to your damage here. Okay, so about the chain, it's going to be pretty much the same as the Aspar. Noah's order is actually going to do really nice work here. And we got Tyon the best order, of course.
So all problems are solved if you hit Tyon.
Yeah. So the Tyon reduces enemy physical defense by 30%, and that increases as you get stronger as well. So it just makes me to do even more damage. So Noah
actually gives a percentage chance to ignore defense, which in this fight is going to give the same damage boost. But it's based on percentage, so it's not gonna work all the time. Whereas Tyon's order is just a shred, like all your damage is gonna be increased, and all of our damage here is basically gonna be physical. So Tyon's order is going to be the best order here for increasing our damage. But if you don't get Tyon, Noah's order is also pretty good.
Can we just listen for the line? My favorite line from Senna. Say it. You know you want to.
Got some annoying blocks here, but that's fine. We can still get a pretty good overkill here. Yeah.
Oh, it's the other one. It's the other one. Wasn't the good one.
Senna's
happened on the Aspar though.
Yeah.
Senna's order actually gives a chance to ignore block, which is really nice if you don't manage to chain from the back. We got a close to 300% overkill here, which is pretty nice. It's basically what we try to aim for, 300% here.
Yeah, I got a little bit over on some of the other stuff, so we're fine.
No!
And that was chapter 2.
That whole gauntlet section as well is actually kind of really important because we're being chased by both sides, and actually this colony 4, is full of Kavesi friends, and specifically Ethel, the first person we fought in that, is like one of the most decorated soldiers in the Kavesi army, and she saved Noah, Lands, and Uni when they were younger and they were still in training. The fact that Ethel, of all people, is turning against him and fighting them is really, really weird for them. But the Mobius and Consul did kind of basically tamper with her iris to make her see them as just a demon and a monster and not the people they were. And then basically Noah does a sick thing where he basically he basically pulls a weapon from the blade. But the blade itself, like the red sword, is actually a sheath of sorts for an actual blade below. And he basically does that and just kind of cuts through the flame clock on the furnace and basically breaks Mobius or Consul K's hold over Ethel, and then basically saves the furnace and liberates them from the war as well. So.
Yeah.
Anime sword saves the day.
Yeah, obviously in the Speedrun, we're not going to be watching the cutscenes, but that cutscene between Consul K and Mobius K, the one after Consul K, is one of the best cutscenes in the game, and one of the the only two times where this incredible track called The Weight of Life plays.
So good.
It is so good.
Both opportunity places it plays are amazing cutscenes as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's so good.
All right, so we here have another Mio diary.
So why is Mio writing a diary, and why is she so important?
Regardless of that, right? Like, at the end of chapter 1, they have that cute cutscene that we talked about, and that was all great. That was the moment in this game where I realized they've got to do justice to the whole cast and not just the protagonist.
Yeah.
That was incredible. Like, the fact they give the inter-chapter stuff to Mio is fantastic. And every single character in this is developed incredibly well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most balanced arcs in terms of character development for an entire party like that for sure.
Like I was saying when I played casually, what's really cool about this game is not so much that characters are being developed independently. It's the whole group that is developing together, but everyone in their same way, because they've got different characters, they've got different feelings and stuff. And so they're all developing together as a group, but differently, and they experience different stuff because they are different human beings. They have different experiences, and it's so nice.
They all have a thing. Like Mio's things like she's running out of time.
Yeah, so as I was
ties
saying,
back to the diary.
Yeah, so everyone, as I said, has a year of a 10-year lifespan. So everyone's got a mark on them. So Noah's is on his hand, Mio's thing is on her neck. Everyone's got a mark. Atlantis is on his chin, and essentially it starts off red, and it slowly drains of red until it goes fully black, and then the character dies because they've run out of time. And Mio has got just the dot in the center of her mark left, so it means that she's got no time at all. Months.
She's got a few months.
Yeah, it's 3 months at the start of the game.
Yeah. So she's running out of time, and so this is important for her to go and do some things. So and that does kind of that's her thing. She's got so much time.
I mean, it taps into a very human. The whole thing is very human. For such an inhuman world, everything is so human. But such a human thing to want to be remembered after you're gone. That's why she keeps the diary, because it's something that it records her existence.
Yeah, something that lets everyone know she was there. Yeah.
It's her flute is Miyabi's flute, which is a friend who trauma and stuff. We'll see a little bit about that later on. But she carries Miyabi's flute to keep Miyabi's spirit alive, even though she's very well dead.
Yeah. That's kind of a big thing as well, is that Mio didn't... So Mio is the Agni and Offseer, by the way, and that's why Noah and Mio have a certain kind of connection, because they both do the same thing. At the beginning, or when they first kind of do this thing, there's this bit where Mio starts to play the flute, and Noah joins in with her. He just naturally does it because he wants to do that. So it's kind of this nice moment that they have that and share that. But she didn't want to be an Offseer at first, but being with Miyabi and their kind of friendship that grew, that's why she decided to do it, because of her connection with Miyabi as well. And that's why it's so important that Noah just made that decision to do that with her. She was like, oh God, really? The difference between Kavesi Offseeing and Agnian Offseeing is that Kavesi's are solo, but Agnians do it in pairs. And so the fact that Mio's been solo since Miyabi Lot is gone is a big thing as well in terms of like Noah stepping in.
Really poetic.
Yeah. Whilst we're doing a bit of running around, because we're doing like our first hero quest. Now this is how we unlock new classes. When we meet a new hero, we'll do a quest with them to unlock their class and have that available for one inheritor, and then the inheritor can use it, and then everyone else learns it via the inheritor. Whilst we're doing the small requisite bits, I do want to throw it over to our wonderful reader for any messages that you might have as we approach this kind of like next segment here.
Yeah, thank you very much. We've got 2 donations to read out here. We've got an anonymous $20 donation that's come in, so thank you for that. Also, a $5 donation coming from Corny Cecil Morty, who says, gotta get as much Xenoblade in as possible. Nice. And of course, that went towards the Defeat Console X.
Yes.
So we are inching ever closer to that now. I also just very briefly want to say, this is the end of my shift. I will be handing you over to the wonderful Argic, who will be taking you through the majority of the run. So thank you very much. Good luck with the rest of the run.
Cheers, man.
And I will see
Thank
you
you.
very soon.
Thank you so much indeed.
Have a good night.
All right, so we gotta head for the smoke rising from that area. Not really. We're gonna go to somewhere else first.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a bunch of stuff. Glorious Wing!
The Glorious Wing may just be the best Ouroboros art in the game.
It's so cracked. Why it's like 3 damage for an entire party. So you haven't explained what it does yet, right?
No.
Okay.
No, God, no.
So Glorious Wing grants a buff known as Power Charge to your entire party. Power Charge increases the damage of the next art you do by 50%. It's a one-time use, but we can actually set it up in a way that we can get that Power Charge onto our big hits at the end of a chain when our damage is going to be highest, and that's going to basically make her like
big damage.
Yeah, you're going to see
Big
some big numbers in the chain. Glorious Wing is really, really great for that.
Yeah,
If you are used to like Xenoblade Export Charge, which was a different way to put it in terms of math, it was not that great of a bonus. But in this game, they reward the way it worked, and so now the bonus is actually independent. So it's going to be an actual like multiplier
Straight up
to your
50%
damage.
extra damage.
Yeah, exactly.
So just quickly here, what we're doing is we're doing a bit of extra exploration. We can now access this particular part of this area where we can get a little bit more. Yes, he is the boss. Get some more locations, but again, this is a fairly high-level area as well, so we're going to be getting good experience. And this music is amazing.
This area
It's
Yeah,
one of my favorite
insanely good.
tracks in this. This game.
Xenoblade 1, let's go!
All right, we get it. Oh, LGG, you so obsessed with Xenoblade. So yeah, we're going to be getting a bunch of these locations, but also specifically there are a bunch of skip travel locations. This area is needed in the story once towards the end. So we're going to be doing this for the location experience now, and then we can utilize it later on. By doing this now, we can do it later on to speed up something like in the final chapter of the entire game. So it is a kind of 2-for-1 at this point. But really what we're trying to push towards is that level 20 mark as well. Level 20 will give us our next kind of like mechanical, I say mechanical, but like build unlock. I think it's the extra master art, I think, at level 20, and accessory. Is it at 20?
Accessory it's at 30.
Accessories at 30.
Is it 30? Okay, cool. I couldn't remember which order, but yeah, we're going to be getting our next unlock.
There's also a buff to the order bonuses. Oh no, that's 21. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. So there are like getting these like 10 levels up to level 50 when you have everything unlocked. But those like 10 level moments are important. So getting this skip travel location experience and all this location experience is good to get to level 20 and hit that point and be able to kind of get your like first or your next power spike basically.
On top of that, for chain attacks, you could see that, like, I'm going to talk about Tyon because that's the most important one.
It has a 30% defense down.
Yes, at level 10. But at level 20, that's going to be 40. 21. Oh, sorry.
So it's always one pass, but yeah.
So level 20 is going to be important, but level 21 is also going to be important because of that.
Yeah, it's less important than you think. It's like
it used to be important.
It just happened. we used to think it was like super important, so we routed for 21 on the next upcoming boss, and it just turns out you just have to invest too much time.
But it is an extra bit of percentage, and it
is.
It's one of those things where it may not be relevant for like a moment, but it becomes important as you go on. I guess.
Yeah. Like it becomes extremely relevant the deeper we go into this game.
Yeah. So that ring always reminds me specifically of the Oblivia ring. That one, I don't know why, but
yeah,
there is also a hand
this
there.
strat is really technical.
Cool.
I hate it.
Focus then.
It's a 40,
serious time. Serious
it's a 40-second fight, but you can spend like 30 minutes trying to
Oh, like
to get better at this.
literally hours.
Yeah.
Stupid.
All right, so this against 4 wolves. Not really much to say here, but basically just trying to spread out your damage as much as possible, and then try to get your big arts on as much HP as possible.
Woo!
Uni has an AoE burn built into an Ouroboros form, so like I want to deal as much damage to not. I want the burn to kill things basically.
Yeah, it's called Wings of Pursuit. It's just gonna provide a lot of like passive damage from like it's free damage basically.
Yeah.
Why would you not want free damage?
I should notice as well that like Ouroboros does have, and it's going to be a bit more important later on. Earlier in like the gauntlet, Plexa actually there was like a whole interlinking tutorial, like try interlinking right now. But it gives you interlink level 0, and you can level these up from interlink level 0, 1, 2, 3, which is the strongest, and like you'll get different effects. You'll get like stronger and stronger and more powerful as your interlink level increases. So yeah, it's one of those things where level 0 isn't always useful, but for there, it's just, you just go.
Like,
but the move itself is so good. But
everything in like Ouroboros, like there is a time and a place for it, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
level 0 is used all over the place because it's like good enough.
Yes.
But sometimes you want as much power as possible, so level 3 is used. And there's one opportunity where even level 2 is like preferred because you can't control it.
So yeah, we now unlock costumes. So yeah, when you unlock a new class, now normally in like say for Final Fantasy, you get a whole new outfit. You know, red mages have a sick red outfit with a red hat and a feather, and then black mages are kind of like, you know, in like black garb, you know, the pointy hat kind of thing, and you know, white mages in nice white and red and pink outfits. In here, it's just you just change your jacket. Everyone's got the same like underclothes, like their shirt and then their trousers. Then you just put on a new sick jacket, which is really, really cool. So if you like jackets, if you're a big fan of jackets, crack on. But this is our first actual like unlock, and then every time you like hit, I think rank 10 with a thing, you unlock the outfit. You can just choose whatever outfit you want. Speaking of,
So
Speaking of.
yeah, a bunch of stuff. There's gonna be a menu here, but a bunch of stuff that happened before this menu. So after the fight, Plex actually got a drop known as the Wolf Skin. We're gonna use that for crafting again later. You also notice that he didn't pick up any of the accessories. This is actually an optimization. Basically, all the accessories will automatically go into your inventory once you leave this area, so you don't actually have to pick those up. And for this menu right here, we are basically going to coin the Ogre. Like I said, it's going to provide extra damage for our physical damage dealers. And we put Uni on sword and Sen on sword. We put like basically everyone except No on sword. No one's going to get Fencer. And that's just going to optimize our DPS here, our total party DPS. Going to give a bunch of gems to people and swap around Edge Thrust to the second slot. So this is actually intended because Edge Thrust is going to help our party build Interlink a lot quicker. And also, it does more damage because it receives back attack bonus, and just a bunch of other stuff. And Power Combo is going to be the main, the second gem of choice for our party here. After Steel Cleaver, and yeah, it's like I said, it's going to be a very substantial boost to our damage here. And there's just a bunch of other stuff. Tool Belt Noah. Steam belts, which we purchased earlier, those are going to provide attack increase. That's going to be very valuable because attack is like the stat which all your damage is based on. So basically Steam belts, and we also have the Silver belt that increases attack by 25%. That's going to be like the main item we're going to keep on our DPSs. Sometimes, you know, there might be an accessory that increases damage to machines. That's going to help us optimize our damage a bit more. But for the main part, our DPSs are going to get Steam belts and Silver belts for that very nice attack bonus.
I believe a tool belt was just put on right now as well.
Yep,
We're
exactly.
going to be fighting a bunch of raw bits, Levnesses, robots, coming up very, very shortly. But yeah.
Yeah, Tool Belt here is like not that much better than Silver Belt.
But better is better, right?
Yeah, it saves a menu later on. Well, I also did the most controversial thing in the run, is that I put Mio in her alternate outfit.
I mean, it's a good outfit. It's not the best outfit, but
The quad here.
I wouldn't argue if you wanted to have this outfit on.
Until he gets control of the controller.
I expect he will change it right back.
Yeah.
All right, so we're actually gonna leave Ego's Wilderness right now. This is the desert area. And gotcha.
Good one, Lance. Get owned.
Did you explain what's the point of the Sword Fencer class?
The Fencer class?
Oh, Flash Fencer, right.
Flash Fencer. So yeah, the Flash Fencer is another DPS class. This is Ethel's class. It's a class that revolves around. What does it even revolve around?
Critical?
Not
Critical.
dying.
Dying a lot and critting a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's got a move that it has the built-in power charge. It has a power charge itself. I mean, obviously, like Glorious Wing does
got two of
that,
them.
but like it has its own built-in power charge, and because it's Kavesi, it's good for like certain Agnian classes as well. So I mean, casually you'd put it alongside Alexandria's just crit build. It's amazing, but yeah, it has its own built-in power charge. It's got like a nice bleed that scales pretty well, and it's also got Smash, the first instant of Smash. Which is pretty helpful because Smash
We
is
took
very
it off
good.
immediately.
Yeah, no, you did, but like it does have it. I'm just saying that's the point of Flash Fencer. But yeah, having power charge is kind of nice just to have
Like,
that.
Flash Fencer might be the most overrated class in the game, in my opinion.
That's a bit harsh.
It's
I think it is.
It's extremely. I mean, it's extremely necessary for the speedrun. But yeah,
Not so
it
much
does have
worth
its
it.
merits. It does
It
have.
has its merits.
But it also has a lot of downsides that a lot of people tend to overlook.
Yes. Yeah.
Mainly the fact that it draws a ton of aggro and it just.
The point is that one of its skills is that every
Capable
time you
hands.
use your talent art, you build up more damage. So if you stay alive for a very long time, you can get insane damage going.
Yep.
However, you're also very likely to die as Flash Fencer.
Because you
You-
take so much aggro,
And so then all your bonuses are gone.
and you even get extra bonus damage at the start of the battle, so you can draw even more aggro.
I believe it also has one of the most awesome skills as well called Capable Hands, which increases your talent art at the beginning of battle. And sometimes when you like level it up higher, you literally have a full bar of talent art at the very start, which is very, very handy to getting into your talent art when your talent art is important. So Capable Hands is a nice skill.
That's actually 99% of the reason why we
Nice.
use Flash Fencer is because capable hands is such a good skill.
Yes.
We like to there's this saying we like to say capable hands is a good class. It's because we're really just using the Fencer mostly for this capable hand skill. I mean, it does have its merits as well.
It's like-
it's able to buff itself with power charge.
That's like the other thing. Like 99% of its capable hands, the other 1% is power charge.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm just saying that's enough to merit the class for me.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
but as you can see, I mean, we don't have Flash Fencer unlocked on the other members yet, but we're gonna use Sword Fighters a lot in this run as well, and especially in this part of the run. Sword Fighters are gonna provide very, very reliable damage, and it's a very good class. I would say, as opposed to the Flash Fencer, which is criminally overrated, I would say that the Sword Fighter is very underappreciated.
Strongly agree.
Especially when we first started routing the speedrun, people were saying, "Oh, Flash Fencer is like so much better. There's basically no reason to use Sword Fighter." And lo and behold, we have 3 Sword Fighters in the party right now.
Thanks to a previous donator, Uncle Scott.
Yeah. So shout out to Scott. He came up with a strat. We're gonna explain later. It's called the Legendary Strat.
Yeah.
It's called Legendary Strat because we use basically 3 Sword Fighters plus 1 Flash Fencer and 1 tank.
We used to run 4 Sword Fighters back
Yeah.
in the day, yeah.
So the problem with this party comp is that we only have one healer. So if that healer dies, then there is no way to revive anyone else.
Just don't have him die, no problem.
So you've got no
Just don't-
backup on that.
Just don't
Yeah.
die. Yeah.
Just don't die.
Just don't die. Yeah.
Easy money.
So yeah, we're going to be making our way again past to our next location, but we're going to be we've been introduced to the hero system. Now the hero system obviously is one way to learn classes, but actually when the hero is with you, they actually act as a 7th character. So you actually have 7 characters that you can play. You can't control the hero, but they're always going to be AI controlled. But you do have a 7th party member, and so we've met Ethel. That's great. But there
We
are
also had Mwamba at the start. That was our hero.
Moamba was also he was a hero too. But we're going to be introduced to our 2nd hero, and one of the next job, which is actually going to be a healing class.
Another
as well.
annoying technical fight. All these fights are annoyingly technical, and you're like trying to save like seconds. It's silly.
Yeah. So we're introduced to our boy Valdi, who is a young Kavesi boy. He is a healer. He's got a big old gun. So he's doing more gun healing. And he's a mechanic. He's all about the machines. He loves aliveness. He loves kind of working on them and fixing them and building them. So that's kind of his shtick. So his colony is all about building alivenesses and stuff. So.
Alright, so we've got Infinity Blade, which we unlocked during the Mobius K fight. It's going to be way better than the Saber Strike, which is the Smash art. We don't really have good ways to smash anyway at this point in the run. Ogre's not like super reliable, and we have to put heavy guard. It basically, there's a lot of opportunity cost to actually run smash, even though it's really good. So Infinity Blade is just going to be a lot more reliable. For this fight, we're going to burst down Valdi first. he can heal his. He's the healer. He can heal his machines, which is why we want to take him down first. He's also the squishiest. And then afterwards, we're going to take down the machines. Tywon's going to be generally safe. Mia's going to do a pretty good job at keeping him safe here, so we don't really have to worry about Tywon in this fight, even though it's the only healer.
Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, Noah does take a dirt nap there, but it's fine. We have our swords here. They're going to carry most of the damage here.
Yeah, the big thing that we wanted with Noah was the down tower as a start. Now it's just it's fine.
It's a nice AoE so yeah, Plexa actually tried to line up all 3 of the enemies here to get as much AoE as possible with that Infinity Blade. And then we're just going to burst down with our air slashes and our overclock busters. Whoa.
This is a thing that we probably should have mentioned earlier as well. I was just thinking about it as like the class unlock thing. Is that different characters have different proficiencies with different classes. Not just roles, like it doesn't matter on role, but just the class itself. The Inheritor will always be what's an S rank, and it goes down to D, I think, is the lowest rank. And that basically is how like slowly you unlock, which is actually why, this is just a thing to go back to an earlier point, it's why like 2 ogres was helpful to help Noah learn ogre, because he's really bad with it. So
He is really bad with it.
yeah, so I think one of those things, the Inheritor of Valdi's class is Lance. So a tank, but he's going to be healing. So, but we do want to get Valdi onto a couple of other characters. So it's one of those things where you want to try and make sure we have as much of it as possible to get it learned.
This coming up right now is one of the most frustrating things.
It's so annoying. I hate these.
It's really dumb. Like, I generally am like fine dealing with aggro, but like this next thing makes me want no aggro in this game.
And it also isn't helped by the fact that these Grabbos are incredibly ugly.
Yeah, so these things here are random, and if they look at me, this is bad. I just need to pick this thing up.
Yeah, they're not even cute. I mean, like if we got aggro by some cute enemies, like okay, sure. And then,
they're like pig bug things.
like armadillos or something. I don't know. They're really ugly. They're so annoying. They should be like.
We're gonna get an angry like donation from the grapple community. Just being like, excuse me.
But anyway, that went really well, but it doesn't always go that well. Like if you cannot pick anything up if you're in battle or if they engage on you. So you just need to sit there and make sure they're not looking at you. Then you can talk to it and pick the damn thing up. It's really frustrating.
So we're actually still doing Valdi's quest right here. So we actually don't have him unlocked as a hero yet. After we finish this entire series of like his boss or like. Going around collecting stuff and then the boss fight, then we can actually unlock his class and start getting his class onto other people. So for this time being, he's just going to be in the party as like a hero, but we don't have access to his class besides like himself.
This is consistent. Like you don't when the hero. I mean, Valdi's a story hero, so you have to kind of do it. But like there are a bunch of heroes that aren't story. They're all side quest stuff. And funnily enough, just
another annoying, really precise strat.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. I'll let you do it then. But yeah, it's one of those things where you want to try and start the side quests to get the heroes, and then they'll join you, which is kind of helpful. So it's luckily only the story ones are the ones we have to kind of like go through the rigmarole of doing their story to do it. So thankfully the side quest ones are just find them and go kind of thing. Nice. Okay.
All right. I want to say one thing before we probably hand over to the desk because we got a bit of a big boss coming up. That is, I've been running the Nopondol throughout, and we've mentioned it a couple times. Its ability is that if the person wearing it dies, they retain some of the aggro that they have, which is really good on tanks if they die, because then the people retarget them. But the Nopondol is also a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, because otherwise you could be running a gear support, which I think Quad does. Yeah. And the gear support makes you not die. So
it increases your agility, which makes you less likely to die. So it's kind of like give or take. It's the one thing I really enjoy about routing is because it's that like everybody has like kind of like their own preferences, and we can't really say it's incredibly difficult to say like this is definitely better, this is definitely worse. A lot of things in this run are just kind of like
personal preference.
Yeah, personal preference.
It's the same basic idea, but just slightly different take.
That's the beauty of like routing.
It's really cool.
The beauty of routing this run.
Yeah. And with that, we've got a little bit of time for anything you want to say over at the desk. Also, hi Aga, good to see you around.
Hello. Yes, I have taken over right now. They put the loud one on at 2 a.m. or almost 3 a.m.
Gotta
so
keep
that's a
people
bad
awake.
idea. I
keeps us up.
I can keep you all up. Oh yeah. No, we do have a donation coming in here. We have a $58 donation from username Neil saying, question for you: is there anyone out there sacrificing their sanity for a 100% run?
I wonder.
I've run Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade X 100% quite a few times before, and it's about 20 hours for both games. Xenoblade 3 is about a little bit longer. It's like 30 hours and
A little bit longer.
Just a little.
So only 10 hours longer.
yeah, Lightning Leon in the community did like one run of that. Shoutouts. And Xenoblade 3, there's been people trying to route it because, you know, apparently that's become popular since I've done it. Who'd have thought?
It's a big game.
And it's probably going to be around 25, I think. If I give it a rough estimate of my knowledge about the game and my knowledge about the other 100%. But it's really fun categories to do. It's just way too long.
So that was a little bit of optimization thing. Because you're doing Valdi's quest, you need to kind of like get a bunch of parts so he can fix a Levnis here. But actually, because we were over there near his colony, we ran up to his colony gate and then kind of unlock the skip travel location. Then we're going to turn in this part of the quest so we can quickly get back to the colony.
Yeah.
We were over there anyway, otherwise you have to do this long-ass run because you have to follow the Mecha Buddy.
We have to follow
Make a friend!
Let's
Your
follow
best
Mecha
character.
Friend,
You don't actually need to follow him though, so you can just go straight there.
And he runs just slightly slower than your top run speed, so you just have to like and like stutter your way all the way up to this place.
All right, here is
The
Alright,
best
explain
fight.
this fight.
Incomplete
Explain this
Siege
fight.
Left, aka Doric. I hate him. He's one of the most annoying
This is one of the
fights
worst
in
fights in the run, yeah.
It's not bad in the sense that, you know, you're very likely to lose, but he's really annoying.
But you
mainly
saw,
because
you saw
of
him
that
just
movement.
clang right there.
Yeah.
Like that move that I just dodged with Y slash. If Neo clangs and then he decides to use humbling smash, you're just dead. There's
Yeah,
nothing
so
you can do.
Doric has a 5% block rate, which is actually, I feel like it's rigged. I feel like it blocked way more than 5%.
Strongly agree.
Yeah, it's really horrible. He has two very dangerous moves. The first is Humbling Smash, a very large single target move that pretty much gonna one-shot Mio. The next thing is Heat Injection. Heat Injection is an AoE move that inflicts Blaze to whoever's in the AoE. The nice thing about that, the one good thing is that it actually is an AoE around Mio, so you can actually just run away when it uses Heat Injection and it won't hit the rest of your party. And then Mio can use her evasion arts to keep herself safe. So the theme of like this fight here is really just to use Mio control, and to dodge as many attacks as you can. Plex is doing a really good job here.
Yeah.
And yeah, the reason why you don't want Mio to die is because once she dies, Doric's likely going to kill a few other people before going back onto Mio. We can mitigate that somewhat with the Nopon doll, but it's still obviously a lot better if we just keep Mio alive the entire run.
Yeah, so unlike most of the fights where you kind of want to play with other characters, considering how much damage it's dealing, you really want to evade all these attacks, and you can't let the AI use arts when you don't want to, because like the AI is pretty good at the game, but they kind of just press buttons when they're available, which we don't want to happen because we want to keep it for the big attempts that we actually want to dodge.
All right, so Plexa managed to survive. You saw that he actually went
1 HP!
1 HP, nice. He actually went into Ouroboros there just to survive and missed anyway, so it didn't matter. But once we get chain here,
It would have been really cool if I actually got hit. You know?
once we get chain here, we're gonna group everybody up and give power charge to everybody, and then we're gonna go into chain. And here we roll the dice.
Yeah, so here's an interesting thing. Heroes are part of the party. They also have unique abilities. Now, the big thing about this fight is that Valdi, when he is used, first of all, when you use him, he gets a big bonus to his TP just by using him. Whenever there's a mecha enemy, a Levnis enemy, will increase that hugely. So you get massive amazings and greats and all that kind of stuff. Now, the thing about chain attacking is that you can see every time you use an order, you lose a third of your gauge. If you get a hero, it does not use up. There he is. There he is. If you get a hero, it does not take up the gauge. So you get a guaranteed 4th turn. And if you don't see your hero, you don't get the kill.
You don't win. You don't win.
It just doesn't happen.
You don't win if you don't see Valdi here. This is extremely annoying. The thing is, it is likely enough that you see Valdi that you just go for the strat. Otherwise, you just don't have enough damage. And like, again, the fastest way to finish this chain is just, you know, finish it in one go, get Valdi, get some overkill. If you don't get Valdi, you're not gonna kill, and you're gonna have to either restart the fight if you want to get like a big chain, or you have to just try to get chain again. But then he can do other very annoying stuff to you.
Yeah.
So the problem.
Just quickly, the really good thing about Amazing, I didn't talk about it here and why it's so important, is that you get 1, 2, or 3 characters back into the order, depending if you get a cool, great, or an amazing. So with Amazing, you get 3 characters back, so you can maximize your damage output and then get all of them back. So, yeah.
On top of that, that's also more damage added to the chain attack, so more damage is better. That's why it's fine to overkill and go up to 300%.
Of all the orders you can pick in the last round, you really want to pick either Uni or Lance because they're not attacking orders. So we're getting a minimal TP here.
Yeah, and you can use 4 DPS on this turn.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic overkill. You can actually just stop.
I am actually just going to end at 326.
Yeah.
That was really good. Nice fight.
Very nice, very nice. Basically perfect chain there, tying on into Valdi. That's basically what you want to see like every fight.
Yeah.
It is 89% or thereabout to get to see Valdi in the chain. So like I said, it's likely enough. But when that 11% happens to you on like a really good run for multiple runs in a row,
it's not 11%, dude. It's not 11%.
It definitely
it's the fattest 11% in the history of 11%.
Yeah, it definitely. This is like some Fire Emblems. Like
It's the opposite. It's the opposite. Fire Emblem usually is fine, but like again, it's a problem with probabilities. Is that humans don't really perceive.
You don't have to. Huh? You don't have to. Just do the other one first.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because the ones at the front there, sometimes they take a bit of time to walk there.
Okay.
Yeah, so you want to do this one first.
As a couple of things as well. So Valdi's class, we've now got it as the War Medic. This is a brilliant healing class. It's got a few interesting things like delayed healing, so you can like throw out a thing that will heal later on. But also it's got a debuff barrier, so you've got a thing called Cure Bullet, and it gives the entire party resistance to debuff for like 1 hit. And so that's integral, I think. Like there are certain bits where you just need that.
It's a buff. That's a really useful thing. It's a buff for a reason that will become apparent in a bit.
Yeah, but it's really, really good to have. I mean, there's a particular fight where the debuff immunity thing itself is really important, but yeah, it being a buff is also very, very
War
nice.
Medic is just like incredible.
To me, probably the most casually underrated class. Like it is insane. I think everybody was sleeping on the class when we were going into figuring out this game, and like, oh my god, it is so reliable. It's like probably the best healing class. Like it's in terms of strictly healing.
Yes, it definitely is. Every time
healing,
when I was playing casually, it definitely was like, okay, so if I really want a healing class, healing healer, which is kind of funny, but like healers are either supports or healers, I'd go for War Medic. It's just so good. It does everything you need.
So one thing you actually saw Plexa like almost do is actually like do a save and quit. The really annoying thing about these conversation things is that sometimes you can just get memory leak and then they don't show up whatsoever. Like just don't show up. And you have to quit and reload the game to get them to spawn. Fortunately for Plexa there, like it wasn't memory leak. Like the NPC just took like their own like sweet time to walk there. But sometimes like there is another conversation at the top of that colony that sometimes can despawn. Fortunately, it didn't happen here. It's very unlikely to happen, actually. But yeah, once we're done listening in on those conversations, we're just going to head to the next area here. We're going to run into another boss fight.
Another robot.
I did one thing, though. I looked at the ground, which is very much inspired by the old-school Nintendo 64 games, where you like look at the ground for lag reduction. Except this time, I'm just not looking at the encounter. So those attention encounters, if you're not looking at them, they'll never proc.
Yeah, as long as you don't see like that double sword icon, you're not gonna trigger the skirmish. You can just like run like right past them. It's just like hyper optimization. Just can take a straighter line. It's gonna save like a little bit of time, and yeah, it's a cool thing to point out.
Of course, climbing with lands is faster. Not swapping, because swapping here induces lag for whatever reason.
So yeah, we did say why the War Medic was really, really good. Yeah, so from this point on, we're going to try to get the War Medic onto certain characters.
Everyone.
Especially like, especially like Tion's going to be our big War Medic for this run. Lance as well, because he is the inheritor and he already has the job. Yeah, and one thing about class unlock is that heroes actually give double the amount of class unlock points when they're in your party compared to like a character with that class. So having, you can kind of think of it as, okay, so if you have Lance as a War Medic here and not Valdi, you're going to get 1 unit of CP, class unlock points after doing the fight. If you have Valdi, he's going to give 2, which means that if you have Lance and Valdi in the same party, you're going to get triple the amount of class unlock points. than you would with only lands in the party as a war medic. So we're going to use that to our advantage, and for certain fights we're going to have Baldi, for certain fights we're going to use another hero that we're going to unlock later.
Yeah.
And we're going to, like I said, again, it's this entire job routing thing, getting the relevant jobs onto the people that we want.
So this next fight, for instance, I'm going to be paying really close attention to how much overkill I get. I need to see a particular amount of overkill between this boss and a boss in like a little bit of time to ensure that we get War Medic unlocked on Mio at the right time.
Yep, this is going to be another big machine boss. This
Exactly
is
the
Lepus.
same as Doric.
Yeah, it's kind of the same.
It's Doric Redux with worse abilities.
Lepus also does like a lot more damage. Not a lot, but attacks a lot quicker than Doric. Yeah, but the nice thing about Lepus is that it doesn't have block rate, and it's also a lot squishier on the physical side. So yeah, it's not super annoying like Doric, but it can still be a pretty tough fight. It has some very annoying arts when it gets to like that 50% threshold, and as well as some very dangerous arts like hand capture, which we're gonna try to avoid. So we're gonna see what Plexa does here. Again, with that Mio control, we're gonna try to get Mio to survive for as long as possible. We don't want Noah to die here because he's gonna lose that damage. Every bit of damage helps in the chain. For Doric, it's not gonna matter. For Lepus, it's not gonna matter as much as on Doric.
I don't stress about it on Lepus, but
Yeah.
like on Doric, you feel the difference.
You really want to try to avoid Noah dying as much as possible, especially on Doric. But yeah.
So because the attacks come up much faster, you have to be even more careful with your art management, because there is a lot more attacks that you want to avoid with your Y/ and Gemini strikes. Thankfully, because like Mio's class is a good class, and tanks generally build their talent gauge pretty fast because they just need to tank the aggro and dodge hits or block hits to build the gauge. You can see that it's building really fast. So it's really not too bad to actually dodge all the attacks.
Pretty good fight here so far. It might use ground breach here,
probably
so we
will.
kind of want to pay attention here. Okay, that's fine. And we're just going to group everyone in chain here. Hand capture, that's fine.
Nice.
Hand capture is very
Alright.
dangerous. It basically
Baldi,
immobilizes
please.
one of your characters, and then it's like an instant death.
So specific about how the hero orders work, it's basically if you use what a character, it's done, but you get a hero order based on who is participating in the chain attack. So I'm going to use that wording very specifically. Who is participating in the chain attack?
So if you're in hand capture, you don't participate in chain.
Yeah.
That is the only reason you brought it up and no other reason, right?
Absolutely correct. So yeah, it's very important that So it's because there's 7 of us here. It's like, do you get it? So there's one more chance to get this now, and this is when you start sweating if you haven't seen it after the second one.
At all, that's fine.
Nice.
Yeah, I think Sinner's incorrect, but it's fine. We'll just roll the dice.
Yeah, so let's go. We're going to get, again, another extra 50s. That's 193. Oh, so 143. We're going to get through. There's 203.
Yeah,
We're through.
You can see why
All
Baldi
right,
is so good
please.
against machines. He just lets you cycle your characters.
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
so much.
Valdi.
Valdi!
Baldi.
Come on, buddy.
Come on, Valdi.
Come on, kid.
We got it!
Yay!
So that is, I would actually say that's like the last, like kind of bad RNG fight. Like from this point on, most of the fight's gonna be in our control. This is like kind of the last bit of like so-called bad RNG that like we can't really control. This is the last chain that we are really going to be depending on getting the hero order.
Done a lot of work. This guy has done a lot of work on like figuring out how to not rely on that.
Yeah,
Mate, honestly, like this guy, the first I think it was like the first couple of weeks of our routing, he just created like 17 pages worth of chain attack routes. Just like this is if this happens, this. If this happens, this. If that happens, it was nuts. There was so much chain attack routing, dude.
Yeah, fortunately we don't need all of that anymore. We basically routed out a lot of the quote-unquote hero chains which we require a hero to finish. And so Doric and Lepus are the only 2 fights left which we really want to see Valdi.
Yeah, and again, it's an 89% chance, you said. So like, if you think about it, you're gonna say, "Wow, 89%? That's gonna be so much. It's guaranteed to happen, right?" But actually, if you think about it, it's 1 out of 10. So that means that every 10 fights, you're going to have one time where you don't have Valdi. when you put it like that, when you put it in that perspective, you realize the odds are pretty bad. And you're going to do that twice in the run. So twice, 2 times 1 out of 10, that's
20%.
very, very high chance to happen.
Yeah, to hit them both is 80%.
Yeah, and then before we started like routing out some of these chains, we were doing like 4 hero chains, maybe even 5, I think. I don't know.
So you're almost guaranteed to miss one, right?
Yeah, law of probability, right? If something is, I mean, even if something's unlikely to happen, if you have like enough times, like something's bound to go wrong, basically.
If you have like 10, 95% chances in a row, like you're gonna miss one eventually.
Yeah, exactly. So that's really the main, how do I say,
so much math in figuring this game out, man.
That's kind of like the approach that we took into routing this this category, because it's a relatively long run as far as like RPGs are concerned. We really want to try to route for as consistent as possible. We want to make sure that we are using consistent strats, because over the course of 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, something's bound to go wrong. So you want to put yourself in a position where you're as likely as possible to not lose. Basically, you don't need every fight to go perfectly, but you don't want fights to go very, very badly.
I just skipped one of the best cutscenes in the game, by the way.
Oh yeah, I mean, we should probably do a quick story.
I just want to say that at this moment, I knew that I was in love with this game. Like,
yeah,
like it's such an endearing and sweet moment. But you can tell them all about it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of again, this is one of those things where it's about the strength of just the the character arcs and how they're kind of growing and how they frame certain like growth and how the characters interact with each other. Specifically here, like on the Kana battlefield, there was a previous war that went down, and Uni specifically was having a look around the battlefield and saw something that was quite disturbing for her, and for her particularly,
it was her corpse.
It was her corpse basically. And what does that mean? It was someone who looked just like her with her name tag, and that made no sense. And she's basically like struggling with these thoughts and the images that she's seen and what she's going through. Nice jump.
I got on the roof.
Yeah. And essentially afterwards, when you're at that camp just there, she's like she's really like shook up and she's like having a moment, and then Tyon notices this.
Uni's whole story is about PTSD.
Yeah.
So.
Tyon notices this and doesn't do much. He just kind of comes over, just gives her a tea, and just he's there to kind of comfort, but it's not. He's not imposing on that. He's just kind of there to like look after her, but he doesn't kind of do it in a ham.
Yeah, he's like, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. And like she doesn't want to talk about it. He's like, cool, okay.
But it's the fact that like he as a character is also kind of dealing with his own kind of, I guess, PTSD
trauma
as well, and it's kind of like how he recognizes in her something that he just knows that
the handshake.
Yeah, exactly. He sees the handshake, but it's not just that. Obviously, it's the handshake physically he sees, but he notices that what she's going through is a very, very particular thing. So he approaches it in a way that is very, very sensitive and very, very clean.
Like,
and I think it's just
characters
nice.
never over each other, right?
Yeah.
Every character is allowed their moment to shine, and it's really beautiful.
And it's also a great moment for Tyon, because like Tyon is a kind of really shy guy, but also
like,
really smart. And
you think Tyon's like not a fantastic person for a lot of the start of this run. He's very skeptical and very very reluctant to join in on the cause, and like this is a waste of time. I'm such an intellectual.
Yeah, he's very sharp. Yeah, he's very sharp.
Such a humanizing moment for him.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, so back to the run here. We are making our way through the Orion tunnels. And we actually have a new hero quest here, and you might have seen from the little picture when we got the hero quest. It's going to be Riku and Manana's hero quest. So yes, we are going to get them as heroes.
Wow.
And we're going to get some of the nicest costumes from this class. So yeah.
We should mention that Riku and Manana are just the best Nopon. Like they're amazing.
Oh, they're incredibly written. Yeah.
Relax, okay? I know. Relax. It's okay.
One thing I would really like to mention about Riku is that I feel like Riku is, like, up to this point with all the games, in Xenoblade 1, we had Riki, Xenoblade 2 we've had Tora, Xenoblade X we've had Tatsu.
The best Nopon.
So up to this point,
obviously,
this is gonna sound a bit harsh, but up to this point, I feel like most of the Nopons were kind of just like joke characters, or they're like they're for comedic effect, right? They're there to be funny.
They're cute. They're funny. They like food.
They talk funny.
Weird, yeah.
And then suddenly in this game you had Riku, And again, that whole thing about subverting like expectations. We expect Noppons to be like these kind of like joke
Silly
characters.
characters.
And then we have Riku, who is just the ultimate Giga Chat Noppon. Gives super brilliant advice to Noah and his gang. Like he's just an absolute. He's just a sage. He's just an absolute like unit.
And he's got a great voice as well.
He's got a
like,
great voice. Yeah.
Friends must definitely press ahead and press on. It's very good.
That's why I love Riku so much. I mean, he's my favorite Noppon. Not to say the other Noppons are bad. I do like the other Noppons. Maybe not Tatsu, but but yeah, Riku definitely stands like above. Like he definitely stands like apart from the crowd. You know, you one look at him, you know, like, oh, this guy's different. Like he talks with that same kind of broken English that all the Noppons speak in, but
Hey, I found one.
you like this is if you don't like Noppon speech, like Riku is the one Noppon that's gonna change your mind. You're gonna be like, oh wow, this guy talks like this, but like despite that, he's so wise.
He's also
And
got a really manly, deep voice.
Yeah.
I think that's a big.
You guys are also forgetting a very, very important detail about Riku.
The afro?
Yeah, the afro.
Yeah.
He's got an afro. I mean, like.
I think the most jarring thing when I listened to Japanese voices was that Riku didn't have this
Oh,
big voice.
That's the main reason why we just can't play this game in Japanese.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you say no to yippee?
I guess,
you have
I guess when we're talking
yatta
about
in
language,
Japanese.
like Chinese is technically the fastest language, but we're playing in English for all of your benefit, and I can't read Chinese.
Yeah, so it's those conversation things. You might have seen those in Colony 30. Those are like automatically scrolling, and Chinese characters are going to print a lot faster than English. So technically, Chinese is the fastest language for this run. It's going to be faster by 11 seconds.
Yeah, it's small enough that it's
Yeah, small enough
That's right.
doesn't matter. But if you're into your hyper optimization, you can always just.
and
play
you can
Chinese.
read Chinese.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you don't need to read Chinese too much. Like that's what
And
we
it
were
helps a
talking
lot.
about earlier. Like, yeah, obviously it helps a lot, but basically most of our menus are going to be fixed throughout the run, so you can.
Not really. There's a lot, like, you're gonna pick up
Drop.
a lot of junk in your inventory that you gotta clear out. You don't want to clear out the wrong thing.
Yeah, but most of it is going to be fine,
Arts
and
and
if
stuff
you
are gonna be
start learning the symbols, you can kind of get it. But at this point, if you can only decipher the symbols, is it going to be faster? Probably not.
So one thing that we forgot to mention, I think we kind of glossed over it. Plexa actually picked up an accessory before we came
cracked-
to the Orion tunnels. Yeah, it's the cracked crystal.
Remind me
As-
not to sell it, by the way.
Yeah,
As the name
it's
suggests-
for you, mate. It's for you.
as the name suggests, it's actually cracked. So
It's really good.
what it does is it provides extra damage whenever an enemy dies. So every time an enemy dies, it's gonna get more and more damage. Against fights where there are gonna be a whole bunch of targets, a whole bunch of enemies, this is gonna really increase our DPS by quite a bit.
Yeah.
So-
I want to agree with you, but I'm not gonna equip it.
Oh, you're not gonna equip it? All right, sure. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Like, yeah, like Spider, like I ran trials against it, and it's like, the Black Mask does enough.
Do you still get it for Juniper though?
Yeah, I use it for June. That's basically
Okay.
it.
Yeah. So, like we did mention, like this next fight against the spider, it's gonna have like a lot of little dudes.
You know what? I'll equip it just for you, but I'll put it on Senna because I think it's better on her.
Yeah, we're gonna set up our party a little bit. Lance is gonna get a heavy guard job here. It's gonna be another anchor for our aggro and make sure we protect our only healer here because Valdi's gonna leave the party when we start the fight. We're gonna upgrade our Ouroboros chart. We're gonna start to use our Ouroboros forms a lot more now. So we haven't really explained how you build Interlink, but the way you build Interlink is by using fusion arts. So now we have access to 2 master arts. That's gonna mean we have we can build it twice as quickly compared to if we only had like 1 fusion art. So yeah, we're gonna start to be incorporating more of these free Interlink 2 strats into the battles here, and that's why we're gonna want to upgrade some of the trees here. By the way, checking of sick new skills underway. Yeah, some really cool thing that we put on Lance here is Titan Fist. This is a skill that this is an art that inflicts shackle block. Basically means that your enemies that cannot block, and it's gonna be pretty nice for this next fight here. The Princess Arachno has a very annoying move called Cocoon, where it just literally sits there and does nothing, but it grants it like a guaranteed block. So if we have Titan Fist, we can actually destroy that completely and make sure it does not block our attacks. And it's going to be nice for some of the later fights as well for consistency.
So the first cocoon is like whatever, we're just gonna eat it. The second one is the one we want to try and get.
Exactly. Yep, this fight's going to go more or less, I would say, like, we're basically going to plan for Noah to hit Interlink level 2 and hopefully Senna as well. And we're also going to try to take out the little dudes as well.
Then I got trapped behind us.
So I don't think we ever explained the possible routes for driver combos. Or, well,
Driver combos.
Well, yeah,
Xenoblade 2.
There are driver combos and then regular combos, yeah. So break and topple is always the same. You break and then topple. Then you can go to 2 variants. You can go to a Xenoblade 1 variant or a Xenoblade 2 variant. You can either go for launch smash, which is a Xenoblade 2 variant, or you can go for Daze burst. And these have different effects. You don't actually learn about the burst combo finisher until like chapter 6, but you can do it earlier. Smash is for big damage and that kind of stuff, but then what burst does is it removes enrage from enemies for a little bit of time. Some bosses, you'll see them, will have like a little flame in the middle of their HP bar or somewhere in their HP bar. When you go beyond that HP value, enemies will go into enrage, and then burst gets rid of that. Whether or not that's relevant, but that's how it works. But yeah, it's now flame engage, so you know that they're enraged. But yeah, that's the 2 combo variants. Noah died. He's back up. He's all good.
What are you doing, Lance? Alright, so we're going to Oral Lance here. He's going to hopefully draw some of that aggro. Oh, Tyron died, but I think it should be fine.
Yeah, it's fine from here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's early.
There's that cocoon. Hopefully you can inflict shackle block here.
punch.
Resist.
You try, Lance. You try your best.
You tried your best. Yeah, we'll give it one more try. I've killed a lot of spiders actually, more than I usually do.
Big punch.
There we go. There's a shackle block. Oh, it's not using cocoon anymore, but whatever.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't help anymore, but yeah, there it is.
Good job, Lance. You tried.
And we unfortunately do not get a Talon Art off. Whatever.
So
I'm
obviously,
try to burst it down now.
the nice thing about Ouroboros as well that we never really mentioned is that once you are in Ouroboros form, you don't take damage, so you can't die. And when you take damage, it's actually going to make the Ouroboros Gouge finish faster. So you're going to have less time in your Ouroboros form. And actually getting more levels is going to make you have more Ouroboros time. So it's kind of nice on that regard as well.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we got Riku and Manana. Despite the fact that they're both Kavesi and Agnian, because there's one Kavesi and one Agnian, not one a piece, I believe it is a Kavesi class.
It is.
So it does mean that we get, it means that it forces the Master Arts into a certain direction. It is a pretty, it was a job that I think for a long time was kind of put into specific positions. It's got a really nice access to break. It's got a really quick break art, which is kind of nice. I can't really recall the specifics on how you use it now, but I know I think I've seen it in the run, but I can't remember exactly how.
We definitely do use it later.
Yeah.
But its relevance is a lot less now.
Yeah.
We used to rely on it quite a lot.
Yeah,
and
mainly because of the break art.
We would even like skill up Ogre so that you'd skill up Yumsmith to get access to Flashback, which is the break art as a master art, and then we'd put it on Ogre, which has increased chance for reaction. But
yes. Yeah, so
that was really bad.
Yeah, it's interesting to see
that was interesting time though, because like obviously the Ogre has like the early access to launch as well, and then there was like launch damage increase accessories. There was like a whole bunch of things going on there.
It's interesting to see how the stress have developed. Basically, like break being such a pivotal mechanic, and break being so important in a lot of fights.
I like that I didn't take damage there.
That's good. That's good work. Real quickly though, as we are currently running towards our next big boss fight in our next segment, I think we've got a little bit of time for any messages to be read, Mr. R.
I thought you were gonna pimp my album of like millions of Xenoblade clips.
Oh no! I mean, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah, let's go over to Argic.
Oh, thank you very much. We have a very nice $100 donation from Callie Roney, saying, first time donating, good luck to all the runners. Dementia and Alzheimer's has taken its toll on my family and close friends. So, with that research, let's get on with that research with our donations. My donation goes to the Sonic Triple Trouble 2 players, 1 controller. Love you all. as the potential second runner for that. Thank you very much. But I will say, donation incentive update here. We are at 507 out of the 1,000 for fighting Consul X. Now, I want to see that. I want to see that fight. I want to see more Xenoblade. I love this game. I want to hear more yippies, because, you know, why not? Please do keep your donations coming and put them towards our incentives here. And, you know, for all the Xenoblade fans out there, you heard the runners and the commentators there. Who's the best Nobon? And why is it Riku? And just let us know all your stats, all your fancy things that you like, you know, your jokes, your memes. What do you like about the Xenoblade games? Put them in the donations, we'll read them out, and we'll have some fun. Just have a bit of banter, you know?
In that Noah, Lands wants something a bit meatier.
A bit meatier.
Everyone loves that line. The Japanese version of that line is insanely good as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's so melodic, really weirdly. I love it.
This is technically slower, but it's fun.
Yeah, no worries.
I mean, the one I like is, who you calling a spoon, you spoon? Huh? It's very British. The voice acting in this is just on
It's
point.
the best thing that happened to Xenoblade.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so what I just did there is I just did a big flaw. I did another one earlier, so we didn't get a chance to talk about it, so I thought I'd talk about it now and do it the slower version. That's like 3 frames faster or like 7 frames faster if you do everything perfect, but like you never do everything perfect, so it's unrealistic.
You also get some XP if you actually take the elevator, which we didn't do there.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'll get you extra XP, don't worry.
We run away from the bad guys, so obviously there is not going to be any problem when we leave this weather array, right?
It's not like we're being pushed in a certain direction at all, no.
Yeah.
Nice dive there, Mia.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
10 out
so
of 10.
we're coming up to the end of this chapter. We've got a few more bosses to go. One of them's going to be a nice big tutorial fight with a massive boss, and then we've got an annoying little guy.
Also a tutorial fight, technically.
Yeah, technically, yeah. This was one of those fights that for a while was like a big pain in the ass. You were talking about like a new strat earlier as well, which I think it's kind of cool. But yeah, so I'll let those who know a lot more about the intricate details of this talk about it. But yeah, we're going to be meeting up with another colony. This time it's an Agnian colony. The colony leader, Iserd, is very important in Tyon's backstory. And so there'll be a lot of stuff between and Tyon's kind of stuff here, which is actually pretty cool. This whole segment kind of unlocks like our next part of the... I think, is it now that Ouroboros switching happens? I think
No, it's the next fight.
So this
But
is
behold,
I think like next
we
fight,
learned
but yeah, it's
about
here.
enemy area effects. This is the only fight in the run where it's actually like...
No,
No, there's
Yeah.
DNJ, but basically it's not relevant.
This is the only time you'll see it.
Basically, it's not
If you
relevant.
see it anywhere else, something has gone wrong.
There's not much to it, but again, it is a robot, so you can see Valdez come back in because it is a giant Levnis, or a Fronis rather. So yeah, Valdez kind of extra TP for fighting machines is going to come in handy here as well. But yeah, because it's so big, you just can stand away from it, away from the AoE. That I don't know why it's not a bigger AoE to make it relevant, I guess. But it'll summon adds at some point. It's not too much of an issue, but this one's pretty straightforward for the most part.
Yeah, so an interesting thing is that this fight we actually used to chain this fight, but now we again with that whole push for reducing like the number of hero chains that you have to do, we actually do a late chain on this now. So the strat here, Plexa is going to be building up to Interlink 3 with Noah and Mio. This is going to give them a huge boost to their damage. And at the same time, at the start of the fight, you saw him putting like power rings and stuff, just to rush it down quickly. We kind of want to front load our damage and let the Ouroboros take out the rest of the HP here. And yeah, he's going to build on Noah and Mio. He doesn't want to swap off of them because the AI at this point, they can just randomly Ouroboros when they hit like Interlink 2 or higher, and also when they're at low HP. So once they hit Interlink 2, that's no more swapping. For us.
Just swapping between those.
Swapping between Noah and Mio. Yep, nobody else. So yeah, so we have to pay attention here. We don't want them to die because when they die, their Interlink buildup gets reset to the start of that Interlink level. So, okay, so we have Interlink 3 here. That's great. We've got Interlink 3 right now. It's about half HP, which is where this fight usually, like, we're usually at this point of the fight when we get Interlink 3.
Yeah, so like damage obviously increases. I mean, in Interlink 3 and certain skills have certain abilities at Interlink level 3. As you can see, break for the entire like enemy part, break all. So everyone gets broken by that skill. So everyone gets broken, which is really, really handy.
Yep, so nice glorious wing here into our Mega Spinning Edge. That's our big talent art. It's gonna take a huge chunk out of this Lambda Foronis here, and then we're gonna try to burst it down with the rest of our party here.
Yeah, so the reason that works, there is a timer, as you can see, on each of the Ouroboros gates. And you can slow that down, but you'll always finish the action you're on pretty much. Well, your talent art will always finish off. So doing the Glorious Wing talent art, it was like obviously doing the Mega Spinning Edge, and then as soon as you finish it, you come out of that. So it's nice to get that one off.
Yep. So one last thing to mention while Plexa is finishing up with this fight and getting a little bit of overkill. When you interlink characters, they actually have a bonus effect based on the type or the role that they have. So when you are a DPS character and you interlink, you have a chance to inflict like a amount of burst damage to the opponent. So when Uni actually interlinked just now, it actually took a little chunk out of the Lambda Ferratus' health. So that's for attackers. For defenders, you increase your aggro. So when you interlink with a defender, it will draw aggro towards you. And then for healers, it's going to heal your entire party by a percentage of like your healer's HP. And these effects scale with the interlink level, so the higher interlink level you are, the more effect you're going to get. So if you're at interlink level 3 with healers, you're going to basically full heal your entire party every time you interlink. And every time you switch interlink, which is a mechanic which we're going to get in the next fight here. And just in time, we finished with this fight. Nice overkill there from Plexa. And we're going to go into the J.
Yeah, so this
the J.
The whole big thing here is that you can see that there's a swapping mechanic. So Tyon and Uni do this whole thing where like they interlink and then spin it up. But so whenever you go into your Ouroboros, I think it's when you like bring it out. That's when it happens. So I mean, Plexa was showing a video earlier where he was swapping between both of them.
That here, why don't we?
Yeah. So you'll see it whenever the Ouroboros comes out, basically, is when it kind of has a chance to proc it. So Plexa will basically be utilizing the switch mechanic. The switch mechanic is something that like Plexa was talking about like really fairly early on in the routing now.
Literally day one.
Literally
day one.
Where there are certain skills that have like instant activation.
Well, there's one skill, and it's called atomize.
Yeah, and because it's instant activation, you can basically like cancel out of it really, really quickly. So you can use Ouroboros switching as its own kind of art cancelling, because you can't until you learn like chain combo. Are you alright?
Oh yeah.
I got a new trick up my sleeve.
Until you learn arts cancelling from this skill tree, you can't actually cancel arts for the Ouroboros particularly. But Ouroboros switching does do it as well. So Atomize has like an instant frame cast, so you can just use it, swap, and then use another skill and swap. And you can do much faster arts cancelling. But also because of the swap, you can bring out that extra chance to proc that skill of the extra damage, the extra healing, the extra aggro. So it's pretty nuts being able to switch. So it's quite a significant upgrade here.
It's what makes even level 0 kind of good. Well, that plus one other thing, but
There's more to add to the playbook, Plexa.
yes, there is.
There really should have been a second voice line for these.
There should have been, especially since even casually you kind of batch these.
Yeah.
You notice we're actually upgrading sentence chart here. This is actually a relatively new strat. It's a very cool strat, by the way. And this is the only fight where upgrading sentence chart is going to be relevant. But it's a really good strat because before that we used to be needing a hero on the chain in this fight as well. But with this new strat, we can not have to rely on getting the hero chain, which is obviously really nice for consistency. So this is the only fight in this one where we are intentionally going to use interlink-free Senna and Lance. And that's really cool.
So something really interesting about so now that we've got access to the Agnes Ouroboros, because up until now we didn't have access to them. If you hit level 3 interlink with them and you chain attack, you're not going to chain attack in the same way as you used to with the human round, and that's it. Now you've got access to Ouroboros order. So in order to get Ouroboros order, if you press Tyon on the round 1 and say Uni on round 2 or round 3, then you're going to get a bonus round, which is the Ouroboros order, and you're going to be able to do massive damage with the Ouroboros. So that's going to be considered as like basic Ouroboros damage, right?
Yep.
If you've got Interlink 3 and you start a chain attack, then that's going to not start as a human, but you're going to have only 2 rounds of chain attacks, but this time it's going to be 2 rounds with Ouroboros order. So first,
What's happening right now is I'm rushing this guy down to a 70% HP threshold to trigger the next phase of this fight. As soon as we hit that threshold, we should have Interlink 3 on Lands and Center, and that's kind of our go point. We're going to use Lands' talent art as Ouroboros to kind of get this guy in the air.
Yep.
When he's in the air, he takes 25% extra damage, which kind of makes this strat work.
And you can see all of that switching, all that healing coming out, like 300, 400 HP consistently. Yoren's got a lot of AoE damage, and it's really, really scary. So like having that healing coming out consistently completely makes it like his damage output much like more manageable for that period.
Yep, and there's that Maroon Marionette that we were talking about. He uses that at 70% HP and makes him like immune to all reactions. So we want to wait for that. Oh, that's the annoying
Nice
daze there.
daze.
So we have to try to launch him again.
Yeah, we do.
That's fine. A really nice thing about Lance's talent is that it has break plus topple plus launch, and so this time we do have the there we go.
This is bad. This is really bad. This is a retry.
That's fine.
No, they have time.
Because I ran into Boro.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It happens. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we get to explain this fight again.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
there's a lot of intricate details that I didn't get to mention just now because the fight went by pretty quickly. So you notice here that Plexa is going to build up to Interlink 1 with Tyon and Uni, and this is again to trigger that bonus effect upon Interlink, and that's basically going to carry the healing for the rest of this fight. It's going to make sure that everybody's healthy, and yeah, just to keep our characters alive here. And you notice that he'll also Interlink Noah. This is not really to do any damage. This is just to make sure he doesn't die at the start of the battle, because we want to try to preserve that damage bonus on him when he uses his talent art. He tends to draw a lot of aggro in this fight because he is a flash fencer, and sword fighters don't draw as much aggro because of a skill that they have that reduces aggro. We also put Disperse Bloodlust on Senna here to further decrease the aggro that she has and reduce the likelihood of her dying and resetting that Interlink. And yep, so once we get Interlink 1, we're just going to burst Yoren down to that 70% threshold again. Get some nice topples and dazes that can help us with reducing the overall damage done to our party here. And yeah, this fight's pretty much going to end in a bit. Like once he uses Ruined Marionette.
The nice thing about daze as well that we never mentioned is the if an enemy is dazed, you can use it's not going to generate aggro if you do anything. So that's a nice way to mitigate the aggro that Noah is going to have, is that if there is a daze.
Okay.
So there's the Marionette, and so they should have Interlink 3 now. That's great.
Okay.
Yep, and this technique that you see here, it's called switch. Or swap canceling, switch canceling. We did that with Uni and Tyon to basically spam their arts because they have like kind of long recovery animations. But by switching, you can actually bypass that altogether and go to the other Ouroboros form and then use one art, swap back, and use another art. And we can also use that as well to kind of cheat and build our talent gauge as quickly as possible. And yep, there we go. There's a good setup for the fight. You notice that we moved backwards. This is to group everyone together so that we can get our big power rings onto our entire party here. Yep.
Nice
so,
one there,
yep. Chain attacks have like a maximum distance which you can be at. So if you're really far away from the boss, everybody's gonna get warped. Like everybody's gonna get pushed like to the boss. And this is really nice for basically grouping our entire party up together and making sure that we can get power rings onto our entire party.
Yep.
So we set 2 power rings, and then we use Noah to power charge himself, or to preserve his power charge, and also to get a Bravo. And then this is. Yep, this is the first round, and Interlink 3 chains are 2 rounds with both forms of the Ouroboros. So you start with the Ouroboros form that you entered the chain with. So we started with Lance, and now we're going to do Senna's order. It's actually intentional that we do the Interlink chain in this order because Senna's or Lance's Ouroboros finisher has Senna doing the last big hit of damage, and it's only 1 hit, which means that if you don't manage to kill Yoren before that hit, you're not going to get any overkill other than you're only going to get 200%. But by ending with Senna's Interlink, you can actually guarantee they can get at least 300% overkill here.
This fight used to be really terrible back before we developed this Ouroboros 3 strategy because you'd have to hit another hero order, and it was the Yumsmith one.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And so this fight got a really, really bad reputation for being like this run killer of like RNG, but like with a little bit of routing, we can get around these problems. Like, it's really bad to judge a speedrun on like week 1 routing. Like,
this is a fantastic overkill here, yeah. Normally we would get like 300%, but because Senna's first hit actually killed there, we can get 350%. A lot more overkill here. Very nice fight from Plexa. And yeah, that is the J.
Yep.
He's
The
kind of
G.
annoying, but he's definitely way better than he was back in the day.
I do find it funny that he's Consul J with a hard J and his name
Yeah.
is
Yoran, yeah.
with a very soft J.
In Japanese as well, he's Consul J, but he's also just Yoran in
Yes.
Japanese.
Indeed. Well, we're finishing up this chapter. There's like obviously again we've managed to liberate another colony from the the clutches of the Consuls and Mobius and the war. And Iserd, who did go a bit berserk in the previous one. We're going to be trying to just repair that relationship a little bit. And I think we're going to be grabbing him too because he's had a pretty interesting hero thing.
That's going to be in the next chapter.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. I like Izzard a lot. I think he has really nice voice acting, and he just like he's overall just a bro.
He is. He's
He's just a bro.
kind of that bro mentor, that cool teacher. Not like teach.
Yeah.
Just kind of not a very nice person.
Izzard just feels really relatable.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
You'd go have a drink with him at a pub or something at good times.
He also looks like a certain person. Are you allowed to mention that? Sure.
What? You talking about? I have no clue. Sorry, you guys have just been doing something for a bit. I've been zoning.
Water, Bowie. Water.
Oh right, I see. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. But I believe just whilst we're kind of finishing up this chapter, probably have some time for a couple of reads as well. Whilst we just get ready for fighting dragon.
Cheers. We got a couple here. We got another $50 from username Neos.
Wow.
Coming up saying, Riku's got an afro? It's like, I always thought it was one of those like fluffy Russian hats.
It's both.
It's,
It is for
it's
Noah.
both. Oh, well. And we also have a $25 donation from Boogie Poppy saying something a lot of us are thinking of. Xenosaga remake when?
Not up to me.
Not for me either. You're asking
I'd like to see Xenogears first. Xenogears is a better game. Sorry.
Ooh, do you agree? Is Xenogears the better game? Or is it Xenosaga? Let us know.
It's a fact.
I mean, we're 582 out of the 1,000 that we need for Console X there. If you want to see more of those fights, keep those donations coming in. Argue with Le Grand Grand there.
Le Grand Grand.
Le Grand Grand. Or as we've seen, it's like Le Grand Grand Grand. We're adding more grands to it all the time, apparently.
You can have fun.
Gears or Saga, Afro or Hat, you decide. Let us know your donations, folks.
Yeah, we want to make sure we get that Console X incentive met, and also make sure you put your money towards long hair Mio because it's the right. choice.
Whoa.
It's a better choice.
Right. Okay. No. I do.
No. We're playing the game here. Man.
No. Did anybody else legitimately struggle with that choice, or was that just
it
me?
was hard.
Thank you, Plexa.
No.
It took me about 10 minutes on stream. I was like, I was debating with Chad a bit.
Yeah.
And then I decided.
I personally inflated the time I thought about it. From the minute I saw the selection, I was going long hair, but I had to kind of I had to let chat think I was going to do that.
I don't know we can be friends anymore.
Why?
Oh no! I spent a good 20 minutes going. I like her short hair, but long hair looks good. It's like having an existential crisis over a hairstyle in the game.
The thing is, they're both completely.
But it's such a pain to keep it up.
It is. It's a ball ache. It's an absolute arse. I'm not going to lie.
Mio complains about the fact, and come on.
I literally cut my hair the week before the game.
I mean, listen. I know. I have it
yeah.
myself.
Yeah.
I have the locks. So.
No, but she looks better with long hair.
The reason is the artwork looks much cooler. Bring the artwork up on the layout.
If I had that button, I would. It'll be there in a couple of minutes.
That image is absolutely insane, by the way. I love it. It's great.
But yeah,
Good job.
Both are great and both make sense, both lore-wise and also silly logic. It's really annoying because it gets stuck in the plug. Also, because this is the JRPG, we're going to get our obligatory dragon. So. Don't know why it's there. There is a dragon in the game. We fight it, and yeah.
It's also the first fight which we use Yumsmith. This is Riku and Manana's class, and we're going to use it on Senna because she's the inheritor. Yumsmith is more of a utility class. It's going to play a support class, even though it's a DPS. And we want to get that on Noah because it's going to be very useful for Chapter 5. So we've used Riku and Manana in the J fight. That also goes towards unlocking Yumsmith for Noah. And this is also one of the fights which we routed in just to get that XP. One really nice thing about the Yumsmith is that it also speeds up your chain build. It has a skill called Preppy Preppy Link. And every time your Yumsmith uses an art, that's going to give extra chain build. So yeah, we have the Yumsmith here for like a bunch of different reasons.
Also, the outfit is cute.
Yep. It's really nice. I think it's the only class with like different outfits for different characters. So the Kavesi side will get Riku's outfit with the really nice afro, and then the Agnes side is gonna get really cute chef hats.
Yeah. Kid Man is a chef, as we know. She's been cooking for us. Yeah. And so the cooking will get used again. It's just not right now. Right?
So like at this point we've got all 6 Ouroboros, right? So it might be the time to wonder, hey, which one is better? Because we've been using the
they're all special and very good, and they're all great, but Uni and Town are like significantly.
Yeah, so like Noah is
you
nice
will see why. You will see why.
Noah is nice because of the power charge. Senna and Lance is good because of the reaction ones that you can get.
Best,
you get launch.
Yeah, they're trying. They're very situational. They have usage.
We did get to use it just now, so that means it's relevant for some stuff, right?
Yeah.
The reason why Uni and Tyon's one is busted is because there is a skill that means that every time there is a buff in the party, it's going to buff the damage of the Ouroboros.
Buffs are these little blue icons off to the right side. Like they're not like they've got like a hard border around them, so like they're pretty distinguishable from other effects.
And so like it's one buff, so that means if you've got 7 characters, there's going to be 7 buffs all of us that you're going to apply with any class. Because when you apply a buff, you don't apply a buff to one person, you apply it to pretty much everyone in the party. So all of a sudden you've got like a massive amount of extra DPS just because you've got one buff. And the nice thing about War Gunner that we explained earlier is that it has 2 buffs, not 1. 2. So that's 14 buff all of a sudden. That's a lot of damage.
And then you get Izzard, who also has a buff.
Yeah. That was that art that we put on him earlier.
Mirror Trap, yep. Yeah, we kind of only, I mean, it's nice, it does provide a bit of extra healing as well, but the main reason why we have Mirror Trap is to give that extra set of buffs for the interlink chains.
I don't remember the values, but I think you can get up to 300% and you basically reach that
500.
500.
Yeah. It's 17 buffs you need before you max it out.
30% additive per buff, up to a cap of 500. So yeah, and so you've noticed that Plexa was controlling basically Tyon the entire fight, and that's to make sure that we can get interlink free, make sure that he's using his fusion arts. And then we're going to chain interlink free chain with Uni and Tyon, and then we're going to apply our buffs here. And you're going to see how strong this shared blessing is, this skill that we gave to both Uni and Tyon.
Yeah, so this is why again earlier we were talking about like the medic gunner having both delayed healing and debuff barrier are both also forms of buffing as well. So.
Boom. Throws again.
Whoa, that's big damage.
He just throws the gun at them like that.
Yeah, that's great.
Very Uni movement.
So that's the first round. But wait, there's more.
Bosh.
Now we got Tyon's round. We're basically going to do the same thing. Just do 2 sets of buffs.
Make sure to refresh them because they run out really fast in chain attacks.
With max duration, they last quite long. Like, we'll get all the damage we need and then some.
Yeah. Also, its third ability is to kind of like guarantee a good, or sorry, a
Bravo.
Yeah, a Bravo. Sorry, yeah, which is like
if you finish with them.
Izzard's incredible for chains because he basically lets you build an entire chain with just 2 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that, he gets guaranteed Bravos. That's the reason why you can just cycle 2 characters over and over, because you can just keep getting those 2 characters back. And then on top of that, the Bravo is going to get you extra chain damage as well. So really, really nice hero. And on top of that, he's a healer. And healers are really nice because they can revive people, obviously, and provide extra support to the party. Healers are definitely, I would say, the best hero type.
Like archetype. For sure.
Yeah, archetype. Like DPS is probably the least useful one because they don't really do DPS. Tanks are okay. But yeah, healer is really the most the useful one.
Don't ask me about the ones that we don't get, like Thermatage and whatnot, but like when Tactician is your worst healer in your archetype, like you're doing pretty well.
And on top of that, healers can revive you, which is like pretty good. So
Yep, exactly. So we can afford to run fewer healers in our main party because we have our hero as a healer, which means that we can run other jobs on our party for more DPS, or maybe we need those classes for job unlocks. Really provides a lot of flexibility when it comes to like planning out the job route. We're gonna take a level here. This is gonna get us to 30 again. That next rush to the next kind of a power spike at level 30. We're gonna get the second accessory slot, and accessories are incredibly important. Just to like just do more damage, provide more utility to your party.
So you may have noticed like every time we hit a threshold, there is going to be this little animation where you have all the unlocks that happened on Noah. That also happens on every other characters. And since that animation is kind of long, that's why we're always going back to Noah's menu every time we're exiting a gem menu, etc. Just to avoid all those extra animations that takes time, and it's very frustrating when it happens because you're like, I messed up my menu, oh my god.
Yeah, it's really slow. It's definitely a lot faster to just take the extra inputs and go back to Noah every time you want to go to a next part of the menu. Hopefully we don't see hopefully you don't see the really slow unlock.
Yeah, that means you've done a mistake. You're probably going to see the medium speed one because that means I've made a mistake.
The unlocks of shame.
Yeah, so unlocks of shame. If you get to the end game and you have like your free accessory slots, your free skill slots, your free master art slots, you can basically wait there for like, I don't know, like a good 15 seconds or something.
It's not fast.
It feels even slower because it's like the shame menu because you press B when you shouldn't have.
There's nothing you can do about it there. You're forced to sit there and watch your shame on screen.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know that feels. There is something similar in Xenoblade X. It's you're like pressing A and you're like, oh no, and you wait 4 hours.
The one thing that I got much earlier, and right after we did the Ethel thing, we got like a supply chest. There's a couple of random items you can get there. They're all kind of except for the silver feather. The silver feather is really good, and we would have gone and bought one, but we got 2 as a drop. So I don't need to buy one.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that Plexa actually got the silver feather from that supply drop back in chapter 2, and that's gonna allow him to skip the shop later, save just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, the shop's just coming up, and normally we do the shop, then do that menu, but I was like, oh, cool.
It's really fast, but I mean, if you get a bonus, why not use it?
Yeah.
So we just passed the Bioness head, by the way, and now we're...
Shoutouts to the otters, they're
These
super
things are
cute.
so adorable. Look at them.
They're the cutest enemies.
That was worth it.
Yeah.
It's them or the capybaras.
There's also a unique enemy, which is just like a giant otter.
Oh, yeah,
Isn't there 2 of them?
Yeah, there's 2 of them.
Oh, and then there are like 2
like-
more big otters. At the
Yeah.
top. Yeah.
They're like in love or something. It's cute.
They have a little shell that they shake when they're releasing items as well.
Oh, yeah.
Enemy designers.
Ever since Xenoblade 1, like all the enemies are like very nice to look at.
Alright, so that was a very long load, but not like the long load. Mac for Wildwood, which is the area we're about to enter, is notorious for the fact that every now and then you're going to get the disastrously long load. This game does have a little bit of a memory leak problem, as we kind of mentioned earlier. We do things to try and mitigate the probability of that happening, but it can still happen. But that said, the loads can still be a little bit egregiously long, so hopefully it doesn't happen.
Yeah, we are slowly closing in on getting towards the Great Sword as well. We're making our way there.
Basically, we started here, the sword is here, and we're about like
Halfway
here.
there, yeah. Round on the ring.
Here's the shop that we would normally do. We're just going to walk right past it.
Nice.
So something about the next fight, you might have seen during the J fight, Plexa doing that switch canceling thing, which I mentioned. That's really nice. There's gonna be a strat we're gonna be using for a lot of the upcoming fights because basically what it does is it allows you to inflict a lot of AOE damage very quickly by buffing your characters. Now that we have access to the War Medic, we can buff our characters at the start of battle, and then Uni and Tyron are going to get a huge damage bonus to that what we like to call Unon spam, basically spamming Uni's Raptor rate, then switch going to Tyon to use his Atomize. Atomize is the main skill we want to use here. It's really it's unique because it does damage basically just when you use it, but it has a really long cooldown animation, which we can skip by swapping to Uni, and then we can just swap between both of them, keep spamming their AOE, and take out like a whole bunch of enemies at once. And so that's what we're gonna do right here.
I am going to try for the power charge on Uni's Aurora.
Yep.
We'll see if it works.
And also while we're here, we run into Juniper.
Yeah,
Anything we'd like to say about Juniper? I think Juniper is a pretty cool character.
Juniper is a Kitty Archer.
Yeah.
Not voiced by Kitty Archer. They are they are a stalker class, which is a really cool.
Canonically non-binary. We
Yeah.
love them.
Yeah. Yeah, they are awesome. They're a very cool character, and you know, their interactions in the game are just amazing. But yeah, this whole kind of section is about their colony, and they also give us a new skill, which is the ability to kind of like what is the word? Like
Glide?
No, not glide. What's the word?
Slide.
Slide, I guess. Yeah, slide on rails and on like these things. So it's going to unlock a new movement option for us. So yeah. So first off, we've got to defeat them and kind of like do a few bits of quests to kind of to free their colony from the war. People can die.
The dying is not good, but it's fine.
This is a very slow move that they can use as well. Cheers.
Liberation arrow. Peak art design right here. Yeah.
Yeah, the Stalker class is one of the ones. This is another one of those underappreciated DPS classes.
Definitely.
It's one of those, it's all setup based. If you can get it in the right scenario, it can just do so much damage. But it's just you need to know how to utilize it. I believe it's kind of for you guys. It's seen as like a chain attack class. It's very good within that scope if you get the right setup for it. So yeah. So not only do we get new skills and new abilities, we can push the story, but Juniper does give us a very helpful class, and you will see it a lot more than you probably thought you would.
Yeah.
If you're coming into this run blind, or you're probably thinking, oh, don't wind up Stalker, but no, you're going to see it a bunch.
It's one of the. It's like it does a lot of work, but you don't really see the work it does. It's actually very important for the final boss fight, and yeah, just like these in Chapter 4 in general, just that extra damage does help out quite a bit in the chains. Getting your overkills and stuff.
It's a nice little skip there.
That was nice. That was a very like reminiscent of Xenoblade 2 skip, that one. Falling off and getting like the grab. And obviously when you're grabbing in that area, it auto does the cutscenes. It just takes you straight to the top as you saw. So
What's funny is they like actually put like blocks around most of the ladders in most places, but just not that one. Very convenient.
Yep. So, like, yeah, like the reason why Stalker is underappreciated is because playing as it outside of chains really doesn't feel great because of the long animations and it just doesn't feel like it's so good. But since you've got other characters, you can just swap out and just play the better classes.
so you can see this running through Colony Tower here, which is a very dilapidated colony. Just grabbing as many locations as possible for all that experience. This experience is obviously going into our bonus experience pool and will be used throughout, obviously, to hit those level caps. But a little 500 here and there, it all adds up. So.
Alright, so this is the fight against Rhinons. We don't get Izzard here. Izzard's going to be swapped out for Juniper because this is part of their hero quest. So we're going to basically do the same strat of Yunnan spam. And Plex is going to try to swap around targets to try to optimize his AoE as well. The one annoying thing about Atomize is that it does inflict blowdown, which sends the enemies away from you, and sometimes it will send it away from your range. So by swapping around enemies, we can make sure that we are always spamming arts off their cooldown, basically, when we switch their Ouroboros. So fight's going pretty alright so far, I would say. We get a little
That one's getting blown away a lot.
Yeah. Okay, that one's gonna go down, and nice. We're gonna get the Talon here. Oh, it missed.
Fantastic.
That was some nice damage.
So one thing we haven't mentioned yet is that, okay, we did mention it kind of, but yeah, you get extra stats every time you level up your Interling level. For these fights, because Yunnan spam, we're just gonna use Interling 0 because it's not worth it to level the Interling, and we get such a huge additive that it doesn't really matter anyway. But one annoying thing about Interling 0 is that it comes with a 15% accuracy penalty. So sometimes you can get unlucky and just like a lot of your big hits like kind of just whiff. So later
Especially
on,
Tyon.
yeah, especially Tyon because he's the one which he is gonna be doing like carrying the damage here. So it's gonna be relevant later. There's some time later on we're gonna be using Interlink. There are gonna be some fights where we're gonna intentionally build up to Interlink 1 just to avoid that accuracy penalty if we can. Just something to keep at the back of our minds. And yeah, this is well, we mentioned
you guys doing?
we were talking about the long loads here, and we're kind of unlucky that this one's the one that's most likely to give us a long load when you're warping out of Colony Tau.
Yeah, I do the hero menu, and like sometimes it like makes it nice. But
Yeah.
The game will load. Don't worry, we'll get there.
Yeah, it's like 30. It'll take 30 seconds to load in.
Don't worry, Tags. The game is working fine.
There we go.
Hey, we loaded.
Well done for Xenoblade 3. Good job.
Good. Xenoblade 3 is a very well programmed game.
There are no bugs or glitches. There are
Yeah,
definitely
no, definitely.
Still better than
Actually, no relevant glitches in this run.
Yeah, there's not.
Yeah,
There's not.
I think it's incredible.
We could slide down that thing.
Do ya?
Now we got to slide down. There's a zip lines.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
Very cool.
We're gonna have a nice, just like quick little fight against. I mean, you're not going to meet them, but Sagiri. Like, we're not going to meet them. But do we even know that it's Sagiri that in that particular one?
Yeah.
We're just guessing it is.
We're pretty sure it is.
Yeah, we're pretty sure it is.
Sagiri is the reason I went on an Onigiri binge immediately after this game. So
I love Siguri. She's one of my favorite
if my wife is
characters.
listening, and I don't know if she is, that is why we had Onigiri for like a week straight.
That was why. This game did a lot of things. You got a bunch of onigiri. I bought a Shinabue flute.
Yeah,
I mean,
you did.
like that's going okay, by the way. It wasn't good enough to bring here, so
Next time,
yeah,
next
next time. But yeah, again, similar thing. Again, this is not you don't have to win this fight. You just have to get like certain HP down. I'm not sure how much it is anymore.
It's like 75%,
70%?
something. Yeah,
Yeah.
75%.
Get them down to that much. Not take off that much, but get them down to that much.
And so why is this fight happening? No reason. It's just
Yeah,
there.
they just suddenly pop up and you have to fight them.
Yeah, it's just a random boss. I mean, you will get some closure if you actually do their hero quest, but unfortunately, because it's a speedrun, and Siguri's class is not going to be very useful, so we just never ever get to,
And that was that.
get,
We'll never see them
get the
again.
class. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Sagiri's stuff is cool. Yeah, she's a cool little character. But
I love all of that, but
Yeah.
it was one of those ones that I just unlocked her quest but it's one of those. It's like an infamous one where everyone didn't know how to unlock her, but it's like
oh yeah, because it was literally your last thing was the landside story. Mine was Sagiri.
Really?
Yeah, because I had I had the memory leak problem, but I never cleared it because I just kept my game open all the time.
Right.
So yeah, I went.
I turn my game off after every session playing.
Yeah. So like I never got the quest in Colony 4, so I couldn't finish it.
Oh.
Eventually, I figured it out. Well, someone told me, and then I just closed it open and did it immediately.
Close
So
your games,
we're,
guys.
we're going through
Advice.
Mac. We're going through Mac the Forest right now,
Oh,
by the way, which is
This
like
fight coming up is the Anludes. They are my least favorite fight in the entire run. I have died to the Anludes.
These Anlus are really smart.
Time for it to
They play dirty.
They knocked Tyon off the cliff for Ouroboros swarm, and we died.
excellent.
It was brilliant.
Yeah. So our food and our resources get
Gasp.
Yeah, they get nicked. Yeah, gasp. So we have to try and go and get them back. And there's like a whole bunch of nice stuff happening here between some certain character interactions. But again, we're not going to see that, and so that's not really relevant to the speedrun itself. So
Play the game. The game is great.
yeah,
Like it has
honestly,
so
it's
many
so
good interactions and story cutscenes and stuff.
stay then.
A really nice thing you saw Plexa do there is actually engage before he got spotted by the Anlutes. Izzard has a skill that gives him an 80% chance to proc party-wide attack buff when you have the initiative in the battle. So if you get spotted by an enemy, you won't get that chance. But if you draw your weapon before actually getting spotted by the enemy, you can get that 80% chance. And it's just extra damage at the start of the battle. Izzard's really nice for that reason as well in these AoE fights.
Yeah. More breaths the better.
Dude, this Anlude is gonna fall off the cliff. I'm calling it now.
The one annoying thing about cliffs in this fight or in this game is that if enemies fall off the cliff, they respawn.
Thank you.
And they
Xenoblade
don't
2
die. They respawn, which is extremely annoying.
Somebody watch you kill a Malthus one time.
Or playing Xenoblade 1.
Oh yeah,
pushing
yeah,
monkeys.
the monkeys, yeah, the Gogol stuff.
I think this
Alright, we had a little bit of time before our next series of fights. So, Agrik, you got anything for us?
It's like you've got a screen or something there that tells you that I do.
What are you talking about? Don't.
What?
Don't.
There's nothing in front of us
No,
at
we're just
all.
having a feeling.
We just
had
yeah,
a feeling.
well, we've got time.
Oh, right, okay, you gotta. Oh, we do indeed, and I'm very confused at this one. $20 from username Niels again comes in. They're really rallying for this incentive, by the way. Like
Good.
everybody, let's rally behind them and like get back and get that donation incentive met. But $20, username Neo says, no matter how you look at it, Biff-teen is a dumb name.
15.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Plexa knows that's fine. As long as Plexa knows, because I'm sitting there
Oh yes,
confused.
yeah, 15, yeah. Yeah, that's a
Senna
whole.
is not very good at naming.
No, she's not.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
I remember.
yeah,
I remember.
She got it right with Sagiri, and then it was all downhill from
Yeah, it was a one-hit wonder there.
Your name's Six. We'll call you X. All right.
I mean, it's Senna. You can't ask her for much, but that's fine. That's why she's cute.
She's great.
I mean, Senna's best girl. I'm just saying.
Very,
Valid.
very good at.
The word I was going to say to follow that up is I'm not sure if it's allowed on the stream. It's not that like
That-
TOC, but just.
That sounds like a unique.
Should I
movement.
just say it anyway?
What are you thinking? Like, other than I'm right or wrong?
Bollocks.
All right, yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
I'm not sure.
That's totally-
some people would consider that swearing. I don't.
I mean,
I think that's just banter.
That's banter between me and you. We're fine. Yeah, that's UK bants coming out. That's what that is.
She says it in the first 30 minutes of the game. I knew she was the best girl immediately.
I mean, yeah.
Like, sorry, you don't.
Yeah,
you
no,
don't
you-
just drop bollocks and just think that that she's not the best.
Oh yeah, no, Uni's great in that, but just like you were talking about it earlier, like the character development between all the stories in that, it was a case of just throughout the end, like towards as the game went in, it's like Tyon's a douche, sorry, like first half of the entire, okay, no, he's not, and then Senna was like, no, she's actually best girl, like the things she
The
goes
best
through is like,
role ever.
I mean,
Like-
at the Senna gets like 0 character development up until the end of this chapter.
and then gets
And then
all
it's
of it. Exactly. But yeah, username News there is donating a massive amount towards this donation. We
Yeah,
are
cheers, thank you.
$400 away. We are coming up towards the air. Like it is at the end of the run, but don't let that 4 hours fool you.
We do have
want
a bit
that.
more time, right? So I've got a bit more running to do. Quad, why should we fight Consul X?
Because she's cool and she has a sick design and really nice hair.
And there you
That's
go.
a really creepy addition to the whole thing. She's got really nice hair.
So you see, while you think that Senna is best, while you think Uni is best, I'm pretty sure Quad here thinks X is best.
Shania.
Actually, I do. I mean,
I do.
there are a lot of great characters. A lot of great characters in this game, honestly.
Speaking of great moments, this is a really, really important.
Yeah, this is one of the
here,
best
actually.
cutscenes in the game.
In terms of like the specific thing that happens here is that Mio really is struggling with her kind of her whole time thing and realizing that they're taking a long time to get to the sword. And Noah tries to do this thing where he like talks to her and like tries to comfort her, but just gets it a little bit wrong. And he tries to understand exactly why she's struggling, because again the time thing is just one thing that maybe he doesn't really get, because he's not towards the end of it. He's not realizing that his like mortality is not looming over him. And then basically, I think Plex was mentioning earlier that the flute that Mio is using is not hers. It's Miyabi's, her friend, who sacrificed her life to save Mio. And so she's holding onto her flute as like a reminder that she was there. And then Noah, learning about this, says, well, how about we do this? You give me your flute, and I'll give you mine, and we can kind of each hold on to each other in that way. And it's a really, really nice moment where he kind of he tries his best to understand her plight, and tries to speak to her through that kind of like connection they have of music.
Well, everyone else watches from afar and be like,
just
yeah,
like,
okay, good
sipping
job.
tea very slow, like, God damn, it's going all right, I think.
And it's such a good cutscene too, because like there's a whole scenery that is absolutely beautiful, and also like all the expressions that are happening on this scene, like they probably put in a lot more energy and time on this scene, and it really shows, and it really works so well. I was really, really impressed with how this worked out and how it plays out.
I'm super glad as well that they actually kept the swap like mechanically in the game, because like when you're doing some off-seeing and like you find a husk in Noah Place, he's got his black flute, which is I think it's a 3 honchoshi, which is a deeper pitch, and then the 8 honchoshi, which is the size of Mio's flute, like the white one, is a much higher pitch. So because of the different pitches and the different kind of scalings that they have, you know, you can play certain tracks, and the Agnian off-seeing tune is much higher pitch because it's on an 8-hon Choshi. So when Noah and they have swapped, when you play and you find a husk and Noah does it, he's playing the Agnian off-seeing tune on her flute, and then she's playing the Kavesi one, which is, I think, just, well, I remember playing it and being like, they better do that, and they did. Anyway, Ethel Ravi.
Worst fight in the
go for it.
game. No,
Yeah,
it's not.
so this fight has kind of like an interesting history. When we first started routing, this was like a 6-7 minute fight, and it was a horrible fight.
Still a horrible fight.
So we used to do 2 chains, like 1 chain on each of the Piranhas here. And then eventually we cut it down to like a 4-minute fight where we chained Ethel and then we bursted Kamarabi down. And now we optimize it even further. Now it's like a 3-minute fight where you would burst Kamarabi down first, then chain Ethel. And yeah, it's just really interesting to see how the stress have developed. So the way we do it now is we're going to rush to Interlink 3 on both Tyon and Noah. And we're going to use Noah's Interlink 3 to take Kamarabi down. He has a weaker defense, physical defense side, so we're going to take that to our advantage. He's also beefier than Ethel, so we want to... so once we get Tyon's Interlink 3 and we take Kamarabi down, we use Tyon's chain to hit Ethel on her weaker Ether defense side, and also because she's squishier, she will die in basically 1 round of the chain, ending this fight ideally in about 3 minutes. So it is pretty dangerous because you have 2 really strong enemies here that can do a lot of really annoying things to your characters, like launch and smash them. So you really want to pay attention to your aggro here and try to keep your tanks alive.
Yeah, not much I can do about that.
Yeah, that's not good, yeah.
That's a problem again. Whenever you revive a character, whoever revived is going to get a lot more aggro, just to punish you from.
Okay, no,
both
we
healers down,
gotta
yeah.
restore this. Yeah, that was unfortunate.
I wasn't doing my job, no.
No.
You had 1 job, Lance.
Yeah, this is why this fight's not super fun. That's okay.
It is super sick seeing both Ethel and Kamarabi fighting in their Levenesses.
Yep. And also the weapons that they have in their Levenesses is mirroring what they
Yeah, they just
actually
got
use.
giant versions of their own weapons.
Yeah.
It's great.
So we're controlling Tyon here because we want to get him up to at least like Interlink 2, then they can like try to get like the last level of Interlink themselves. And also because we really want to make sure we're on top of our healing. The healer AI is kind of bad, not gonna lie. Especially at building Interlink, so we want to do it for them, and at the same time make sure that we use our healing ourselves of cooldown, so we can keep our tanks healthy here. Izzard doesn't actually provide that much healing. I mean, he does provide some, but it's not going to be like a tremendous amount. So we want to make sure Tyon's doing a good job here. And then afterwards, we can sort of like try to help Neo and Noah out if they need a little bit more of a boost. But once we get Neo to Interlink 3, we're going to use that Mega Spinning Edge again to chunk Kamarabi here. Really dangerous part about this fight is Kamarabi because he has so much AoE with that Heaven's Flyer Bloom and also that Conflagration Blade that can inflict blaze onto your entire party. It seems like we should be good here. Lance should survive. Lance shouldn't die here. We should get our Interlink 3 very soon. Yep, there we go. There's Interlink 3, so we're just going to pop that immediately. Pop Lance as well.
As, the interesting thing about Lance's Interlink is that it's going to help building aggro, so every time it's popped, you can make sure that like the aggro is going to be on Lance, which is pretty nice.
And Tyon does have Interlink 3 as well, so we can basically just take Kamarabi down here and then Interlink Tyon and get him to chain.
Nice.
There we go. I don't know, my glorious wing in. Nice.
Oh, he got the
Nice.
Glorious Wing off in time. That's nice.
That's helpful. It doesn't lose much time. It's still nice to get though.
All right,
That is
so
not the right ability. It's
like
okay.
we did mention that Ethel has a weaker physical or ether defense side, and she's also just naturally less tanky. So we might see her just get one shot here in the chain. She did take a lot of AoE damage from that Mega Spinning Edge as well. That's gonna help chip her down.
Yeah,
Dwayne Johnson coming in.
Dwayne the Rock Johnson there with that huge rock. Yeah, okay, yeah. So Plexa didn't get like a ton of buffs.
yeah, I might be
That's fine. We can always just finish in the next round,
Yeah,
the
it's
chain
not
if
a
we
big
needed
deal,
to. Yep,
It's
that's
still gonna
fine.
kill.
Yeah, so Ethel's down here. We were just gonna hit her one more time with like one of her swords just to get a bit of extra damage.
Specifically Senna, she's going to do the most damage.
Woo. 150 just from one hit. Let's go.
Yeah, power charge, tool belt.
Yeah.
Sure.
Easy.
Yeah.
Again, obviously, you get diminishing returns on your bonus. Like, obviously, you get like between 200 and 300%. Like, it's really quick to get there, and it just slows down. Yeah. So again, being able to retry fights and going into like an immediate new setup is really nice. Because O and P, yeah, just needed to just quickly change things around a little bit. We're going to be showing our first showcase of Stalker as well, which is lovely.
Yep. So this is the Mobius OMP fight. So this is the fight where we find out that we are not the only ones that can interlink. Mobius can also interlink. So we have O and P that are from Cavus and Agnes, one of them from each, and then they can interlink their Mobius as well, and become like this super strong Mobius, and also very ugly. And yeah,
Unnecessary.
so it is supposed to be like this really intimidating boss fight, but because we have the power of our
Friendship?
Ouroboros, we can. Yeah, basically the fight's gonna be over once we chain. Well, 95% time, 95% of the time.
Is it really that scary considering that they got kitty punched really hard?
Oh, this is also the Falcon Punch cutscene. Yeah.
The Falcon Punch cutscene is one of the best.
Oh yeah.
All right, so this is a very interesting strat. So this is a strat that's done purely for consistency. We call it early chapter 5. You can figure out for yourself why we call it after like we actually do it. But the idea here is you want to build to your chain with Mio, and then before we actually start our chain, we are going to do a very special setup.
Yeah, and the reason we're going to do that is, remember, if you want your hero to appear in the chain, it's going to be 89% because you've got 7 characters and only 3 rounds potentially. But what happens if, well, there is one less character in your party? If you're only 6 characters, suddenly your odds are like 97%, I think?
95% of the time to see your hero. The more important thing is actually to guarantee that you can finish with the Ouroboros finisher that you want. So if you have a full party of 7, and you want to end with, for example, Uni and Tyon's Ouroboros, there's going to be a 75% chance that you can...
Oh no, Mio died.
Oh no, Mio died. What are you doing? Why are you doing?
She's done it. I'm sorry, Quad.
Yeah, so basically, by using this strat, we can guarantee that we can see both Uni and Tyon in this chain. So we can always finish this chain with their Ouroboros finisher. And that's extremely important for consistency because it brings the success rate of the chain will go from 66% thereabout to all the way up to 95%, which is a huge increase to your chances of winning this fight.
And then this fight, if you get particularly unlucky, which we are not getting particularly unlucky, like you can even sometimes get through with missing Izzard.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a really good strat for just ensuring that you get past these few fights, because these fights, like these enemies have a lot of HP and they're very, very tanky, and so you want to use your most powerful weapon, which is the Uni and Tyon Ouroboros finisher, and because you also have like so many war medics in your party to give yourself that AOE, like those 2 free stacks of buff for that max additive damage. So yeah, so like again, Izzard is going to allow us to build the entire chain with just 2 people. We're going to use a few more characters in like last few rounds just to score like amazings, just to build that chain a bit more. But for the most part, it's just going to be Izzard and Noah soloing the first few rounds of the chain.
So
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, on top of that, why Mio out of everyone else? Well, first off, Mio's order is reducing aggro of everyone and boosting aggro of tanks, which isn't that great considering the boss is going to die. And she's a defender, which is not going to set a buff or deal damage, so she's not worth having in chain attacks, so that's why she's the prime character to use for this kind of strategy.
Yeah, and it's also the easiest one to set up to actually die because, well, she's a tank and she naturally just draws aggro to herself. So there we go, there's the guaranteed Tyon and Uni Ouroboros finisher. Tyon's Ouroboros finisher is actually slightly faster than Uni, so it's technically more optimal that we're getting his right now.
Buff time.
So we're gonna do a full stack of buffs here on our entire party, triple buff, ending with Izzard's Mirror Trap.
So that's about maximizing the damage, so 500% extra damage.
Yep. And so yeah, this strat is great not just for just dealing all that damage and actually finishing the chain. It's also gonna guarantee us pretty much a consistent large overkill.
So much damage.
So much damage.
It's like 40% on that one move. And then obviously the multi-hit purpose thing here means you can get as much of an overkill as you can, so...
Yeah. Oh, fantastic fight. 400% overkill is great. Yeah.
So yeah, the healer Ouroboros is actually the strongest one, surprisingly enough.
Yeah.
So there's a that cutscene just quickly. It's a very important moment where like what OMP do is because they're losing and they're really salty about it. Is they stay in interlink too long and they kind of like purposely execute what's called an annihilation event. Where they just kind of go, they just implode and just like destroy like a massive sphere of like the world. And just saying that they're interlinking for too long, which is why you get like the whole blinking thing and you jump out of the interlink.
Why the dragon exists.
Yeah, yeah. There's this whole thing where they keep hearing a noise, so they cancel the interlink. But that's kind of what happens if you interlink too long.
Unironically, during the random dragon that gets in our way, like the post cutscene of that is like, what's that blinking?
Yeah, let's jump out. Yeah.
Like, what is it? Why? Well, I feel like we should have to cancel it, but like, why? What if we kept going? And like, I don't know. What would happen if we keep going? And then there's answer.
Oh.
you know where when we were having that whole conversation about who's your favorite, character.
Do you know that there's a certain character that appears in the cutscene after the dragon?
After?
That's the first cutscene where we see Consul X.
And that's not who I'm talking about.
Who you should be donating for, so we can see
we
more
should
of
be
them.
donating for so we can fight her.
However, we have got. There's a thing we can do. I was saying earlier that when you do side quest things, like with Issa, you don't actually need to unlock his hero class to get him. Issa's in our party. Well, we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to run it over to this particular colony, and we're going to cancel out our fight with the Wrath of Ashira. Ashira is a very aggressive tank class, but she's kind of similar to a degree to Issa, where she can guarantee an outcome. So Issa guarantees a Bravo. Ashira can guarantee an amazing on the first turn, or any turn that you get her. But she also does, you can't use her again when you use her, but you also get power charge as well through the entire party when you use her as well. So if you use characters who have power charge with Glorious Wing, you can bring it back with Ashira at any point as well. So it's kind of nice to be able to get the amazing and also get power charging. But yeah, the amazing having like a big boost of like percentage is super nice.
Ashira's an incredible hero. She is so good, and she just... she provides so much extra damage in your chains when you use her order. It is extremely worth it to pick Ashira up here. And another very important thing that she does is she has the ability to launch using an art, so not a talent. So up to now, the only source of launch that we have had is Ogre, but that's a talent art which you cannot use in your chains. So having Ashira basically means that you can launch as long as you have a break in your part. As long as you have a break on the enemy, you can chain, topple, and then launch with Ashira. And yeah, so that's on top of all the extra utility that Bowie already mentioned, like getting the guaranteed amazing, being able to cycle free characters, get free characters back guaranteed.
Which isn't her as well. Like you can use 3 and then finish with her and get the other 3 back.
Exactly.
She can't come back.
And that's actually a good thing because you don't need her to come back. You just need that one round where you get like those free characters back, so you can guarantee a very consistent and a very just routing like Ashira chains is extremely consistent because she's able to provide you with such a reliable outcome of getting those free characters back. And yeah, again, like those extra damage, the extra chain damage ratio when you use her order plus that power charge is going to be very relevant for a lot of the fights where we use her. Nice.
So yeah, up until now, the only way to get power charge on everyone was Glorious Wings, which is kind of slow to set up. But if you suddenly have an order that you can use that basically doesn't cost time because you want to use it anyway to maximize your damage, then it's just better. You spend more time, like the same amount of time on the chain as you had with Izzard, but you skip the Glorious Wing usage.
Yeah, and that 50% damage is obviously multiplied by a huge amount of chain attack bonus damage that you get as well. So it's so crazy.
Like
Ashira was one of those things early
I
on.
want to caveat this conversation by saying that like the way that we use Ashira in chains is probably not the way that our viewers at home use Ashira in chains.
Hey,
Oh yeah, for sure.
But we won't spoil that.
Fair enough.
But to your point that you were going to
Yeah.
get to is that like day one, everybody knew that Ashira was going to be used.
Yeah, yeah. It was one of those things. I was like, I'm getting her. I don't care. I don't care. I'm getting her.
It's actually really interesting because, I mean, Ashira is still really good, but the way the route is developed, we've begun to rely less and less on Ashira.
Yeah.
The main problem with Ashira is just that in order to get the benefits of Ashira, you actually have to get her hero order, which is far from guaranteed, as we might know, like from all the value chains and stuff. Fortunately, we have strats now that don't exactly rely on getting the hero order. It's really nice if we can get them still. It's just gonna speed up the chains. Yeah, but right now we have strats that if we don't get a hero order, fine, just have to
whatever.
spend a little more time in the chain. That's fine. We still win.
It's a consistency in time loss rather than consistency on, well, I guess we got to retry the fight.
Yeah.
And the other thing about Asher, like the problem with the character is that she's tanking, but she doesn't have any good way to tank. So she's getting the aggro, but then she dies.
Yeah, like
That's
her like the whole shtick of like her particular class is that it's the aggressive tank. It's the powerful one. It kind of it does lean towards the agility side in terms of its stats. But yeah, it's just
Not as well as Zephyr.
yeah, it's not as good as Zephyr. But yeah, the whole like it's got good damage for a tank, but it's still a tank. So it's a bit of a weird class to fight with.
It's probably the most reliable class to draw aggro though, so it does have that going for it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a, like I was mentioning at the start of this run, like how this game does a really good job of like segregating jobs, like DPS do DPS, healers do healing, and then tanks like, draw aggro and don't die. I guess the downside of that is that when it comes to like these kind of hybrid jobs, like you have a DPS-ish tank, or you have like what else is a good example of a hybrid kind of like Thaumaturge?
I mean, the Thaumaturge.
Just
yeah.
quickly, capybara.
Capybaras.
Giant
Continue.
giant
This
capybara.
random rock in the middle of like this area that just has like capybaras on them, and also this humongous capybara.
Please continue.
Okay, yeah. So anyway,
the
like when it
Thaumaturge is like damage healer.
yeah, when it comes like this kind of DPS healer kind of classes. I mean, it's not saying that these classes are bad, but they just don't they tend to underperform, or they don't like really do. They kind of like they're kind of like a jack of all trades. They don't really excel at one particular thing.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of like their what they do individually in terms of battle, but they usually have either like a skill or some kind of thing that you can inherit into something else to make them better. Like the Thaumaturge's skills, for example, it's got some defense penetrating stuff that makes it really, really good. So
Yeah, exactly.
that kind of stuff helps for other jobs.
And then you have like the Lone Exile class, which is Ashira's class.
Oh, I stole too many things. It's fine.
So we just bought 2 devotional necklaces right now, which God, I remember like adding it into the route specifically, but I can't remember exactly what it does off the top of my head anymore. It's been ages since I've looked.
Devotional necklace.
Yeah.
Basically, what it
The
it-
revival stuff.
Yeah, it is an incredible accessory, which honestly we feel like should be an endgame accessory, but for some reason you can get it in Chapter 4.
Get it even earlier than this as well.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
So basically what it does is every time you revive a character, you get 90% recharge to all of your arts. That doesn't sound really amazing, but the way which we use Devotional Necklace and we exploit it to do some of the strats is really insane. And I think I feel like it's the best healer item because
It is.
we basically came to the conclusion that healing the stat healing doesn't
Not very good.
Not very good.
Like the first best healing item was Devotional Necklace. Next one is Titanium Guard, and then it's Shield Belt, then Titanium Guard.
Yeah, our end game setup is not gonna have any healing boosting items on our healers whatsoever, because the best way to heal is just to revive people and get the healing arts back.
And this is why right at the start when we were crafting all our gems that we never took the healing gem. We only took the revival speed and revival HP gems because those matter.
Those are insanely important. Yeah.
So quickly. So we said that we wanted to go to the sword, right? It's over there. But actually, we're in the Keves castle right now. And why is that? It's because for whatever reason, eventually, so we were told that there was a giant cannon that was firing like nuclear bombs.
The Annihilation event. The Annihilation event.
Yeah. And it's being built. It was built as a castle, and it's being aimed at our friends in Colony 4. So Noah, being the good guy hero that he is like, okay, no, we have to stop our quest. It's fine. We're going to take time and go to Keves Castle, destroy that thing, and then go back toward the sword. Which is kind of a problem in the party because Mio has a timer on her head that is ticking, really, and it's getting really close. At this point, it's like only a month and a half or so before he's gone. So like we don't have that much time to finish our quest and actually save her.
I think that kind of like sidetracking is also what kind of caused Mio to have a moment in Mactha.
Exactly.
As a thing as well, just a really small, like innocuous change that you may not have noticed is that we actually have a faster run speed now. When we liberated Colony Tau. Specifically in Mactha, the first like affinity level of that is a movement speed buff. There are 2 movement speed buffs and 2 swim speed buffs that you can get by when it comes to like your like passive buffs to all those kind of things, like being able to buy items or get like cheaper purchases, all that kind of stuff. It's all based on the affinity you have with the colonies. Every colony has 5 affinity levels and 5 upgrades that you can get to a variety of different things, like your lure, increased distance, all that kind of stuff. I mean, like how much you can sneak past enemies. The movement speed buff you just get as part of the story, or half of it. So it's like 25% extra speed, which is really good. And yeah, it's just part of it, which is really nice. We don't have to go out of the way to get that. I mean, it means that it's not really like a time save as such, but it's just nice that we get it.
And so, if you're thinking, hey, what about the second one? We're not picking Darkness Speedrun.
City level 5.
It's like city level 5.
No,
Yeah, we're not gonna get that.
Basically, finishing all the quests about the city. You're not.
Yeah, that's not happening. Very nice.
So enemies are kind of blind in this game. You're gonna see it a lot in the remainder of this chapter and like the start of the next chapter.
Right, so this fight is kind of forced because you need to open the door, and you can't open the door if there is a fight going on. We've explained that, and so we're just going to spam.
Oh yeah. But again, as you saw, the early buffs being thrown out just to kind of increase the damage that comes out of this. And obviously, doing atomized things.
Also worth noting that Tyon's Ouroboros has a skill that boosts his damage when there is debuffs on the enemy. Obviously, it's less good than buffs because buffs stack on the whole party, and so that's going to be a lot more buffs than debuffs, and also debuffs have the chance to not hit. And actually, what we did at some point is that we can trade skills to the other Ouroboros. So like. And so Uni's skill that is, I don't know his name, I don't remember.
Shared Blessing.
Yeah.
The one that increases damage for every buff you have in your party.
And we shared that to Tyon so that he has his buff as well, obviously.
And then for Uni, we gave her a shared curse at the start, the one that increases damage for debuff. But because it's not very reliable and it's probably not going to matter in chains, we actually give Uni attack 20% increase, which we actually got on Tyon just before the F1 Kamaravi fight. And then we gave that to Uni to provide her with a consistent damage increase.
Yeah, specifically when it comes to attack power, there is no difference between like magical and physical. It's just attack stat. So it's like attack matters is good for anyone basically for dealing damage.
So yeah, we're just making our way up the Keves Castle right here. This is like a 15-minute-ish kind of section of walking right after OP. And then it's going to get into another boss fight at the end here. So yeah, we're just kind of making our way up. This is, I think, the 2nd floor, and then we got a 3rd floor, which is the last floor.
Whilst we're making our way towards that bit, I guess we can throw it back over to Argic for a couple of things.
Very much. We got a $5 donation from Argic that says...
That Argic name sounds familiar to me.
Does it? Who could have done that, I wonder? But yeah, $5 donation train for the Consul X incentive. Come on, let's get that going. I put my money where my mouth is. Let's see everybody do it as well. Let's rally behind username Nails here. Let's get this incentive. We are less than $400 away for it. We can get that incentive, and it would put us up to $27,000 raised for Alzheimer's fondant as well. Your donations are going to an absolutely fantastic cause with the charity here. So do please keep them coming in with us. And like just to say here, like it does say one of the little things that we have is like as we speak right now, hopeful antibody treatments, vaccines, and molecules are currently underway, and it helps the scientists complete their quest for the cure And to do that, they need more funding for it. So you are helping in a massive way here to find a cure for Alzheimer's. So again, do please keep them coming in. Let's get this $5 donation train coming in. Give us whatever messages. I'm saying let me know your favorite character from Xeno 3, but just keep them coming in.
So this bit of movement here is quite finicky. There is like a bunch of UMs here, and there's enemies all around these corridors, but it's quite simple just to kind of run at the UMs and then kind of like grab their aggro, pull them all the way back, and then just run straight again. So the enemy we aggroed first is going to de-aggro when we get to this little ramp here. And then we can just do some nice little finicky platforming to actually jump up behind these elites. So we can just jump onto this ramp here and then jump over the top and get through that without any encounters.
It's really
That's
nice.
really nice.
It's actually pretty hard, so like...
Yeah,
good job.
that jump is very...
You don't want to go too far forward because then you risk aggroing the the enemies in front of you. And yeah,
Kevisis are...
kind of just want to wedge yourself in between the railing there.
Yeah, so for a while that was one of those things like, how do we get far past this room? And finding that jump particularly was like the thing that really made it so much more consistent and possible, really. So we're coming up to our next big boss fight, and I think at the end, coming close to the end of the chapter as well, which I think we'll probably, at which point we'll have our swap of runners, I think. So a couple more here for Plexa to flex on. Yeah, it's going to be quite a good one. I was mentioning earlier when we first got Valdi that he has a move called Cure Bullet, which is a debuff barrier buff, which is actually going to be very integral for the beginning of this fight. At this level, if you don't have debuff barrier, you lose. That's basically the end of the conversation. Like the boss has a very, very powerful AoE that hits basically the entire party, and also inflicts a very powerful blaze and dot damage debuff to you as well.
Yeah,
which is dirty.
The DOT is based on the amount of initial damage that it does, and because you're such a low level, the boss is going to do a lot of extra damage because of that damage level penalty. And then, yeah, at the same time, it's just a really dangerous fight. Mobius, D and J here has a lot of very, very strong arts.
Debuff barrier, Doom Rain, and then there we go. So all the damage is like over half, and then there's Blaze on Noah. He unfortunately has it, so he's probably going to just die.
But that's fine, actually. Dying is actually fine in this fight. We don't want too many people to die too often, but the way we've set our party up here is to try to get people to die, and then we can revive them, get our arts back. And then buffing actually builds chain as well pretty significantly, so we can do what we call like war medic spam. This fight is very dangerous. It's one of the more dangerous fights in the run. But it is still under your control. As long as you're doing the correct things, you should not wipe here.
Yeah, basically because...
right now I'm watching for a move called Chaos Arch. And
Yeah.
that's the thing that will kill you.
Yeah,
You should note that you can tell what an enemy's doing because there it is, Chaos Arch. So the name of the enemy, Mobius D and J, becomes a skill name, and you can see like the cast bar as well.
I specifically held Wide Slash just so I can dodge that ability.
Yep. And that's a beautiful setup into the chain there. Yep, very nice.
Again, the Mio death strat. We're sorry about that one. Oh,
And there we go. There's
perfect.
Ashira.
There
Perfect.
it is.
Perfect. Yep, so we have Senna and Mio here. Either one of them can die. And you kind of just need the extra tank because of the way Ashira chains work. It's not like Izzer where you can just solo build the entire chain, but it's very well worth it to have that extra tank in your party for the strat as well.
Don't pick Tyon.
Yeah, don't pick Tyon. Sheer chains are a little more, you have to pay attention to your TP building a little bit more. You don't want to, if you get a Sheer in the first round, you cannot pick Tyon in the second round. Okay, that's fine.
Didn't even offer
Uni
it.
is great, actually.
Yeah.
We haven't mentioned this before, but there's actually a hidden mechanic called Key Pair. And basically, every character has like a partner or multiple like different characters. Like if you use them in a certain chain, you're gonna get a higher chance of getting like the maximum increase to your chain damage ratio here. So Uni has a key pair with Ashira because they're like Uni's the inheritor of like Ashira's job, and she also has like a key pair with Tyon because like they're Ouroboros pairs. So if you use a Tyon order, for example, and then you use Uni, you have a higher chance of getting like the max bonus for that round. If you get an amazing, you have a max you have a higher chance of getting the maximum. I believe it's like additional 150% from that amazing. So yeah, it's not something that you like have to always go for, but it is a way to increase your damage in the chains, and we'll try to use key pair to our advantage to try to build bigger chains.
One thing to note as well is that when you go into your Ouroboros order, I'm not sure we mentioned this, you get every character available back. Like, everyone comes back, no matter how many, no matter if it's a good and amazing or a Bravo, everyone comes back. Everyone who could participate.
Except Ashura.
Apart from units that don't come back ever when they're used, of course. But like anyone who can return will return when you activate it here. So there you go. You can see that it comes back there, just a little flash. So
unlike OP, DJ has a ton of HP. Well, we
lot
want to get
more.
as much damage into this guy as possible. So
Yeah.
even these little chip damage hits with Uni can end up being relevant. We
Yeah.
want to get as much overkill as possible.
yeah, so there's the debuffs for obviously the Unon finisher.
Yep. So we don't get as many buffs as we do with Izzard, but because Ashura provides like extra chain damage ratio, it actually ends up being like about the same. And you, on top of that, you get just extra damage from Noah's arts that Ashura changed. The Ashura setup here just ends up doing more damage than the Izzard setup.
Hopefully we get 2 hits of Uni's overkill here.
Be fine.
It's gonna
Be
close.
fine.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, we get 2
right.
hits on the overkill there. 350 is pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good
Good
fight.
stuff.
Nice fight. Yep.
Very, very, very fast too because of the necklaces.
Alright, we got
Get-
a little bit of time between now and the final boss that I'll be doing. Is there any last minute things to bring up, Argent?
It's going to be the last time Quad is going to be able
Yeah,
to
Quad's
run
just
away.
pieced out, mate. I think you're doing
Oh,
it.
the whole thing. Alright.
See you, mate.
Anything from you, Agik?
I do indeed. We got a £5.
£5?
£5. Oh, aye, let's go, mate. I'm going back to my own currency. $5 donation from Jetka there with no message, putting towards the incentive. And we also have another $50 from username Niels.
Cheers.
You speedrunners have so many time saves and optimizations. But what about babies? You guys got any babies?
That's a question for Plexa, sir.
No, I don't. Are you my father-in-law?
Wow, I was gonna say, dude, like, that was, Jesus.
Hey, you're the only one married here.
That's true. Showing my age. Thanks, Legit.
Yeah. But okay, yeah, tie on.
See ya, Tail.
Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm done.
There we go. Got him off the edge.
That was a murder. I just saw that. You know what you did?
They're just going. I don't know why. It's
Yeah,
like,
there we go.
way respawning. Right, yes, we're coming up to the end of Chapter 4 here, and we are actually going to be fighting the Queen of Kevus. This is Kevus Castle, after all, and obviously, as we all know, it's 100% who we think it is.
Yeah.
It's not
Nia.
like there's
It's Melia Antiqua.
Melia Antiqua, yeah. And it's definitely her.
Maniac Xenoblade.
Yes. We also, I think this is the first time a party actually come face to face with Mobius N, who has an. Well, there's something I'll be talking about in a little bit that I always like to talk about, and I hope I'm allowed to talk about that, runners. I hope. There's Mobius N also has this kind of feature, which I think is more important to talk about a character coming up. But this fight is very, rather similar. Are you going to be doing your strat?
Yeah, I'm giving up on that, man.
Okay, cool,
I'm
no
going
worries.
back to this.
There's like a strat that Plex was trying out, but I think it's one of those ones where it can sometimes feel like quite inconsistent just because like the
Yeah, so
she's powerful.
There's
She's
there's
powerful.
two strats here. One is the way we just did DJ, and the other way is to do it how we did the Dragu. Like this boss is not much. We just need to get to a chain of some description.
Yeah. You can't defeat the Queen of Kevus. You can get her down to like very minimal HP, and then she'll just kind of like enrage, if you will, and end the fight. But yeah, you need to kind of knock her all the way down to like, was it 5% or something? It's not much.
That's like
Yeah, something like
3
that.
or something.
So no overkill, so we don't need to get any juicy extra EXP. We just need to
Yeah.
get to the threshold. And
All right, so we have our chain here, so we just need one of our tanks to die here, which should be pretty easy because me already has that aggro there. I don't know if we've mentioned, but yeah, the knock-on dog here really helps to
Really helps.
Yeah.
anchor that aggro on our tanks because they're going to be dying a lot, and you want them to retain as much aggro as possible. Our arts on Mio also help to rebuild aggro. Crash Out and Butterfly Blade both are high aggro arts. And on top of that, we also have the Silver Feather on Mio just to help her even more with that aggro generation.
I don't have the silver feather on.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine.
You can I didn't do it once, and I was like, you know what? Like the silver feather is so like weak effect. It barely makes a difference. But oh, this is the one thing I can't do. That's
You've done it anyway.
we'll figure it out. Just slightly
Driving
more
arrow.
TP.
So yeah, as I was saying, there's the there's the 25% bonus to your TP that you get if you start with a DPS, and then because you can kind of like guarantee an
gets the most?
amazing here. Panto?
It's Kevus. You're gonna be fine.
Oh!
That's why you don't pick Tyon.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really tight if you pick Ashirin and Tyon. So generally, try to avoid that. But yeah, if we had the option here, we'll go for a 4-round. Oh, there we go. There's. Oh. I mean, that's fine. We can still finish in.
You're
5
correct. Yeah, you're correct.
For going for a 4-round here is just like slightly faster than going for a 5-round. But either way, it's still a really good fight, and we're basically just gonna rush through the chain. We're not gonna bother building like too much damage in the chain. Just gonna complete the rounds as quickly as possible and end the fight. So yeah. So Plex is probably just gonna driving arrow here just to clear the round, and then the next round just stack 2 buffs and go.
Yeah.
We got a jam to this really nice chain music.
I mean, we've been jamming it ever since.
Yeah.
Like, you're not watching, but at least I am.
Too right, you pick mine.
Right, pick mine. All right, there is last part of chapter 4.
That's going to be the relay right after the fight.
I have one really important thing to do before we hand over.
Okay. Lob.
Roll the gun. And see, we don't even need Tyon's part here to finish.
That's some nice bleed right there. 4,000 per dot.
His Omega overkill. I mean, it just sucks that we don't get overkill from this fight.
Yeah.
And this is the one thing I really, really wanted to do, run away.
Yeah, so you have like a little window here where you can do anything you want, because like he's gonna use an art called Ether Barrier and it's gonna end the fight. And yeah, there's chapter 4. Woo!
At this point,
Time bears down.
All right.
Over to you, good sir.
It's my turn.
good luck.
Should we live the days that we have left? What should we spend them on? We saw one.
Oops.
Possible answer to those questions. Right, buddy.
Use the Wi-Fi.
Possible answer to
The Bluetooth.
but we cannot accept it. Not even as a last resort. After all,
Right, see ya,
it's the
Plexa.
only path that was open
Have a good night.
Sleep well, buddy. Sleep well.
Choose their own way.
Yeah, it is a long run, so you know.
That's why we fight.
We do allow, just for anyone being like, dang, this is a long run, we wouldn't be able to do it. We have allowed, as part of, you know, kind of the accessibility for the run, is that we do allow up to 30 minutes for a break at any point during the run. We normally ask to put it, is it like just put it on the pause menu or whatever, like somewhere where it's easy to discern that it's like legit. But yeah, we want to just, because it is a long run. Now, some people can do 7 hours fine, but not everyone can. So to have that ability just to kind of take a break, pause your timer, it's not going to matter, you know, just crack on. Just to allow yourself just to take a rest. So yeah, this is the beginning of chapter 5, where it's going to get heavy quickly. The beginning of this scene is kind of leaving that whole thing, and then like there's this moment where Senna will start, you know, questioning certain things, and you know, and there's a bit when Lands like notices. Oh yeah, changing the outfit, of course, from Goth Mio to
Order has been restored.
Yeah, there we go. To Orange Troubadour rather than Mint Troubadour. But yeah, so yeah, Senna was doing like a little bit of like, oh, she's got, you know, got the whole like the. Sorry, mate, you need to stop stepping on my thing.
Sorry. It's right there, though.
I know.
Problem.
It's kind of weird, but that's how it goes.
need
Yeah,
to move around to
she's
stay away.
got some imposter syndrome going on, and Lands kind of notices this and kind of starts to try and like connect and, you know, figure that out. But yeah, we've made it to the area where the Great Sword is, and we're going to be meeting this third faction that we were talking about with the grey mechs at the very beginning. This third faction is called the City. We don't know what a city is, you know, really, but the City is a group of people who are already outside of the warring factions, and they're basically the closest to humanity that you have, where they're living a human life, let's say, where, you know, because like there's a whole bit where the characters here don't realize what the idea of family is. They notice that like Arden and certain monsters will be together in groups, like, big ones and small ones. They don't really get what a family and what it means is, all that kind of stuff is, and they're going to learn a lot about what it means to be human and what humanity goes through.
Yeah.
But one of the really fascinating things about this is that over the course of this all, we've been talking about how, like, when they kind of, at the beginning, when they got into their new clothes, they suddenly started to kind of be a bit nervous and being a bit shy. They've always been making this natural growth throughout this journey, and then they're kind of, they've been really unaware of it happening, and then they just get thrown into, like, the reality of what's going on in their world. And I think it's a really, really big moment.
The fact is that all the characters are still human.
Yes.
But they don't realize it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, they don't, like, they're human in form and shape, but, like,
They didn't get the culture as well.
Yeah, they're brought up in this warfaring nation, continuous warfare world where they don't get to be human. But they are.
Yeah.
And you see that seeping through in all their characters.
Yeah.
There is an amazing moment between the characters as well here, and this is actually part of the reason why. I mean, they're always going to try and support us and protect us, because, like, Vandam at the beginning, who pressed the button to make us into Ouroboros, is one of the members of, like, the city, like one of the leading, like, members. And Monica, who just joined us, is kind of the daughter of Vandam. But a big part of that is that the reason that Monica kind of noticed something about them is that when the city surrounded the party, there's this moment when Noah just takes a step in front of Mio, and I was like, oh my god, that was a thing. And then the game immediately after, like, noticed that Monica did it, and it's like, oh, Monica noticed that he did that, and it kind of, like, immediately showed to Monica that they were that they weren't the part of that faction anymore. That they were kind of, like, realizing. And discovering, like, those kind of moments.
Yeah, like they come to the realizations of, like, who they are as actual people. Because, like, every single one of their stories is connected to some aspect of what it's like to be a human. Yeah. Like, be that PTSD, be that survivor's guilt, be that the time is running out, the all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So very human, but they don't recognize it at all, and they try to push it away because they're not raised that way.
I also want to bring up, this is my time to bring up Shania,
Shania.
if I may. So
I was going to mention her.
Shania is an awesome character, and she's got some overall growth that's really, really good. But I want to kind of talk about one particular part of this chapter, and that is, like, Senna's growth, and then Shania's part in that. So Senna hasn't really had too much of, like, the focus of her growth, but I was mentioning how she has this kind of imposter syndrome building. And she's a very, like, She had a very kind of, like, difficult early part of her, growth within Agnes, but Mio was someone who kind of befriended her and kind of looked after her. And then there's this kind of, like, nice parallel between Shania and Senna, where they both have, like, similar origins to the issues they're going through, but then this is an exploration into how that can affect you based on the support system around you. Now, something about Shania's design, which is incredibly, like, detailed, that I really think of and really love talking about, is the fact that Senna and Shania are designed aesthetically as mirrors to each other. And what I mean by this is that if you look at Senna's, like, arms and legs, she's a blade, and she's basically Bridget's daughter or whatever, or she's a Bridget. She's got fiery hair. She has, like, these blue lines going down the front of her legs and on her arms. And if you look at Shania's clothing, specifically her shorts and her sleeves, she's got red threads, woven into her shorts in the exact same places where Senna's lines are. And then the same thing on her sleeves. She is a design mirror to Senna as well, and it's kind of like using, like, the dark colors, the blacks and the reds versus, like, the whites and the blues and that kind of stuff that you have on Senna's side, which I think is a very, very wonderful, like, aesthetic mirror to that whole thing, and it's seen elsewhere.
It's all through Senna and Shania as characters, really, because, like, they're also plot mirrors of each other.
Yes,
basically.
exactly, yeah.
And I think a lot of people really criticize Senna's side story because it was all about Shania. Yes, it was about Shania, I get that. But the cutscene at the very start of this chapter, that is really, really good, by the way, is basically a retelling of Shania's origin story, emphasizing the fact that they had the same, like, growth and origin, except they had different influences at different key junctions of their life.
Yeah.
And that ended in very, very different ways.
Yes.
There's a really interesting scene where, like, these Agnian soldiers are questioning Senna, like, why do you pick this hammer? Why do you use this hammer? Like, you shouldn't use something more like this gun or whatever. And Shania has the exact same thing, but she conjures up a weapon that's not really hers, and she's really more of an artist, and she should have gone down that route in life. But, like, she didn't.
She couldn't. She wasn't allowed to.
Yeah, it's really sad.
It's there's those kinds of things. I like the aesthetic mirrors versus the narrative mirrors, like and that kind of
That's just
build,
good
build,
writing.
build up.
That is good writing.
One thing is also a thing as well is like Mobius N has that kind of like big like chunked X on his chest, which mirrors the belt X that Noah has when he's in his sword fighter outfit, like the kind of like the X he has across his chest. It's those kind of things, those kind of moments that kind of like show that whole idea of like the different choices we make in life and where it can take us.
I mean, that's all N's about, right? The choices and regret.
There is quite a big cutscene about choices and past
There's
choices.
an entire chapter called choices.
Yes. Anyway, the point, all that to say, Xenoblade good.
Yeah.
I'm going to join you in making a tea or a hot beverage.
It's a long run. It's a long run. But we're not doing too much here in the city. We're going around this compulsory quest with Shania. We're going around from location to location, beating Shania there because we're faster than her. There's not really much any movement tech either. We picked up that location at the warehouse, which isn't triggered by the cutscene, even though you enter it. We get that landmark for later on. We'll walk there to save some movement. We're gonna go right now into the very famous "This is how babies are made" cutscene, which didn't know you needed that in your JRPG.
It's so good. Like the whole thing about we're not human and we're discovering what being human is built up from chapter 1 up until that scene. And
It's built on even after this, man. It's crazy.
And,
But
and like people are realizing what it is to be human, and they're just like, oh my god, it's just so beautiful. And
there is
and
one
even
little bit of
as a
movement
player,
tech here. Like we're gonna get into this corner here, and that's gonna get the memorial hall location.
so cool.
It saves 8 seconds.
And so yeah, like this whole thing of what was I saying?
Babies.
Yeah, babies. Like it even gets the player because they got used to the fact that the characters just don't know what it's like to be human, and realizing that they're realizing what it's like to be human, what it's like to be a family, what it's like to live, is really a big emotional moment. It's really great. I loved it.
Yeah, so now we've completed Shania's tour around the city. We know what a city is. It's really cool. I wish there were more cities in this game, but narratively it doesn't make any sense. But we're going to grab this last camp here, then walk over to the modular warehouse, which will take us into the war room, which will continue the questing.
Yeah, basically this is Cutscene City. You've got Lemuria in Golden Sun 2, and you've got the city in this game.
You have to have some plot exposition somewhere. Like this comes at the heels of the revelation that the Queen of Kiev is a robot. Full spoilers, I guess. But like that whole revelation of like the city existing as a third faction in this world, it all kind of like culminates in like we have to explain what's going on to you, and that's the unfortunate consequence of the city.
But at least there is skippable cutscenes.
Yeah, skippable cutscenes are a godsend. They're fantastic. There's one thing we're going to do here that's like not compulsory, and that is we're going to get a conversation here to trigger that will eventually become the trigger for Monica's hero quest, which you may not immediately think of as like a hero you'd go out of your way to obtain, but there's a very, very good reason for that will become abundantly apparent as we go deeper into this run.
Spoiler, it's not for the hero.
What? We're not getting it for Monica? No, it's just for the Lost Vanguard outfit for Uncle Scottle. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. So now we're going to warp into Samon's little harbor-y thing. He's going to tell us all about the boat that he's built, which is... I don't know what you guys were thinking about this point in the game, but I was like, why are we getting a boat? That seems a little bit strange.
I was like, it's cool.
Like, it's not like boats are gonna allow us to sail anywhere.
Yeah, like
Not allow us gonna travel in water. It's not like it's gonna happen.
it's gonna be like point A to point B, like a little like forced cutscene or something. Like, yeah.
I know. I
So we're
was
gonna
pretty sure that it was going to be like a place where you would have a boat. Well, probably maybe because I was talking about it with someone who finished the game before the release, and he talked about the boat a little bit, and so yeah, I kind of knew what was going to happen.
So we're warping into Machiba Canteen to kickstart the Monica quest and cook some food.
Order some food, actually. I'm gonna order some food. This food is very important. Basically gives us Oh, this is the first actual like good food that we come across. The one that we ordered here in the canteen, it's gonna give us 25% extra food. That's not gonna be super relevant. It's gonna expire before like we actually get to the fights where we want it. But it's gonna every time you order food, Manana actually learns like a different version of the food, and so yeah, that's gonna allow Manana to cook like a 20% bonus food, and that's gonna be very relevant later, just to give us that boost of XP that we need for the rest of the XP routing.
Yeah, but like we used to cook a lot more. We've got it down to like what, 2 cooks now? 1 cook?
I cook like once.
Once.
I think once is fine, especially if we meet the incentive.
Yeah, if we meet the incentive,
We're gonna fight a boss.
fine.
It's gonna give us a bit of more extra experience as well.
So this kicks off Monica's side quest, which is most of the time staring at this screen, loading.
Yeah, Monica side quest is some really long loads.
So the reason for that Rocco told me, Rocco is one of the scientists that works on this game. He is an absolute legend. Thank you, Rocco, for your help. Is basically the game will load in the Chapter 6 version of the city to play out all of Monica's cutscenes. So it's basically reloading in another entire city instead of the one that we're currently in. So it like loads it when we start the cutscene, then loads it when we come out of the cutscene. It's egregious.
So that's how they're doing.
So I mentioned a little bit a while ago about enemies being blind. Well, this is, well, a very obvious example of enemies being blind. We can literally run up behind these guards, and as long as we don't get in front of them, we will just be able to access things. And if we're quick with our movement, we should be able to get to this without any issues at all, and avoid the aggro. Never mind. Sometimes the Avis aggroes you, sometimes it doesn't.
It doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter at all. We're gonna despawn it immediately and then pick up the 3rd item. The fact that we can do all these things without getting any, by avoiding all the enemies, basically, makes Monica's hero quest very quick. Now we're gonna walk to Lucas Aeon for, I don't know, we're gonna get Grey, right? We're gonna get the Full Metal Jaguar
Full
class.
Metal Jaguar.
Yeah?
Best class outfit for sure.
I tell you what, you're an X fan. You know what it meant when you saw that there was one called the Full Metal Jaguar.
Oh, I was so happy about it.
Oh man, it didn't play out the way I was expecting it to, but I still liked it. I was just hoping we had sliding slinger. That's all I wanted.
Yeah.
I just wanted sliding slinger. But no, it's a great job. Really, really cool job. Very, very fun. And I mean, for a long time, it was considered that was going to be definitely happening in the run. This is going to be. Sorry, I spoiled it a little bit. This is a bit of a fake out. We're not going to be. We're not getting FMJ. We're not getting FMJ.
Like, it's funny you mentioned that everyone thought it was going to be in, like, it was one of the first things being quad div was like, yeah, we're not getting that.
Yeah.
That seems silly. We used to come here, ironically, like 2 chapters ago, like right after we beat Doric, we used to come here and like grab some experience from Algara's Depths, which is, I don't know if it's a post-game dungeon or like a very, very ultra late game dungeon, but like, everything's like level 80. It's like everything is insanely strong. And as a consequence, we get like a ton of experience. It's like 4,080 or something. Like, it's a lot.
Yeah. But that's not why we're going here.
Well,
it is, yeah.
It helps.
It is, but...
We actually checked all of the late game dungeons because you can access a bunch of them very early. Like, there's another late game dungeon we walked by in Mac the Wildwood that we just ignored because there's nothing useful there. You can get, like, the legendary biter. And this one, we looked at, there's a container at the end, and we're like, we can't get the container, and dang, I guess that sucks. But then a runner from the Chinese community, we called them the legendary Chinese runner for a while. But there was a pair of them, Zin and Yinsi. They had independently started routing this game inspired by what Quad had been doing. And they actually devised a bunch of really cool strategies that you'll see throughout this run. They're still relevant. And one of them is coming back to Algares. So we'd just finished taking it out of our roots, and they're like, put it back in! And the reason is they worked out a method to get the container at the end of this dungeon. The container contains an item called the Shackle Ring, which is probably the most casually misunderstood item, but is just absurdly powerful. The Shackle Ring basically works by every art you use consecutively, it gives you more and more bonus towards the next art. It starts out at like the second art use you get 10%, the third one is like 25, the fourth is like 55, and the fifth one is like 80% bonus towards the next one, that is. So the sixth art will have 80% bonus across all of it. Like everything, damage, time spent in reactions, like just reaction chances, everything. It's insanely powerful. And you'll see why. It is so powerful, it's actually worth this, what is it, 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minute detour? It's ridiculous.
It's not going to matter for quite a bit, but
It's not, but
when it will, you'll notice the difference.
Yeah, we'll very clearly point it out when it happens. Well, we won't need to do any pointing, actually. It'll be very obvious when it happens.
Yeah, it'll be on screen.
But we just have to make our way through Algaris. It's like a little bit more, more, I would call it platforming, but it kind of is.
Oh, sorry, were you gonna say
ahead.
something? Yeah, I was gonna say the reason why we come at this like specific point in the run is because we're already in the Etir region to do Monica's quest, and every time you travel between regions, it incurs like a really long load. So by lumping it together with Monica's quest, you can actually save like about 23 seconds in terms of like loads. So that's the reason why we do it here. The bonus XP from just running through this place is also going to be relevant, allowing us to hit like a higher level threshold earlier. That's routed in for like our experience route.
Yeah, the other reason is we have the movement speed bonus, because you can come here earlier, like I said, just after dark. You can get the container, although it's less consistent for reasons that will become clear. But we've never really found a use for that extra experience. Like all the strats now, like they don't change all that much with the extra experience. It is faster, but not enough to offset the time lost by coming here early.
Yeah, you lose like a minute in the movement speed on top of
the
and
loads.
then you have like loads.
Yeah.
That's another almost 30 seconds.
So we're here anyway for Monica's quest, so it just makes so much more sense to come now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna tag this camp, target any enemy in here, and then immediately give up. That's going to reset all the enemies back to their default locations. That's a very important part of giving up, by the way. We're going to run around the side of this room that avoids all vision from everybody, and then we're going to wait for the big dragon to use a particular scripted animation, which is he's going to walk forward. There we go, we've got the fast pattern, which is a bit spooky, but it should be fine. That would fail if we tried earlier, by the way, if we tried it in Chapter 3. And during his walk forward animation, the dinosaur will not aggro us. So we have just enough time to get in there, open the container, grab the contents, and get out of there. It's also convenient that we can just press the plus button and warp back to the Remembrance Stones, which places us right where we need to be for Monica's quest, and where we're heading for the side story, main story kind of thing, which is kind of get the ether cylinders. And once again, we can enjoy more load times because we're reloading the city again. Argik, do you have anything for us while we're looking at a blank screen?
I do indeed. We have a $5 donation from Nick Barger Hodkins, who says, "Great run, team. Keep up the great work on all sides," and puts that $5 to our remaining console X incentive. $332
Let's go.
is remaining. We
Get it,
are
get it, get it.
almost there. When's the cutoff for that? What time are you?
Like Chapter 7.
Yeah, so we've still got a little bit, but not too long.
Don't
so come
sleep on it.
Yeah, exactly. Don't
More
sleep on
exciting
it.
the earlier
This
you do
guy
it.
is fast. Here we will be over before we know it.
So keep them coming in. $334 left.
And we're on the front line.
Yeah, because I trust everybody, I'm actually going to do part of the stuff that to unlock that boss. There's actually a conversation here. This one right here. This one's required to start the entire thing that unlocks like Consul X. So I trust everybody. Oh,
Don't let Quad down.
Oh no, it's agreed.
oh no!
Agreed.
Well, I'm so jelly.
Well, so jelly.
Fortune clovers, mate.
Oh, yeah. Fortune.
There's like the layers to this game are so good. Just like the Uni gets this thing with like fortune clovers. They're like, I don't know, this prized rare thing that we heard a little bit about in Colony 30. Like it keeps coming back with Uni as like a recurring theme. It's so good.
It's really what's so nice about
That's-
Xenoblade games.
That voice line is really good, by the way. It's such a. Tyon just said, Senna, maybe we can walk closer together, which I believe is a little bit of a nod to Xenoblade 2. When you're running through Tantal, it's really, really cold, and like Nia is like hugging Pyra, because Pyra just gives off warmth because she's a fire blade. And because of like Senna's burning hair and it's freezing up here, he's like, can we walk closer together, please? I don't know. Maybe it's got nothing to do with it, but it's
It probably does. Like, maybe not a reference per se, but
not a reference, but yeah, it's like it hitting the same notes at least.
So, so right now is like the only divergence between what me and Quad do. We used to like kind of diverge quite a lot. We used to have like differing in-game strategies. The DLC that dropped on Thursday has kind of eliminated all of that. So this is now the only difference. The Quad's done a setup there with his Ouroboros to kind of buff them up quite a little bit. in particular to get more AoE damage across things, because he's going to use interlink spam to kind of take out these trash mobs. The consequence of that is that he gets one less container than I do, plus he uses Uni as Lost Vanguard for a little bit, which pleases Scott a little bit, which is fun. I do a different strategy. I use a power charge smash setup, which is kind of cute, but yeah.
Well, excuse me. Whilst I was gone, did you guys? That was weird.
We're running out of differences.
When I was gone, did you talk about Lost Vanguard's like whole
No.
thing?
No,
But
we just
that was
said we
bad.
unlocked it.
Okay.
We didn't say why.
Yeah, I
So
mean the word came up. The magic word
magic
that we're all
word.
really excited for. Smash.
Yeah, well, we can talk about that later. We're not going to see it for until the end of this chapter.
I basically have Uni on Lost Vanguard just to farm ranks on her, and that saves coins.
The alternative is you have to pick up like a 5-point chest back in the centrage, which costs like 20 seconds. Yeah.
So like generally the last Vanguard class is just really bad.
Man, it's pretty good.
It's pretty cool.
We
like,
found a use for it.
I mean, even casually, like spike tanking is
It's
sick.
it's a good
Like,
tank.
Yeah, I like it.
It's like heavy guard plus.
Yeah, but Vanguard isn't that great.
Look, I know that's like the bad part of like the description of that, but still.
So like yeah, like it's not good. It's not Zephyr.
Just quickly, Quad also picked up an item called the Gust Bracelet, which gives you all of your master arts immediately at the start of battle. When you're on Mio, you can basically buff with maximum duration, and then just spam everything down. So it's going to basically allow this Ouroboros strategy to be even more effective. It's really powerful.
So yeah, like Last Vanguard isn't really that great, but what's generally in this game, if a class isn't great to use, it has some really good master arts or master skills. So just like Flash Fencer, which has power charge that you can trade to other people, like it's really good for that. Lost Vanguard has some really cool stuff that it can give to other classes.
All right, so now we're gonna go back to now. This is where we're gonna start incorporating like the extra DLC that we just got like a couple days ago, which we scrambled to do the rerun. Fortunately, we were able to finish the route in time. Firstly, we're gonna get praised by Samon here, so thank you, Samon. He's gonna tell us
Well
we did a
done.
good job. Job well done.
Job well done.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Samon. You always get to hear that line because like it's like even if you skip the cutscene, you still hear that line. Okay, so yep. So now we're gonna warp to the city camp. That's the closest to the next cutscene. Actually gonna level everybody up here.
Yeah, so the DLC, like, we didn't think it was going to change too much, and then we were wrong.
That's the thing. I mean, even like I think the first one of Xenoblade 2 was quite impactful, but it just kept getting bigger and bigger. So to finally get something in DLC that actually does change it up more than just the
I think
coins
that,
and the accessories.
The way this run works is that it was very unlikely that a hero was going to change things substantially anyway.
Right.
Like, because you're only getting a hero. That's it. And there, unless like the unlocking quest is really short and the class is really powerful, it's really hard to justify going out of your way to do anything. So the hero itself had to be really strong. And it turns out, well, Masha is very strong. Another class really carried by like one or two skills that are very impactful, but that'll become very relevant in a chapter or the end of this chapter, start of next chapter.
Yep. So right now we're gonna actually go and pick up Masha. She's our DLC hero. And yep, I kind of delay like this entire part here because right after this cutscene and we pick up Masha, then I'm gonna go to the shop.
And yeah, because of Masha appearing on Thursday, basically meant that those two guys have been rerouting the whole game, the whole rest of the game, really hard through all of this, changing all the strats, etc. So like very.
That's the thing, right? Like we kind of already knew what we were doing a little bit. Like
I'm just trying to hype it up.
I know, but like we have done so many different variations on the last part of this game. During this, yeah,
That's
yeah, that one.
Scratch that.
So we've done so many different permutations of the final fights. We kind of knew what our options were for every fight. Like I've been running Fiona in the end game. Quad's been running Miyabi. We both run Ashira at some point. And all three of them, like they've got different pros and cons, and we kind of know how to optimize each of them within the confines. And I think at the end of the day, we kind of think that Masha is like a hybrid between like the consistency of Miyabi with the high points of Fiona. So we kind of knew exactly how to exploit that. So it was very achievable to reroute the last couple chapters. Although there's plenty of optimization still to be done, but like we could, it was not crazy to undertake it with like a day plus flight time.
And so so
This
I
is,
guess-
a small, this is a small area, so
Yeah.
like, you gotta.
this was like the first part when the first time when I played this game. Then my mind just got incredibly blown when I got to this area right here, and then when you sail out here and it's like, okay, I have a boat now. How
big could it be?
Yeah, how big could it be? And then you realize this place is absolutely massive.
Cadenzia's
Like it doesn't look really big until you get off this boat and then you start swimming and you're like, oh my gosh, it is so slow.
Like basically, you've got to imagine if this thing is a circle, right? We've been doing all of this up until now, but what about this section? Well, it's pretty much what's left.
Yeah, there's so much content in Cadenzia. I love the theme. I love everything about Cadenzia. Like, how did they get boats so right, but the controls so wrong?
Thank you. It is a tank.
There is like one thing you can do to make the boat better is that if you put the default camera on, you can like control it better. But I do it here to get in here easier. Like quad goes to the side, I go to the other side. They work out at the same speed. Only because the left side gets this sick little drift in, but it's all good. So actually, you're not meant to come here. You're supposed to go to Venisog Holm as the quest is suggesting. But by visiting this camp early, it's going to allow us to like significantly speed up the next quest we're going to do.
Yeah, because once you go to Venisog Home to trigger the story cutscene, it actually locks off the back of that island. So you have to run through from the front, and that's a lot slower than just sailing on a boat when you're traveling a lot quicker.
Really slow.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, we were like going umming and ahhing about the Lunae rings for a very long time. Like the Lunae rings are an incredibly strong item. You probably found them if you played this game casually. They're a legendary item. They give you plus 100 to any fused damage. Bowie is a big fan of the Lunae rings.
I mean, like Lunae rings a lot, but it's just you just cannot justify it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, not anymore. Like when it was early, it was one of those things where like we were umming and ahhing about it, and I thought it was like it's double damage when you fuse. It's not good for chain, but for anything else.
Well,
Oh, it is good for
it's
chain.
good in chain.
Yeah, because it's fused in chain.
Fused in chain. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's cancelling. I was thinking
Yeah.
cancelling. Yeah. So it's still very, really good. It's
But like
double
we
damage.
were considering it when you had to go by foot because you get the items when you go by foot. But with this discovery, which I think also Yin and
No, Tyler did this.
Tyler did
Oh,
that.
Tyler, you obsessed.
Hey, what I find really funny about you saying that going in the back that way rather than going from the front of the island, I thought that campsite was the front of the island because that was how I got there the first time. I never knew about going in the other way. I experienced Corn Island. I was like, oh look, there's a beach back here. That was how I kind of that's how I experienced it.
This guy spent like all of his playthrough not doing the game. It was fantastic. It was
Sorry.
like
I got here at like 50 hours, and I think I completed it at like
side quest
111.
everything.
Like, this was half of my playtime.
You know,
So, with a little bit
meanwhile,
of
it was
movement optimization here, by the way. We're going to visit this island here. It gives us a little bit of experience, which is like not super relevant. It's nice, I guess. But we're mostly coming here because we have to come back here later on. It's kind of on our way, but not really on our way to the next piece of prison information. But we'll do our best. That Gogol's annoying. Gogol's by rule of thumb are annoying. So. It's okay. We just got to run up here to get the Cascade Crossroad landmark and then reset. And it's convenient as well because it resets the boat position, so it's not like the worst thing in the world.
despite you can see right now that the distance that you have to run is pretty big.
The camera distortion when you're in the boat just makes everything seem small, but it's massive. I mean, just look at the quest marker. It's like 4,000 meters away.
Yeah. So in the previous route, before we got Masha, we would like level right before we got off the boat here. But now, because we have to get Masha and she automatically inserts herself into the party, that's why I took the camp earlier. The reason is because you want the levels on Ashira. Part of the level penalty is actually decreased reaction chance. If you're 10 levels below your enemy, you have a 20% penalty to reaction chance, which includes launch, which means that for some enemies later, if you don't level Ashira, she's going to have a 20% chance to miss her launch. which is not good. So that's the reason why I had to take the camp earlier, and I can put Ashira back into the party like soon-ish.
Yeah, I suppose you're doing that just to avoid the, oh, this hero's quest is going to deactivate blob.
What do you mean?
Because you can just put a Shira in now.
I'll do it later in the menu when I'm doing the
oh, you're
the
using
quick
it
save.
for the interlink spam, of
Yeah.
course. Yeah.
And so the thing is, Masha, I don't really want to use Masha for the next fight. The reason is being like Masha can theoretically do stuff on the next fight because she can buff and but she's too squishy and she would basically just die at the start of the battle. So having a Shira there is actually better because Shira just doesn't die, and then she can also launch, which is nice. Helps to immobilize the enemies a bit.
Oh, I know why you're doing this now. You want Masha to have the levels.
Oh yeah, and Masha also just joins your party at like a higher level. Yeah.
That's the one.
So what we're trying to do right now, story-wise, is after visiting the city, we're basically trying to get to the other queen of the world. So we've got the queen of Keves, who is basically a robot right now, and we're trying to find the real queen of Agnes, who is basically Nia from Xenoblade 2. And there is a character that knows where she is, and their name is Gondor. But she's in a prison right now, and we need to...
Oh, there's a girl.
Yeah, well, do we know if she's a girl or not
At this point, we don't.
So I'm sticking with with what we know, okay? I'm trying to avoid spoilers.
Then why'd
somewhat.
you say she? Why'd you say she?
Slip.
And now we've labeled the points so the entire world knows. Congrats, guys.
But yeah, like she knows where she is, so we're trying to locate where the prison is because she's in a prison right now, and that's basically what we're trying to do. And once we have all the information, we'll try to infiltrate the prison, exfiltrate her, and get the information and win. Find the queen and get all this thing like over.
Good old-fashioned prison breaks. Nothing's going to go wrong with that.
I'll just say that this is leading into like one of the greatest set pieces I've ever seen in any game. Like this whole sequence will live rent-free in my head for all eternity. The only other one that will do this is the end of Final Day from Neo the Angels of World War II. Like those are the two things that will live rent-free in my head forever.
Yeah, everyone's got eye patches, by the way, because the irises that every character has, Mobius can kind of see through that. So by blocking off our irises, they can't track us.
It's like what you do with your computer's camera.
Very quickly, now we're going to do a little bit of movement tech here. We're going to despawn these guys, which is kind of trivial. And then we're going to get past the next layer of dudes. And to get past the next layer of dudes, we're going to do a little trick, which we're going to save the game, get out of the game, and reload the game. What's that going to do is it's going to force the dudes to reload. And in the time that they're reloading, we have enough time to go and talk to the terminal. After Quad does the menu.
It's part of the protocol, isn't it? Quick save, though. Big fan.
Yeah, we used to do this with training mode, but training mode has a number of drawbacks, including being slower. So
it's like 1 second slower.
Yeah. It also closes the door behind you.
Yeah,
so
so if
wrong,
you fail, you lose like over a minute.
So this is not only faster, it's also safer. And if everything goes well, there's a slight chance that Quad will be able to skip aggro after the fight as well, which saves or give up, basically. Beautiful, expertly done. And that avoids having to fight anything, because why would you fight things in a speedrun?
Good question. So yeah, there's the legato.
Because an incentive was met. That is the answer to the question.
That is true. Meet that incentive. Let's go.
Right.
So that was legato prison information 1. There's one more to do. And this particular fight did take a while, I feel. So this is why we went to Corn Island a little bit earlier, because when you go to this back half with the camp, you get into a fight with 2 Testudos that will immediately summon a bunch of dudes. And until like Unon spam kind of stuff like this, with all of the buffs came out, there was a lot of trying to figure out a way to do this fight really, really well. It was just like a lot of stuff, because you just lose characters instantly and just die, and it was pretty tricky. But then this happened, and it was a little bit more manageable.
Yeah, it's funny, like, when I was first routing this with everybody, another member from the community, Aeon Frodo, she messaged me and she was like, oh yeah. I was like, oh yeah, I think that we can use like Tyon Ouroboros to kind of like do this fight. She's like, oh yeah, we kind of settled on Tyon Ouroboros as well. They just used it in a completely different way, and I was like very surprised. But this interlink spam stuff is just, it's our bread and butter for AoE fights. It's too good to not use it. But that's okay. This fight looks like it's going all right.
So that's not quite a kill, but that killed all the ads and everything. So just dealing with enemy is really, really easy and simple. So really shouldn't be hard to close it up.
Yeah, this fight's only really dangerous when there's like a gazillion enemies in the way. Now that they're not here, it's...
Wow,
Yo, it was
a nice smash from Uni.
I'll screw this.
I actually missed the opening launch from Ashira. It's really weird, because usually the one that you miss is like the topple. Ashira just didn't want to launch this time.
That was so weird though. Like, you know, Uni sitting there smashing. That wasn't too strong. Smash must be bad.
Yeah,
Smash is not good.
probably not.
Yeah, that's
good.
fair enough.
Okay, anyway, that's done. That's
So yeah, that's two parts of Legata information. You can now take that back to the camp where everyone's hiding out, have a bit of a chat, and then we'll be able to make our way.
The really crazy thing is, in all of Cadenzia C, that's the only stuff you need to do that's like plot related until like way later in the game.
Yeah.
And there's all this other stuff that's going on in Cadenzia that you just never have to see it if you don't want to. You can spend so many hours just exploring this place and just enjoying the experience. It's so fun.
Oh yeah, so if you look at those lines are just where we've gone, like, and they're tiny map, like tiny parts of the map. When you're running around the other areas, obviously what you unveil on the map is what's on the mini map on the top right. That mini map will just move around, and that's what's kind of like shown off when you are moving around. But you could see how tiny that mini map size was into the size of this place. It's insanely large area.
Just off to the right here is where you can start Fiona's hero quest, and previous routes that I like to use would get her. DLC 3 has changed that, so goodbye Fiona, you can deal with your problems on your own.
And the main reason why they would pick up Fiona is because she can share power charge, which is really nice in the chains, for reasons we'll see later. But yeah, that's the main reason why you would get Fiona. But yeah, now we have like a section of just like traveling to the next area, so we could pass it over to the donations.
Very much. We do indeed. Holy fudge, more just came in as I was near looking there. What the heck? All right, so we have got a $15 donation here from Zakarazi that says, what a great foundation to work for. Alzheimer's hits close to home after watching my grandma endure 11 years of it. Really hoping the same never happens to my mum. Please keep up the great speedruns and charity work. Awesome prizes too. Donation goes to the Consul X fight.
Whoa!
Well, keep that going because you're going to need to do a bigger one now. We got a $241 donation from username Niels.
Username Neil.
That says, where was Gondor when Westfold fell? This will be my last donation to this thing. So it is up to the rest of chat to finish it. Now, it was sitting requiring $73 left to require it. But then we had $50 from Dragon Gamer.
Whoa, Dragon! Wow, okay.
Said, huh? You seem to have forgotten about getting Fiona and grabbed Masha as your hero. Let's spark Alzheimer's so that nobody forgets Fiona ever again. I also don't want to forget Fiona, but I think it's more of an accent thing than anything else. And then finally...
Nice.
Yeah.
That was niche. That was niche.
Yeah.
That was niche.
If you know, you know.
You know.
But here we go. $350 donation from Gren. Simply says, this is just for you, Quad. And we have met the defeat Consul X incentive. We will be fighting Consul X there as well. And if you still want to fight for a little thing here, we do have the long hair and short hair bid war. That's coming up fairly soon.
Yeah.
So, but you make sure you set up for X. I know you've started it, but now it's definitely happening.
Oh my god.
Awesome.
Gran, you're insane. Big shoutouts to Dragon as well. Dragon has been like doing routing alongside with a bunch of us as well. Brought in some pretty interesting strats like with the Fiona.
Dragon has very interesting ideas.
Now, what kind of interesting are we talking about here?
He was actually the very first person to tell us, hey, you should use Interlink 3 on the Dragon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I actually didn't realize that. I kind of just did it on my own, but then like whatever. Doesn't really matter.
I think long hair bringing it back a little bit there.
No, stop it.
Shush. Yes.
Short hair.
Long hair.
Long hair is better.
Long hair is better. You can do more with it.
Dragon was actually the first person to suggest that we choose Fiona. Well, the way in which he used Fiona was a lot different than what we ended up doing. But it was still like, you know, really. It takes that one person to, you know, to get the ball rolling.
It's to that point that, like, actually the way that he was using Fiona is kind of the way we use Masha, like a little bit. Like, not exactly the same, but like the strategies work out very similarly. So, like, even though that work was done and like was ultimately not used, it's kind of come back and like is relevant again. It's really interesting how things work out that way. I love it when like you do a bunch of work and it's like gone, and then like something happens and it's relevant again. Like, my favorite examples from Golden Sun. I told myself I was not going to say anything about Golden Sun, but it's come up. And Baal Nocturno, an ESA veteran, I miss you, buddy. He found this useless glitch that was like literally just for swag, and then like 7 years later, FX found this thing that like made it. Oh, now this useless glitch is essential to the 80% speedrun. I just love when that happens. Like, I love when work isn't wasted.
Real quick, back to the run here. This is a very difficult fight, so I'm gonna make sure that I'm set up very well.
Serious time.
It's fight against Gondor.
You
So I'm gonna make
show
sure
how
I
good
buff
you are.
my entire party up just to make sure we're well prepared. Oops,
Yo,
my finger kind of slipped.
Sick backflip.
Wait.
My finger kind of slipped. Wait, what?
Oh no.
No.
Oh, now we.
Retry.
You have to swim again all the way around. Oh.
No, and I have to go all the way back from the sea nod cave or something, whatever it's called. Oh, look, we're in prison.
Game over.
This is the bit when it's kind of like, I remember I was doing like 12-hour days of this game. I was an idiot, but I was like 8 hours into my day. I was like, yeah, I'll just do this last bit of story, and you know, we'll just crack on. You know, and I'll end stream there, and then we'll just crack on them the following day. And I just thought, you know, it's just the next bit of story. Actually, no, it wasn't 8 hours in, it was 6 hours in. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's all good. Let's just do this. So this is a I have PTSD of this game.
I just want to say, like everybody that has played this game has an experience with this dungeon.
Yeah.
Like this area, like.
There's so much that goes on.
I'm going to talk about it at some point. I'm
Yeah.
just going to just spoiler warning already.
Yeah, but so you have like 3 days of stuff you have to do, and each day we're going to we need to try and blend in and not show off not show off who we are. We can't do any Ouroboros, transformation, all that kind of stuff, just to try and blend in.
It's so tropey.
Yeah. It's so exactly. Exactly. You might remember what I said at the very beginning of the run about tropes. But yeah, there's so much stuff where it's like, you know, we're going into the prison. We're going to do a prison break, and all these kinds of things that are going on. So day one, we're going to just go and do some collecting of some items and very, very simple stuff. And that area is actually strategies to that, because there are NPCs around that give you a bunch of the items that have already been like foraged for you, so you can kind of speed up the collection and hope you get lucky on the way as well.
The way we've kind of settled on this, and that Quad was right all along, is just you just get stuff. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
there's groups of 4 of like guaranteed clusters of stuff that we mapped out very early on. We just get those, and by the end of the fixed path, we have everything we need except. Wow, that is super
Are
unlucky.
you really going to try to get it?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
We have everything except the honey plums guaranteed, basically. But even if we don't get random spawns along the way, like that honey plum and that carna meal that we just got were random, there's a backup spot that we can just get them from. It kind of works really well. Sorry, we're just going to go along the path and just get stuff. So, Bowie, what were you saying?
I was just saying, you know, obviously collecting all of the items on day 1 and doing a couple more kind of like enemy culling on day 2 and 3. But yeah, as Plexa was saying, it is very like a pretty tropey thing that, you know, you have these moments where, you know, you've got like a prison break or some kind of like daring escape or some kind of thing like that. You know, in these kinds of games or stories that tend to be told. And if you remember what I said at the beginning, this game likes to sometimes play around with those expectations, and
we mentioned it at the start how like Senna has no character development basically up until the start of this chapter. Then they dial it to like 11. Like
there's a wonderful scene between her and Lance.
Everything is set up for her because like she gets the opening cutscene of this chapter, and then she has this wonderful chat with Lance about being the mighty weaklings or something.
Yeah. And I think because you were talking about how there's like similar origins, and you know specifically Shania and Senna having those ones, but obviously Lanz as well has his own issue. Like he has the survivor's guilt of, you know, losing Yoren, because he was harsh with Yoren when they were kids, when they were younger, when they were in training, And Yoren, did the ultimate sacrifice type deal, and then Lance is sitting there being like, I treated him like crap, and I'm the one who survived.
Why did he save me?
Yeah. Why did I survive this? And it's like those kinds of things where he's having to deal with that while Senna's also dealing with the fact that he wasn't strong enough. Lance wasn't strong enough for Yoren. He felt like he wasn't strong enough, and then Senna feels the exact same way for everyone, and obviously and for Mio and herself. Like she's not strong enough. She's not good enough.
Yeah. Like, the fantastic delivery. I don't know who the voice actress is for Senna, but like, did I do good out there?
Yeah, her name's Rachel LaChance.
Just
yeah, she's great.
the delivery of that line gets me every time. It's so good.
Yeah, she's very, very good.
Yeah, we have everything, so we just give up, walk back.
Cool. The expectations thing is insane. Yeah, it's gonna be easy.
Yeah, well, we're at the end of day 1. There's not a lot going on. Day 2 is we have to kill a Ferris. We got a little bit of time for anything Argak has for us.
Yeah, we got a bit of fighting going on here in the donations right now.
Hell yeah, dude.
So we got a $105 donation from Gren. Once again.
Gran.
Are you gonna do it? Let's hear it.
Here's another one for the proper Neo hair. Put into long hair.
No! Yeah! Wow, Gran.
Bren.
Thought we were friends, Grant.
But on the other hand, we have a massive $256 donation.
Wow. Vaxer?
From Vaxer.
Yes! It has to be that number, 256.
That says, to trim or not to trim. A deep question indeed. This one will take some thought. $64 to short hair. $192 to long hair.
That's my goat. That's my goat right there. I'm so swearing at you. You got me in the first half. I'm not going to lie.
Just very quickly back into
I think
the
it's Argak dealing with our expectations stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. So we're coming up on the Ferris fight, which is like... It's like the rope pull, but we have tools to deal with it. It's like potentially one of the most dangerous fights in the whole run.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be. But we just quickly level up Unity to level 10 on Lost Vanguard for one reason and one reason only, and that is we want to unlock Mighty Beat. It is a smash art that is Agnian in origin, so we can only use it on a Kavesi class.
And what's one of the strongest Kavesi classes?
I don't know, maybe Sword Fighter. So that's going to work out kind of well for us. So Quad's just setting up everything so we can maximize his damage for this upcoming thing.
accessories are
it's okay.
different slots.
I'm like
I'm
secretly really worried that like I've sold something that you need.
No. It should be fine. They're just in different slots, so my muscle memory is kind of...
Okay, fair enough.
But we do get Senna in Yum Smith outfit.
Yeah, look at the chef hat. So cute.
And like, this is like actually very important. Like, we've given Senna the shackle ring. And as I mentioned, the shackle ring increases the art effect of the next art, the more you use of them in chain. So we're going to do 2 arts into Flashback, which is her break ability, and with the extra buffs on the shackle ring, we're extremely likely, but still not guaranteed to hit the break. Fingers crossed. If not, there's another chance. But
Since calling it toe, by the way, we can cancel arts into other arts. Which...
Couple, land, launch from Ashera, then smash, fused with air slash for big damage.
So when we said that smash was really weak, it was because it was a tank class. It's one of those things. I mean, obviously we've did a bunch of setups too, but like DPS smashing is just like the roles are very like cleanly like linked. The DPS class deal the damage. That just showcases it so strongly.
So going to get Monica's hero quest and unlocking Monica for the job is 100% worth it because smash is extremely powerful.
It's so broken and. We basically have 2 options we can use for our smash. We can use it on the sword fighter, or we can use it on the fencer. Interestingly enough, we actually do use the fencer for smash, not its talent art, but actually like mighty beat. But for pretty much every scenario, the sword fighter is just going to be better because of that.
Barring this one particular instance.
Yeah, because of that one skill that just gives it extra damage against unique enemies and bosses.
Yeah. So this is the scary part of the Ferris fight. We want to get a very, very, very late smash here. We just don't want the Ferris to do anything. It can just AoE kill everybody if it looks at you the wrong way. All we need to do is build up that chain meter as fast as possible and then break it. all we got to do. That's the game plan. Once we do that, we're going to get into chain, and then you're going to see the power of Smash, basically.
The one problem with the Smash art that we have on Uni is that the Smash actually builds a lot of aggro, because that was from a tank class, right? So that's the whole thing. So every time you smash, you're going to take the aggro, and you're probably going to die.
We actually use that to our advantage in a lot of places. Like, it's both a blessing and a curse if you use it correctly.
Oh, that's kind of unlucky.
That's bad timing.
Yeah, Ashir's using a talent. Oh, fine.
That's fine. Good.
Yeah, instant break straight into it. Yeah, because you can do everything from within the chain attack. So
you can actually pick any order you want because this thing is so squishy. I didn't have to pick Pion, but it's fine.
It's one of those moments which feels like can feel like quite an innocuous change, but yeah, Tyon going into heavy guard just for all of that setup is just
Oh yeah, the reason why we have Tyon. Do you explain why we have Tyon in heavy guard? I mean, I prefer Tyon in heavy guard because he has the highest dexterity of any character in the party, which means he's the likeliest to land his topples, which is by far like the limiting factor here when it comes to like doing these fights quickly.
I'm pretty sure you cap here, which is why I use lands, but like you need Tyon in the next round of chains anyway, so it doesn't. It's like it's really just run.
I believe lands is not guaranteed to. I mean, he doesn't have the cap accuracy on. I think the Ferris and the Garafas. Tyon just barely hits the cap accuracy on the Garafas, I think.
I'm gonna check that afterwards.
I think so. I mean,
I think if with the gem and a carbon gloves, lands gets, if not close, like very like it is there. But it doesn't matter. Like I mean, you want Tyon on heavy guard for the gauntlet anyway, because everything you said is true. He has the highest dexterity stat. Like every character's got like their own like base stats. Like Senna's got the highest attack, for instance, and lands have Tyon happens to have the highest dexterity. So it makes sense to put him on a class that otherwise would be missing top a lot.
Like in general, like generally the stats don't actually matter that much. It's just a matter of like this is more of like min-maxing. But dexterity is the one stat that kind of like you do kind of feel it sometimes if you don't like have dexterity. Like for example, Senna's like the least accurate character. So like you remember the Grabbles fight at the start of the run. Like she never hits her top over because she's extremely blind.
Yeah, I would strongly agree with that. Like none of the base stats matter. Like Uni has the lowest base attack, but we're gonna use her as our primary DPS for a lot of this stuff because, well, lots of reasons. But dexterity, it really does matter. Like we already have to deal with the fact that we're 97% accurate at best anyway. So every point under that, you feel it. You really do.
Yeah, it's kind of like again setting yourself up for success, right? You want to make sure that you're giving yourself the best chance to do the fights quickly. Don't lose too much time to getting bad RNG.
I really hope it'll all go to plan.
I really hope it'll all go to plan.
Surely this will all go according to plan.
I think this is where the Mighty Weaklings cutscene happens as well. One of my favorite in the game. Love it.
All right, so we've talked a bit about Smash and why Sword Fighter is super good for Smash. This is the only instance in the run where we're gonna not use Sword Fighter.
And it's precisely because we have to clear out some Garafas. But they're just normal Garafas, so they're not unique monsters. So we don't get that inherent skill bonus from the Sword Fighter class. So we do the next best thing, which is we use Spencer, which is, well, it's pretty strong. It has that inherent power charge built in, which is nice. It's got a lot of other things going for it. It's just, because it's not a unique monster, it just makes sense to do this with Fencer.
Yeah, the Sword Fighter actually does come up quite short on killing the things.
And it's not even quite, it's like noticeably short.
Yeah, the only way you can like get close to killing it is if you get a lucky crit, which isn't very likely because the Sword Fighter doesn't have like the highest base crit.
This is just a really random thought, but earlier I said it was Rachel LaChance, it's Rebecca LaChance who voices her.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, I said Rachel earlier, I don't know why. And it just came to me, I was like, Rebecca.
I think it's because it's 5 a.m.
Yeah, that might be it.
She does a fantastic job.
Yeah, and you're doing really well.
So this break is basically guaranteed, so as long as you break, it's fine. The only drawback of Fencer is that it doesn't have an inherent break. And that's unlucky. Basically, the way Smash works, which you probably should explain, is that it will take all of your remaining topple and launch gauge and then funnel that into damage, basically. So every second that is remaining on the smash, on the launch and the topple, is basically 100% extra damage multiplier. So the longer it takes for a Shera to launch or Tyon to topple, the longer it takes for a Shera to launch, the less damage we're going to have in our smash, which is why the first one didn't kill, but this one did.
Yeah. That's why I also like having Noah as a fencer here. He's going to provide a bit of extra chip damage. Just in case you don't get the, like this one, probably not.
Yeah.
There we go, there's the Infinity Blade that killed it.
Nice.
Nice one, good job, Noah.
So now we're done with prison, and now it's time we got to break out of prison, or the prison escape, as I like to call it, which is going to be a bunch of trash mobs that we got to clear out. How do we deal with the AOE things? We use Interlink. Oh,
Yeah,
use
because
unit ban.
it's back now because we are actually not trying to
Yeah,
blend in
it's
anymore.
important. Up until this point in prison, we haven't been able to use Ouroboros because it would give us away. Now we're breaking out of prison, so no one cares. Putting lands on heavy guard here is very important. I spent 6 hours trying to figure out why Quad was faster than me, only to realize it was lands on heavy guard because he keeps the aggro on him, so the enemy doesn't jump around with changing aggro, because every time they change aggro, there's a slight slowdown, and over this many trash fights, over this many enemies, it adds up.
There is also the big comeback of the tactician class right now.
Yeah, we're doing it to unlock things. Tactician really shines in the upcoming boss gauntlet at the end of this sequence, so we're just doing it now. But what Quad is doing here is kind of precise. It's very execution heavy, I will say. What you want to do is you want to get everybody to kill the medic, except Uni Ouroboros. The Uni Ouroboros wants to kill the scout. The scout is the tankiest. It's basically the heavy guard of that group. And hopefully you can get your friends to kill the medic, because the medic usually goes far away and escapes the AoE of the spam here.
I've actually changed my approach like
You changed
slightly.
it?
Yeah, because Masha gives you like so much crit damage. I've been focusing on the scout, and I think that's working fine. I mean, you can optimize it if you want to.
We'll figure it out. Like, I mean, we've had Masha for less than a week.
Yeah, anyway, like the blow down here is kind of annoying because like things like to run really far inward.
We clear out these three, then we have to go rendezvous with Gondor. It's fine. Like, we get Gondor in our party, we immediately take her out of the party. She's helpful. So we didn't talk about Masha's skill and why she's so good. We've alluded to it, but Masha, the reason that she is relevant at all to the speedrun is that she gives increased damage on crit, which will become very relevant in a moment, but right now it's relevant because Tyon has a very high crit chance. So every crit he does extra, what is it, 40% damage?
40% extra crit damage, so it's like extra, I don't know, 165 over 125.
So I guess while we're on the topic of crit, Smash, coming back to Smash, it kind of all ties together, believe me. The point of the way that Smash does calculations is, and the way that it gets such silly numbers, is that you're taking different multipliers from different categories. The way that the game deals damage is it has like additive kind of multipliers, like power charge and stuff is a separate multiplier, chain damage is a different multiplier, crit's a different multiplier. So it's about optimizing your damage across all these different categories of potential ways of increasing damage. And crit being a multiplier external to everything else, so if you can add damage into crit, it's going to empower everything.
Yeah, again, that concept of diminishing returns. The more additive damage you have, like the less it's gonna actually increase like your overall DPS. So you kind of want to try to diversify your sources of damage increase.
And that's why Masher is good here, because we're kind of maxing out their Uni-Tyon damage with additive damage by getting all the buffs on everybody. So by introducing Masher, she can power up a different category of damage to increase our overall damage output. We gotta clear out, what, 3 more of these now?
Yeah. And after that, it's going to be free escape. Nothing that could go wrong ever. Like we've dealt with all the enemies, right?
Yeah, of course. Nothing can go wrong. This
Yeah,
is an anime.
Exactly, it's a simple prison escape.
And after that, we'll get to see Nia, and we're going to save the world, and
There's a cool
we're
little
going to
movement
save
tech
Mio.
that Quad just did, actually, that is really hard to do, and I can't do it consistently at all. There's a brief slowdown at the end of all these fights as you come out of Ouroboros form, but if you switch to another character, in this case it was Mio, right at the end, as you're doing like the killing blow, you can kind of eliminate that animation and get onto the next fight faster. It's a really cool optimization.
And it's been doing that ever since the start of this section too.
The only annoying thing is that last hit misses, then you have
Yeah,
to go
they have
back.
Yeah. That's why I said I'm really bad at it. Like, it's very impressive how consistently good at it you are. So this is the last pure trash. The next one is kind of mostly trash, but they do have an elite in there, which kind of changes the fight a little bit, but it's the same basic thing. But then we get into the gauntlet. There's a gauntlet of what, like 4 bosses in a row, 5 bosses in a row, 6 bosses in a row?
5 or something? I think it's 5.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, there's a
You
lot.
don't-
It's six in
Five,
total
five
if you include the.
Oh, okay,
break.
okay. Yeah, if you include the last one.
Yeah.
You don't notice it that much casually because like there's a bunch of cutscenes in between, but
Yeah.
it's very jarring.
There's a bunch of cutscenes. Yeah.
Actually, only like I don't know, like two cutscenes.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's like.
It's like 3, I think.
Just
Oh,
a
I
whole
guess
movie.
start of chapter 6 is a bunch of them. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, this is the last bit of trash. Once we're out of here, we're out of prison. Thank God, we're free. Nothing can possibly go wrong. Fine. But we're going to do a really interesting setup for the next gauntlet of bosses, and I'll start explaining that now, seeing as this isn't very interesting. The key point that Quad figured out was that Devotional Necklace is really broken, and that Tactician is really good at building interlink levels. So Tactician, being a healer class, can exploit Devotional Necklace, plus the fact it builds interlink really quickly, to really reliably build up interlinks free across Noah and Mio. And that's really important. Noah and Mio Ouroboros has a number of cool things. You've already seen it a couple times. You've seen Mega Spinning Edge, Power Charge, that deals a ton of damage. But Phantom Slash, the top art of its thing, has a basically guaranteed break chance at level 3. We're going to exploit the fact that it's got basically effectively 100% break chance at level 3 to reliably get breaks on some of the most difficult bosses to break, particularly the 2 M fights plus the N fight. We're also going to make use of the Ouroboros chain on N, but whatever. The main point here is that we've optimized interlink build across Noah and Mio. We've got a little bit of damage coming from Lands and Senna, although not, it's kind of negligible. And Uni here is really going to be the star of the show when it comes to dealing damage, and it's all kind of enabled by this Ouroboros tech that Quad's going to do. Very cool. This is the Garanus. The Garanus is probably the most frustrating fight of the lot because it should just go really fast, but then he decides to not kill people every now and then, and it's kind of annoying. Whatever. The point of the Devotional Necklace is that all your arts come back when you revive somebody, so it's really convenient if it actually does decide to kill Uni here. It may not, and if it doesn't, it's fine, but it's kind of like the big determining factor of whether this fight goes fast or not is how quickly it kills people. That looks pretty good. This should be Interlink 3 after this. The cool thing is if you're at Interlink 2 with 3 arts unlocked, you're guaranteed Interlink 3 after you do your spam. Here we go, we got Interlink 3. And now you're just going to see the amount of raw damage that Noah, Mio, Ouroboros deals out. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, at this point it's also much faster to build interlink because we've got all 3 master arts as well, so it's going to be you're going to be able to build it so fast because you've got all these arts extra. Yeah. And we can do it again too.
Yeah, having all 6 arts is huge, plus the fact that Tactician is really, really good at building interlink. Yeah, just enough time to get in the second Mega Spinning Edge with the Power Charge. Even more big damage on the launch.
Maybe?
Very good.
Do you get it? No, just missed it. Oh, whatever. Never mind. It's fine. I tried it.
For swag.
I was gonna burst it down now.
Yeah, so Unition do a ton of damage, so it's just really valuable to have them just clean up anything. Like even if they're Interlink level 2, you can just like kind of mop that fight up very easily. And that's it. That's the Garanus, and we're out of prison. Are we?
Yeah, absolutely easy. We're now going to go into a few more fights here. We're going to be fighting against Mobius M, who looks just like Mio, and as obviously we mentioned as well, Mobius N, who looks just like Noah, hence their letters. This fight these fights are really, really good. Like musically, they're fantastic, but there's also this whole thing where you'll lose control.
Something really important just happened.
Go.
Quad was able to get a smash off here. That's like the big determining factor whether this fight goes fast or not. Smashing M early, it gets us into this Eclipse Soul phase, which is basically a fixed phase of like, I forget how many seconds, but she's taking control of another character. And meanwhile, she is basically immune to all damage except from like staying power and stuff. It's whatever. Basically, we have to get to this phase as fast as possible to wait this out before we can kill her. So, Quad has got a very good fight going on here, so that's really impressive.
Yeah, so like for this fight, this first M fight, it's gated by HP. So that's why the opening smash is really nice. The next fight's gated by time. So it doesn't really matter that much if you can't get the early smash.
In the next fight, we can actually target the person who gets controlled, so it's like completely fine. So, oh, we got the break.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I think we can tie on this fine.
And actually, interestingly enough, the person who is controlled during that fight is going to be one of the roles that is in the majority. So right now there is 3 attackers, so it's all most likely going to be an attacker that is going to be controlled on this fight.
So now you're going to see why we did the detour to get Monica if it wasn't already abundantly clear. We're building up all these different multipliers from different categories of damage. We're building up our chain multiplier with Ashira here. We're building up power charge with Ashira. We have got a bunch of additive damage because it's a unique monster. And then all of doing topple and launch in chain gives us max duration topple and launch, which is 1,000 multiplier. You just deal a million damage. And that's that's M. And that's the blueprint for the majority of the rest of the bosses in this gauntlet, at least.
And now, yeah, you just do like an extra one of those to get like the extra 100% experience for the bonus, and off you go. But yeah,
that experience is important. It's going to allow us to unlock one of those level thresholds we love so much by the end of this gauntlet.
Yeah, so 1 million damage is about the damage that you are doing with Union Ouroboros.
So the difference between this fight and the last one is that now we can target the person who's being controlled, which basically ends the Eclipse Soul phase. So it's way less of an HP check if you get the smash or not. So if we get it, that's great. It is good. Tyon missed here. That's fine. It's not a big deal. We're just going to build up Interlink 3 as fast as possible so we can guarantee a break. M has incredibly high evasion, so we kind of need Ouroboros level 3 to have a reliable break. He has Eclipse Soul. She took lands. We can kill him. It's fine. And hopefully this will all go fine and we'll get the quick fight.
So a few like thematic things here that are really important. Obviously, the Mobius theme is now having the Shinobue flutes come out. Obviously, because we're fighting MNN. You can also see that in the sky there are a bunch of the Mondo as well that Tyon can control, and they are targeting who is being controlled by M, so we know who to target and how that stuff works. The whole point of this fight is that these are powers that we haven't seen before coming out of M&N, and it's just like, we do not know the true strength that is going on here, and this is a hopeless fight. And it's just trying to push that home. It's the whole thing of like, winning fights, losing cutscenes. And if I would like to remind you as well, if you remember what we were talking about with OP, where OP interlinked for a little too long. And
I got Shira anyway.
Yeah, you got to Shira anyway. I was like, you are doing the power charge. The power, like basically the other thing about this fight is that this version of M has more HP. And with power charge and a little bit of chip damage, you can get this in 2 rounds.
Yeah, I just took a bit of extra time just to try to get a 2-round fight, like increase my odds of getting a 2-round fight. It doesn't always pay off, like now because I got lucky and got Shira.
Just whatever. Like again, you play for consistency, so it's all good.
Yeah, it's fine. You got like neither decision is wrong there. Like you can't just go straight into the chain, or you can take a bit of extra time. Sometimes it doesn't pay off. It's fine.
Smash this dude.
What is an HP bar?
So
Smash
ridiculous.
grit.
And again, you just get the extra 100% with one hit, and if you want a bit more, go for it. But no.
Then we're going to the end fight, which is going to follow the same general blueprint, but is a lot simpler because you don't have to worry about HP gates, whatever. The only thing you have to worry about is aggro management. If you just spam all your arts with Neo, which is incredibly tempting to do, she will die. And then you reset all your interlink builds. So you just gotta space it out a little bit and it's completely fine. Then N will kill people, so you will build up more interlink levels. It'll all be fine.
Nice, yeah, opening smash from Uni.
It's perfect as well.
Yeah, because she's gonna take a ton of aggro now.
And then she dies, and then you get to revive her. And then
Oh, there! Oh, whoa! Not on strap going in right there.
that is insane.
Okay, this should get me interlink free.
Yeah, that's interlink 3 right there.
Okay, again,
You've got it too fast, even.
in order for the devotional necklace to proc, you need to be part of the healing, even if you are only there for like half a second. It's going to matter. If you're not, then you're not going to get the art recharge, so it's important to actually always have the healers that you want to have an art refresh be part of the healing.
One thing Quad is doing here is he's also auroing Uni and Tyon. They have an ability called Liberty Wing, which is can revive people if people die. They didn't, so it's fine.
Yeah,
We're now going to do an aura chain.
So this first phase, he's actually kind of tanky this first phase. So that nice opening smash did help to chip him a bit. Again, with that key pair thing, I'm going to be using Neo here. That's going to increase the odds of me getting a high roll for my for my damage ratio here. It's going to guarantee me at least 600%. And 50% that I can get 650. I didn't get it, but it's fine. Worst case scenario, just go an extra round in the Oro chain.
I think one other thing that you haven't mentioned yet is that Quad moved Uni's Ouroboros to the backside of N. N has block rate from the front, but not behind. So that little subtle thing there is going to ensure that Uni will not get blocked when she hits Smash.
It should be fine.
Should be.
Again, like HP bars at this point are really just mere suggestions. As long as you try to max out the damage, if you're not even sure of what you're doing, you just max out damage and you'll be good.
I think that was a fantastic series of fights.
That was really well done.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Good
they went really well.
It's not over yet.
It just keeps going. And between each of these fights, it's like you know, the Ouroboros come up with an option and a solution, and then they just get knocked back and pushed back again every single time. But yeah, there's like a whole thing where like Lance and Senna make a decision to sacrifice himself and interlink for too long whilst holding on to N to just destroy him. But they, again, X comes out of nowhere and just cuts that down, de-interlinks them on purpose and says, no, you can't do that.
Now we're stuck.
So this sequence coming up, I mean, everybody loves it for a multitude of reasons, but it was this sequence here that I was like, this is like actually like probably my second or first favorite game of all time, purely because of this.
Sparks. It's just a metal grate.
We skipped obviously all of that, but there is the emotional damage in that that upcoming 45 minutes leaves you with this scene. But it's
I think this game hits really hard if you're in a relationship. I've been with my wife for 17 years, so like I'm a love dude. I love love stories. It's great, and like throughout this whole game, you're like, man, Noah and Mio are developing this beautiful love story. It's evolving on a screen. It's really cute. Like, it's showing you that how love is such like a human emotion, even in this inhuman world. It's fantastic. You're like, this is the start of a love story. And you get into this sequence, and you're like, hold up. This is not the start of a love story. This is a love story that's been going on for like the entirety of existence.
Well, pay attention to how the cloud in the distance looks like Mio.
yeah.
Like,
This is
You can just, like, for a split second, you can see Mio's face.
Yeah,
there.
it does.
Soraya Saga and Tetsuya Takahashi are just really, really good at making love stories. They just ever since FF6.
there is
And,
something that hits
Xenogears,
really
like-
hard about knowing that Noah and Mio are not just like forming a love because they're together now, but they're actually like soul-bound people destined to find each other in every version of this world. Maybe not every version, but a lot of them.
It's that whole thing is, if you notice in both of their hair, like the band that keeps Noah's hair up is a red band, and then there's the red band twisted into Mio, and like I believe it's a Chinese is it a Chinese part of like folklore or whatever, but about the red thread of fate that holds you together, and it's built into their character.
So there's this emotional weight of like seeing. This is not the start of a love story. It's like the continuation of this beautiful thing that's been developing countless times, but in every single version of it, Mio dies before Noah, and he experiences that pain of losing her.
Every time.
And he might die afterwards or whatever, but like every version of reality for Noah ends in Mio's death, and the amount
despair.
of pain. Like, I know how much pain that would bring me personally, because I'm fortunate enough to be in a position where I would know that kind of pain.
Yeah.
And like, that makes the choice that N makes in this next cutscene so unbelievably relatable to me. Like, the choice between living in a world where you can bring back the person you love for all eternity to live with you, or to go back into the spiral and experience the pain again. Like, that is like the most human choice anyone would make.
Like that particular scene there is no matter how it ends up, like in that particular memory and in that particular version, they ended up together. They had a family, they had a kid, and
So
again,
powerful.
Mio does die, and then Noah leaves his son. You know, and it's no matter how it ends up for them, it's always the same. And yeah, so essentially, Mobius is some dude. There's a dude out there who basically gives Noah a choice, as Plex was saying. You know, to continue this, there's this concept of the endless now. Do you want to just like freeze time and stop everything and just be in this moment together with her forever? And N and M are basically the creation of that moment when Noah couldn't take it anymore, because Noah gets shown all these versions
all at once.
Or N particularly, the N Noah gets shown everything that's happened up to this point, and gives him a choice: let this keep happening or stop it. And N, as Plexa says, understandably so, can't
Makes the
do it
choice.
again. He makes a choice, which is a very
I would make that choice.
yeah.
We're going to another infight. It's exactly the same as the first one, except he's way weaker and gets broken a lot. So
Yeah.
He's very sad.
we'll keep talking about the plot, because I
Yeah.
love the plot.
So,
like, the one thing that really strikes me about this is that we find out in the cutscene immediately prior to this one is that M didn't want it, which is the craziest twist to me. Because, like, as me, it never even occurred to me that she wouldn't want to live in the world with Noah and herself together forever. It's because of the consequences that choice is made. They have to kill people to stay alive, and she didn't want it.
Yeah.
And, like, the craziest thing is Mio's story is all about wanting more time and wanting to live on, whereas M is like saying, what we had was beautiful and special, but, like, it has to come to an end, and that's okay.
Yeah.
The juxtaposition of those two things, oh my god, this is so
It is
great.
nutty.
So
It's like it's one of those things where like it's not that she didn't want it for herself, but she didn't want it for him either.
Yeah.
Because the pain and like the sorrow that he is living in endlessly is
the
the thing
depravity
people
of
stop.
what they had to do, the cost of the decision.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
man.
There's a moment as well I want to kind of bring back to actually Noah and Mio. Specifically, Mio does. There's like a whole scene where Mio does actually die. There's a thing about like the final off-seeing moment where actually like when that happens, if you do make it to your 10th year and you get sent off, you never come back, kind of thing. And so it made it seem that actually Mio did disappear, but she doesn't because of like a whole thing. M and Mio swap bodies for a moment, essentially.
So it's actually M who
yeah.
decides that I'm done.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for everything, Noah, but I'm done.
Yeah, so there's at the beginning when Noah and Mio first interlink at the beginning of the game, they share all these memories. So when M actually overtakes Mio's mind, they have this kind of like exchange of like everything, of emotion, of thought, of memory. So Mio has inherited everything that M knows. Which is a big part of that. But Noah makes a decision that he would say, even if I'm alone, I have to keep going on my path. And that's the whole thing, that Noah is seeing the same thing that ended, but they come to different decisions at the end of the day that Noah would press on.
Choices.
There's
this chapter.
Yeah. There's an amazing thing that like a horrible moment, like this truly like harrowing what N does to Noah and like to the team where he tortures them. But I was saying I was saying at the beginning that there's this point where like Noah is an officer in the truest sense. He will send off anyone.
Let us pause this conversation.
Go for it.
I love this conversation.
Go for it.
But we have to talk about the shackle ring.
You do. Yeah.
So, welcome to the rest of the game. So we unlock the unlimited sword ability, which gives us access to Final Lucky 7 as we would please. It's broken. It makes Numa from Xenoblade 2 look balanced. It almost makes Crosshair looks balanced, though. I'm on the fence on that one.
No.
Like, this is the most ridiculous ability ever. And by being in Flash Fencer, which gives us access to capable hands, we start with Unlimited Sword at 80% guaranteed. The reason why Unlimited Sword is crazy is because its talent art, called, Final Lucky 7, is an inbuilt smash. Oh, you're under-leveled, that's a shame.
No. Yeah, I'm usually at level 49 here, but it doesn't matter.
I mean, because the apprentice thing does nothing anyway.
Yeah.
Tachyon Slash.
So we're going to use Tachyon Slash to build up our talent meter to get to Final Lucky 7 as fast as possible. And it will do a break, topple, launch, and smash. And if we give enough multipliers to Noah, it will basically one-shot most things. Remember how Masha was giving us crit extra damage? One of the hidden skills of Lucky 7 is that every crit we have will increase our chance to crit until we get max capped on crit. So effectively, at this point, we're maxed out on crit.
Dead.
And it's dead. I didn't get time to explain everything. The fight was too quick. So we have Shackle Ring Multiplier, which gives us plus 80% to everything, including the reactions, the launch, the whatnot. The launch is giving more damage to Smash because there's like you get up to like times 17 damage from that. We have the Power Ring, which is giving us more additive damage. It's just a ridiculous amount of damage coming out. And you just one-shot things. It's very, very, very silly.
So that was double damage from the smash that Uni was doing during chain attacks.
It's ridiculous. We were doing the same exact strats without Masha, but she just makes this a lot more streamlined. Like before, we'd have to use an ability called Unlimited Sword, which we will see on the next major boss. But we'll come to that as it is. Again, it's all about building up different multipliers. So, with that out of the way, we've got a lot of plot. We are also having our short hair, long hair incentive come to a close. So where do we stand on that?
Dang.
One last refresh on that for you, and It looks like a certain hero is going to be very happy. Yes! Long hair takes the victory, $439.50. Short hair, $309 there.
That guy there. Sealed it.
In total, $748.50 raised for a hairstyle choice. Well played, everybody. Well played. Thank you very much for your donations.
Thank you so much, everyone. Even though you made the wrong decision, we
Whoa now.
It's all about choices, you know.
Oh, speaking of choices, can I go back to the
Yes,
thing?
we can. Let's go back to
I know that not people always think that speedrunning should be all about the game, but like RPGs are different. There's like a thing, right? And I think it's kind of part of the reason why Noah makes a different choice and why he can do that, and like why this is such a unique variant on their kind of like fate. Is that obviously we was talking about how there's like the combination, how like Noah and Mio kind of complement each other in a very, very different way, and how music is used as a complete like narrative theming throughout the entire game. Why the Shinobi is playing during the fights against NNM is actually because well, I mean, it's one of those things where like there's a horrible moment where as the eclipse is happening and the sending off of Mio is going down. There's this moment where, like, obviously because they were in prison and everything was taken away from them, Noah has sent every single person after battle that he's ever come across. He sends all the husks, Kevesi, Agni, and no matter what. Even
Mobius.
Mobius, even monsters, everything gets sent by Noah. Everything deserves a chance to be at rest. And there's this moment where, as part of the whole thing's going on and they're playing the song to send off Mio, remember they swapped flutes. So Mio has Noah's flute before this moment. N basically throws down Noah's flute that Mio had and tells Noah to be part of the song, send her off. And he just cannot do it.
The disdain in his voice.
Yeah.
Harry
like,
McIntyre.
He's like holding it, and it's just one of those things where like he just drops. Like, it was the one thing that gave his life purpose was playing this music, and it was this whole thing, this whole backstory of wanting to like write his own songs, not just play the Kavesi Ofsted tune. And he's like, he wants to, use music as a way to communicate with people. And like the one person that he cares about the most, he cannot send, which completely breaks apart his entire, like,
to complete despair.
So, like the point here is that one of the big themes in this game is hope, and like that
hope and
they
despair.
are the embodiment. Like Noah often says, he's the embodiment of hope, right? And in that moment, Monolith Soft have done such a fantastic job of extinguishing every possible thing we could think of to give us hope that we'll save Mio.
Yeah,
at that last moment, that in rubbing insult to injury, saying send her, like.
And even from the start, so from the moment like he kidnapped them, he's like, okay, so you're going to kill us. He's like, no, I've got a better plan. She's got 1 month left. You're gonna.
Oh, mate, that is. I think it's one of the things you just can't be. That whole thing of like turning tropes on its head. Like, we're gonna get out of prison. No, you don't. Lance and Senna are gonna sacrifice themselves. No, they don't. The beginning in the bathhouse scene, which is usually a very sexually charged kind of atmosphere. No, it isn't. Like everything that we expect from these kind of stories is just completely flipped and thrown apart.
Right at the end, when like Mio is about to die, Riku says, remember Lucky 7.
Remember Lucky 7, yeah.
Oh, there is a way out, and then it just never materialized.
Yeah, he can't.
Can't do it.
It's ridiculous. But I could not believe that when they imprisoned you, they're like, we're going to take her last month, and they do it. I'm just sitting there like, normally they have like the vocal theme that has like being sung happens like at the end of the game, but like in the middle of it, you got like this whole bit where her life is coming to an end, and it's just like it doesn't relent ever. It doesn't ever relent.
That whole scene is that whole section that we've passed like in like six bosses is like 2 hours long.
Yeah.
And you're it's despair for 2 hours long.
So I said that like 6 hours into my stream I did the prison bit. It was 11:30 at night, and I got to in the prison, and I saved my game. I was like, all right, guys, I'm done. And everyone was like, if you turn off this stream, we will.
He was literally in tears, going, "What is happening?"
Yeah.
And like
it was a good like.
I have to end the stream. I think.
Yeah, I have to go. Yeah.
To be fair, it was really great because you get that amazing breakdown afterwards of like all the things that had happened leading to that moment, and that was super cool. I'm really glad you did that.
Oh, no worries. It was important for me to get to the same emotional state so I could continue the game. My God. I honestly, I was speechless for about 5 minutes. I
Like
couldn't.
that whole sequence is just such a triumph of the video game medium as a way to tell story. Like,
There's also like there's a bit about it that we haven't even talked about, and I know this is like quad. You're doing a great job doing the run, by the way, mate. Like honestly.
yeah, well, I warned you this would happen.
Yeah, I know. It's just like.
We still have some time before the next thing happens. So
Yeah.
it's fine. We're good.
But like, there's a bit about the balance in character growth and how characters don't grow, especially when you think about the whole idea about like when it comes to love stories, about how they're always approached and pivoted from the male perspective, and how it's always like these kinds of things where like the men save the women and all this kind of, and they're integral to growth and all these kinds of things. Whereas like. Even when it comes to Tyon and Uni doesn't overcome her issues because of Tyon.
No.
He is just one of those things. He was there and part of it, and may have like instigated certain things, but it's not. He's not the reason she overcomes it.
He helped.
Same for
He was
Senna.
there. Yeah.
And then there's the same for Senna and Lanz. Lanz is not the reason Senna can overcome these things. Noah is not the reason that Mio makes the choice she makes at the end. They make them because they are honest and true to them, but it's just that they just happen to be there.
It's a triumph of character writing when like your female characters shine, and like every character shines, to be fair, but like, so often like the male viewpoint just dominates everything.
Yeah.
But like the female characters are so well done, and the fact that in that cutscene there that it's M who saves the day. To be fair, it's her moment, and she is the one who gets her revenge on N, and revenge is the wrong word to use.
Yeah, I
but,
mean,
like, it's like it's a wake up call.
She gets to do her choice.
Yeah, it's her choice. It's not Noah's choice.
It's her choice because N took the choice away from her.
Yeah.
Because his decision
And
was
that
a selfish one.
That was the harrowing thing about that decision, because like I saw in myself the ability to make that same decision given the same circumstance.
Yeah.
And realizing that I had actually removed the agency of the other person to the equation.
Yeah. So there's
I the bad guy?
There is I have like a parallel story to that, and I think it's like understanding and like coming to terms with the like what we can do and have the potential or the ability to do. And whether or not we have the impetus or the want to do it, we can do
Enemy
it.
sword.
Carry on.
I'm going to say one thing, and that is this whole discussion is like the beauty of sci-fi as a genre. And it allows us to examine the humanity of people in contexts and situations that would otherwise be inexplorable. And this is just like the tip, like the pinnacle of the ability to do that.
Peak
It's
fiction.
fantastic.
Peak fiction.
Just
Peak
peak
fiction.
everything. All right, now we're into the run again.
Sorry,
Yo,
yeah.
imagine
sorry.
if we can take this thing and make it AoE. Wouldn't that be super broken?
The Final Lucky 7 is AoE. Why?
Oh, it didn't die.
Yeah, that one
Oh,
didn't get
actually
broken.
bad.
So the funny thing is, if it wasn't broken enough, it has a very a 6% chance to instantly kill non-unique monsters because reasons.
Oh yeah, Doom. Yeah,
On the
Doom
hits,
fucking-
not
on hit,
art.
on hit,
Yes.
on any hit, which doesn't need it, but whatever, it has it. What happened there was like it procced too many times in that fight, so the blocker who dodged the initial hit also didn't die from the splash damage, which is really unlikely, but yeah, this thing is silly.
So worth noting that depending on the role that Noah has, so right now is Flash Fencer, right? The Lucky 7 class is going to be different based on the role to kind of reflect the team balance that you kind of want to have. So Attacker is obviously going to be Omega busted damage, but if he's going to take the aggro, he's probably going to die. If you're playing as a tank, then you've got a button to be invincible.
Well, if only Attacker Lucky 7 had an inbuilt skill that reduced aggro on art. Because it does.
It does. It does.
And then Healer has a regen art for everyone, so like...
What Quad is
Broken
doing
stuff.
here is he's trying to really quickly proc these directional abilities, and particularly he's trying to get Null Slash on as many people as possible. It's a side directional. And if he can proc it twice, he can get Lucky 7. So Revolution Edge is from behind arc, so you're always guaranteed to get it as long as you don't miss.
Oh, we actually missed Miyabi. Oh, well, she died to the...
He died.
she died to the splash. Oh, Hack's still there.
So on those fights, we don't actually need the shackle ring, so we're just hitting
Wow.
the
guy.
smash and
The guy going in.
Hacked is going in. By the way, Hacked is the Agnian equivalent of Mwamba.
Yeah.
Because he
Oh, yeah,
was,
so
he
they
was
both-
dead like into like 2 places.
They died at the beginning of the game,
They did,
and
yeah.
Miyabi's still alive. This is the whole thing about,
No, they all died, but they all got brought back.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
so again,
Alright.
we were talking about the cycles, but yeah.
Mobius Y, like one of the tankiest dudes in the entire run. You will see the power of Masha in this fight and why we were like, oh yeah, we need her. So we're going to go into Lucky 7 as we do, and we're going to build up our final Lucky 7 by mashing Tachyon Slash. We also want to try and get Interlink level 1, although it's not strictly required. Once we get our final Lucky 7 all charged up, we're going to go into Ouroboros, and we're going to build up Origin Blade. Origin Blade is like a unique talent art to Noah's Ouroboros once you're in final Lucky 7, or some other conditions as well. And it has this fantastic ability called Reduce All. Reduce All basically says reduce everything. Like, it's literally all. Like, you take reduced defenses, so you do increased damage, reduced vulnerability to statuses. Like, it just keeps going down and down and down.
He's got a Monado, basically.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And so that's basically another source of independent multiplier that we can add to the chain. So we've manipulated things so that Y will turn around and we can start building up our shackle ring. We're placing as many power rings as we possibly can down. 2, I think, is the minimum required here, which is giving us more additive damage, affecting another one of those multipliers. A little bit unlucky there, but that's okay. Build up the shackle ring stacks, and then unleash final Lucky 7. By the way, Reduce All or Weaken lasts for like a good minute, so there's basically no chance of it running out. All right, final Lucky 7, and he's dead.
Like 3.4 million or something?
This is
Ridiculous
the D fight, which like Masha just like
You're convinced beforehand, but then you're like, yeah, yeah, she good. But yeah, before Masha, we had alternate strats for it. It's very similar in theme. You build up multipliers and you smash. But Masher allows the final Lucky 7 one-shot.
like
really
Omega Y. That Mobius Y is like the last enemy I would think like you can one shot.
Yeah,
like you tell me, okay,
so
we get a one shot. We get a one shot. Other things, okay, you probably get a one shot like the boss like later in this chapter. Maybe the boss later in chapter 7. Omega Y is like, if you ask me, oh, what do you think you can one shot now? I probably wouldn't say Omega Y.
Yeah, you list out all the weak things or like things that almost died, not Omega Y. Like the fact that we can is insane.
Insane.
So this bit here is a little bit of movement optimization coming out from Quad. So normally you have to kind of run in a different direction to make it to like the Cloud Keep. But we're actually going to go like walk back to the camp and then kind of grab this little like pot here. By doing the level up, you're actually going to be a high enough level so you never aggro those skeeters. Grab this container and then walk back. You don't have to wait for the accessories as well. You'll just get them immediately. So go back to our warp point and then continue onwards.
It's a really cute optimization. But that item there is really important. It's called the Warped White Brooch.
Yep.
It's basically defense shred. It's relevant in this next 4 bosses. Well, two of the 4 bosses, I think.
It's 35 less.
3 of the 4 bosses. 3 of the 4 bosses.
35 less physical defense.
27.
27, yeah.
27.
27% increase in damage.
Yep. And that's completely independent because up until now, outside of the negate all, it was only like buffing our attack, but never debuffing the enemies. Because debuffs in this game are really, like, they've got a chance to prog, so it's going to be hard to actually hit, which is a big problem. So you don't run it because it's not consistent, and very rarely you're gonna hit them. Yeah. However, like, this debuff is guaranteed and consistent, and it's just a very, very good extra source of damage.
As a small, tiny story aside, when Mio and M did kind of like fuse and switch bodies, obviously you got the body of an Ouroboros in the body of Mobius, so there's kind of like a blend of like a Mobius, Ouroboros, kind of like Iris going on right now for Mio. So she's seen some stuff.
Funny Iris. And yeah, now we've got Miyabi in our party, and
Troubadour.
we have got access to Troubadour class, which is one of the best class in the game.
Yeah, we were saying it earlier that like the healing classes in this game are absolutely
so
jacked.
good.
Like Troubadour was probably slept on from a speedrunning perspective until like quite recent. Like
We knew it was good, we just didn't know it
how
was that good.
I think it was only because like I was pushing things with Fiona and Quad's like, I'm not gonna go get Fiona. I'm gonna do it a different way. No, actually, it's because you routed easy. And you're like,
Yeah.
damn, Miyabi's so
Miyabi's pretty good.
in easy. I'm gonna try it in normal, and like she's great in normal as well. Like,
A big kind of like gimmick is that Troubadour is like a support healing class, but it specifically has like arts regen, so you can get you can get your arts up like mad quick.
so the biggest difference like now is that Quad would have been running Miyabi here, but Masher just does what Miyabi does, but better. We've kind of danced around it before. So we've said Masha has increased crit rate, which is crit damage, which is really, really strong. She's got a couple other things going for her as well that make her just like absolutely ridiculous. The other thing is she's got an ability called, I can't forget the name of her ability, but it's Twin Moons.
Platinum shards.
Platinum shards, yeah. It basically removes buffs from the enemy, relevant later on. She also has an ability that's basically Arts Regen. It's Arts Regen buff, as opposed to an Arts Regen field, which Troubadour has. So it's kind of the best aspects of Troubadour, because Troubadour has both those things, but we get it earlier, so it's better.
Yeah, the only thing that the Troubadour has that's super good, but Masha doesn't have, is Troubadour will give Arts Regen to everybody when they go down.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so...
And the talent art is also really, really good.
Yep.
Glittering
Oh,
Melody.
Glittering Melody. Oh, so good.
Glittering Melody is
Free arts to every single person. And basically it means that your entire party just gets like one level of interlink.
It's fantastic.
Extra one level of interlink. And yeah, a lot of the bosses later are going to be really strong. Your troubadours are going to go down pretty often. But that's actually a good thing because...
You get arts there.
Yeah, you get arts. Everybody gets arts.
Also, Quad there denying Dromark his one moment on screen.
So if you thought Final Link 7 was busted, well, if you didn't think that, well, you will be convinced after this.
Just bring it straight out. Like, I remember having to wait a little bit to try and get this right.
Because if you can get the targeting right, then you can proc Null Slash on 2 enemies, and if you can proc it on 2 enemies, well, you get it instantly.
And so Shackle Ring proccing. So because of Masha, we also don't need to proc as many as before, so this goes a little bit faster. And
Ridiculous, dude. That's actually stupid. Actually stupid.
That actually only the Masher only there saves like 1 stack of the Shackle Ring, which is still nice, of course. Like, this is really where Masher shines.
So you remember that time investment of getting the Shackle Ring of about like 5 minutes, I think? It saves time because we don't have to change things anymore.
This fight's actually really weird because like the fight's so fast now that you can actually like not get your chain.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna like play like slightly slower, just to make sure I get my chain.
Yeah, the reason why we chained this guy specifically is that there's a really long outro animation if you don't chain him.
Yeah. So it's kind of just not worth it to not chain him.
So here comes Origin Blade again. Origin Blade, unlike every other debuff, is basically guaranteed to proc. The only way it doesn't proc is if you miss, which is Quad took a bunch of dexterity upgrades so that he should never miss. And he didn't, yay.
And even if it missed, you still have time to try to proc it again, so it's like there's no way you miss it twice in a row. Like it's
I'm just gonna play it safe and
297%.
just wait a bit more.
No.
Yeah, that's spooky.
Okay, this should be fine.
Now the problem is we're still kind of squishy, so we really shouldn't get hit, because otherwise if you die, then you lose your Lucky 7 and you have to rebuild it again from scratch. And you have to build like 10 hits, which is insane, and you're never building that from scratch, so it's better to give up. So hopefully that never happens. And yeah, he died because of the smash, but because we want to get the overkill, we're going to kill right after the smash. And nice EXP.
Nice thing about this fight now is back when we didn't have Masha, we couldn't one-shot. So we would use 2 Lucky 7s, but the problem is after the first Lucky 7, he starts, he gets like regen. So you, like in the chain, you have to use Noah first, otherwise you risk like not killing and then you just lose a whole bunch of time. But now that he cannot use his regen, you can actually start off with another character to guarantee that both of Noah's big hits go on to DJ, so you can get like a really big overkill there.
And the overkill's helpful. Less for experience, more for CP. Like, the experience is relevant, but right now we have all the power we could possibly need to beat every boss in the rest of the run, except for Zed. Zed, we need to do a couple things, and to get prepared for the final boss, we have to unlock a lot of things. And the way we're going to do that is by taking a very precise amount of overkill across a bunch of different bosses. I guess it's going to be less relevant now that we get to beat X, which is really cool. Thank you for donating.
So I probably didn't need all that overkill there, but it doesn't hurt to just get more.
But the way that it's been routed is that we're pretty much unlocking everything that we need to unlock by the end of Mobius Y refight, which is like the very last possible moment. So the routing is very precise.
Oh, hey, it's Nia.
It's Nia. Yeah, the most important thing is you're gonna want to unlock Troubadour on Noah. That sounds really weird. Like why you want?
It will make sense.
It will make sense later.
Troubadour is a really good class, but not the reason you think in this case. Yep.
So Nia has also revealed something, a truth about them, about Ionios, that basically it is a world kind of captured within a moment when two worlds were going to collide together. Basically the Queen of Kevin and the Queen of Agnes, so Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade 2 kind of managed to find a way to connect and communicate with each other and built a kind of like an arc of sorts, named Origin, that was meant to contain all the information of the world, but kind of got taken away.
And at this moment, I realized that this was a Ragnarok story, and I was like, wow. How did they slip that in there without me noticing? It's like, literally, like you have like the Ouroboros of the map surrounding Origin in the middle. Like it's literally a Ragnarok story. It's crazy.
I'm glad the people in the city made it through unscathed.
Me too.
It's the writing so good, Bowie.
Huh?
How is the writing so good?
You're asking the wrong person. I don't know, dude. It's just sick.
It's a miracle.
It's ridiculously good. It's almost like they thought about it a little bit, isn't it? Like, so the final chapter that we're in now is kind of like, in terms of what we have to go and do, we're just preparing to make our way into Origin, which has been overtaken by the Mobius. So
we have to go on a bit of a fetch quest.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like a good fetch quest?
One thing first, I'm gonna say something just very brief, like let's call it digression. I'm gonna swap to Senna here. It's very important because you gotta hear her line here.
Thank you.
Hey, that's
Oh, okay, we gotta hear it.
the thing for the stuff.
It's best.
It's her best line.
Hey, that's the thing for the stuff.
So good.
And it's so good because that also means that like it fits the character, but it also means that like she can do it for any kind of quest, and it just gonna work. I love it.
Thank you for that, Quad. I'm very proud of you.
Okay, but what we picked up was Samon's key to his secret storage here.
That's how you get in here, by the way. Like, a lot of people didn't realize that.
Virtue brings with it up
And then we head right back to the Cloud Keep.
rewards too.
So yeah, now in order to get to Origin, we need to power up our boat, and in order to do that, we need to get some Origin shards or whatever.
Yes.
And we've got a radar that tells us, hey, every shard is...
We've got a metal detector.
We got a metal detector, yeah.
So if you remember, we're going to be doing like another quick world tour to go and get a bit, and you may have noticed, you might remember that there were some times when we went and did some particular movement to try and get either locations or experience, but also it was one of the things where we said we'll come back to this later. So in the Fornis region, we went over to like where the Fallen Arm kind of music was playing. We're going to go back there to get one of the Origin shards. This is the very beginning of the game, which we just have an STL there as well. In Cadencia, there was that bit when we ran past the Gogol to kind of like get another skip travel location, which is like on the way towards another one. So, this is where those like movement optimizations come in, where you're just kind of like trying to tick a few boxes that are going to be relevant a little bit later, whilst also not taking too much time out of your current mission. But yeah, how many do we need again? Was it like six or seven?
Yeah.
It's 7, but like you get one of them for free. So it's
Yeah.
This is a really long segment, and there's a lot of running. And thank you for beating the Consul X and the all the money that went into the.
I was gonna say, like I noticed it earlier. I mean, we have hit like 27,000. We're even close to 28,000.
We are getting
It's
up there.
insanely good.
Argic, what do we have up next for donations, by the way?
Coming up next for donations, we do have one of the Harry Potter games is going to turn their wands into carrots. So if you want to have one of those safety carrots that we had earlier, you can give them all safety carrots. We also have coming up very, very soon the Sonic Triple Trouble 16-bit incentive to upgrade the run from a solo run to a 2 players, 1 controller, $10 swap % run. Yeah, that's just as confusing as it sounds. Basically, Huds and I will play the game together, 2 players, 1 controller, and for every $10 during the run, we will swap sides. It'll just be utter chaos.
That sounds like fun.
I really hope it's met. It's legitimately just utter nonsense, and if we could do it, it'll be just hilarious. And then after that, we also have Celine doing Super Metroid in a absolutely phenomenal Samus cosplay. You are going to want to see that. So we have all those incentives open for today right now. So please do keep your donations coming in and putting them towards them. And don't forget, we also have some cool prizes that you can see at prizes.esamarathon.com.
Good
stuff.
They're pretty cool.
We've been found.
Go goals. Big lads.
I love
Yeah.
those monkeys. They're great.
Uh,
They're my friends.
There's literally nothing else to talk about here, so I will talk about some of the class stuff that's going on here. We do want a medic gunner in our party because they've got power ring. Power ring is just good. You've seen how good it is on the Omega Y fight. Like it's the difference between one shot and not. Beyond that, we don't need an awful lot of things. So it's kind of, we have like a buffet of options. We just kind of pick what we kind of want. One of the things that we do want is we want Tyon to learn an ability called Evasion Expertise. So that's why Tyon is currently on Stalker. Everybody else doesn't really matter all that much. So we have Uni filling a tank duty for no reason, basically. We just need another tank for the D&J fight. And yeah, Sen is the most convenient person for medic gunner.
Yeah, Tyon doesn't exactly need the evasion expertise, but it's like the best option, like the best bonus you can get here. It makes the first phase of the end boss like very, very comfy.
Like I said, we don't need anything at this point. Like, Noah is all of the damage we could ever possibly need here. So we really can pick whatever classes we need to optimize for our in-game setup. So, nice little nice.
The only thing is we need someone to be a troubadour so that Noah can learn that.
So then that has to be Mio, because she's the only person who'll have it unlocked until way, way, way later in the game. So there's nothing else we can do. We just have to deal with it. That's fine though. It's hardly even a restriction because we actually want her on Troubadour anyway. So it's like very good.
Because it's so good class.
We're gonna do a bit of Xenoblading here, where we're gonna just we go back to the target. We gotta go to the lower side of Mactha Wildwood. I think the easiest way to go down is just to
Go down.
So don't worry.
The really funny thing is, this is the one point in all of Mactha where, as you're running in, they say, "Ooh, don't want to fall off here. It's a long way down." It's like the one place you actually do want to fall off because there's no death plane and there's a pool of water to break your fall.
I'm sorry.
Says Noah
like
guy in the background there.
Whatever.
Good job, Noah.
Well done, Noah. You
20 centimeter of water and you still land it like a champ. It's fine. Video games.
So we did mention before that Final Lucky 7, as an attacker, has a very, well, not negligible chance to proc Doom. What is it? It's like 6%, right? Because it checks it twice.
Yeah, it's 3% per hit, and attack and slash hits 3 times. But due to a bug, it actually rolls twice. So per hit, you get about like 5 to 6%.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah, and then you get like 7 hits or something. So overall, it's like what 30-something% to.
Yeah,
proc
when I did the math at 3%, it was like 80%, 20% chance to proc per attack on slash. It must be higher than that now that we know the truth.
Probably 30%, I guess.
No, I'd say about 30, but it's a high. It's absurdly high for how strong it is.
I remember a while back there was like a lot of interesting stuff here. We actually used to do a grind on the dragons down here because they're very, very high level and they give you got a good amount of experience. Because like experience from here on out, there's like so many locations between now and that
We actually
final
have cut
fight.
them all.
Cut them all. Yeah, well, as in
They're all
all of the dragons. Yeah.
Well, no, the locations.
All of them.
Yeah.
The extra location. So
I was gonna say, like, you need to. You're going to be running your origin. You're going to be like.
We used to go out our way to pick up like a bunch of extra
Yeah, of course,
experience.
yeah.
There's so many of them, but like,
You just don't
as
need them
this
anymore.
run's become more and more optimized, we've done less and less stuff as we've come down. So like, to Bowie's point, the dragons are gone. We used to do those for a bit. All the locations are gone. There's like one fight that we will grind in like the loosest possible sense of the word, which is we'll take one extra and fight.
Yeah.
And that's like just to fix our CP, it doesn't fix our experience. So that's purely for unlock.
And again, that's going to be with Doomsword, so it's not even going to be that long to do.
I just remember like rooting out exactly how much experience we got from running from the beginning of Chapter 7 until the final moment before Zed, and it's just there's so much experience in there. There was like more like
There's over
tens of thousands.
It's actually I think I counted it's like over 100,000 that you get just in
ridiculous.
like not even the entire chapter 7.
Yeah.
I have counted it, and I've got a calculator built for it.
Yeah, it is insane. Like this game is very generous in the amount of XP that it gives you, which is great because it is not easy. Some of the fights are pretty difficult, and you kind of do need that experience. I think like Xenoblade 2, Xenoblade 2 wasn't as generous with the experience, so you kind of had to, you were kind of starved for experience at some points in the run. Good thing about Xenoblade 2 is that levels don't matter as much in that game, so you didn't actually need to be like a super high level. But yeah, so it does work out pretty well, like the amount of XP that you get.
Yeah, well, we're now doing the final fight at level 67, and once we realized you can do that, it's actually freed up so many different options where like XP is no longer the limiting factor in these fights. It is purely classes and class experience.
Yeah, we used to do the fight like level 70, and then eventually we cut it down one level at a time, and then we ended up at 68 for like the longest time, and then now we even cut it back to 67, and we're like, hey, this is actually still fine. Probably the last level that we'll go to.
I mean, it's just not possible for us to go lower.
Yeah, because you're already
we get
taking like
too
the
much,
bare
yeah.
minimum of XP, and okay, because of the incentive, let's actually go to
Incentive time.
to Colony 5.
As a quick aside, because this is a side story for uni, we actually do 2 side stories as part of the narrative, which is Mio and Noah's. Those side stories are actually class ascension quests, so like your classes are capped at level 10 or rank 10. When you do their side stories, they uncap to level 20 when you can obviously get even more stat ups. One of those things, it's kind of nice that you get given a couple of them, but yeah, I mean rank 15 and rank 20 give you like an extra master art and an extra master skill, so
Ironically, that's one of the reasons the dragon grind went away. After Noah's quest, you unlock Sword Fighter's ability to go to level 20. And there is a big buff in stats at level 15.
It's humongous.
Huge, like it's ridiculous how big it is.
So at level 10, it's 80% extra damage additive done to bosses and unique monsters. At level 5, it was 70. To put things in perspective, at level 5, it was 70. So 5 ranks later, the next rank, you get a 10% increase. So guess how much increase you get in the next threshold?
Surely 90.
Yeah, it's like, well, you're gonna get up to 90? No, you get 135. You get a 55% extra additive damage, which is absolutely insane. And on top of that, you get extra scaling on your arts.
It's insane.
It is
plus more stats as well.
Yeah,
Like, more
exactly.
Stats. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because like when you like from level 10 to level 20, it takes forever to actually get the level. So
I mean, it's really nice, but the point is that grinding the dragons is before you unlock that. So when we do take the Titan eventually in Origin, that is specifically for like, oh, we can get Sword Fighter experience onto Senna, who's going to be the slower person to build it. And it just helps them along, and that's why that's a better grind than anything else.
Yeah, this is a bit of a long run by the way, but we're basically going back to I can't remember the name of the region.
Pentalus. We're going to Pentalus, but we're walking in from Fornus.
Yeah. So
this the other side.
This is locked to you until you get to the Kamarabi or the Kamarabi and Ethel fight, because there's like a whole bit above that. But yeah, so this is where there is a hidden colony, which is Consul X's colony that she's looking after. So we didn't. This
Consul
is
L's. Actually.
Oh, L. Sorry.
Yeah.
There's a whole thing we haven't talked about when it comes to the ranks of these colonies, depending on how well they perform in different wars. They'll basically go from like being dirt rank to like copper, tin, I don't know, silver, gold, and then people don't know what happens when you hit. And we've only ever heard of like silver rank colonies, but no one ever knows.
Everyone has a story about the gold rank, but there's none of them.
But this is kind of like the reality of gold.
We could even play the cutscene. I'm pretty sure we have time. Pretty sure we got time. I mean, we could play if we wanted to.
You just want to look at X, I know.
Ulterior motives.
Nice try, Quad.
Okay, anyway, the thing, what we're doing here is basically, we're going to go to Colony 5, but then there are going to be a bunch of people outside, and we have to escort them out, then we go back in again. So it's going to be a while just walking. We can probably pass it over to the donations for a while.
Thank you. I will say, if you want to have that cutscene, go for it. It is an incentive, so they paid for it, technically.
Woo! What have you done?
Made Quad happy, hopefully. But yeah, no, just jumping in and say here, we are going to be doing a host swap right now. So I'm going to be jumping over into the audience and coming and join you towards the end of the run here. But taking over for me is going to be Zet. And Zet will be taking you through the rest of this run and then a run afterwards as well. So Tara for having me. You will see more of me throughout the event. But for now, have a good one. And then after this run, I'm going to bed.
I was going to say, you've been up for 24 hours, man. Go to sleep, you monster.
That's definitely probably my plan as well. So like I get that.
Same.
I guess one thing is that doing these quests or any side content after Final Lucky 7 is a trillion times easier.
Even like super bosses are just very easy. Like you just Lucky 7, smash, GG.
Well, this is very exciting.
Yep. Come on.
Go, friends, go.
You have to escort all 4 of them out, so you can't just like run out with one of them. You have to make sure all 4 of them go. Come on.
So yeah, this is one of those ones where you want to be near to them to make that to like push them into action.
These weren't here before, were they?
And sufficiently high level so you don't have to clear out the mobs.
Yeah, because if you're targeted by a mob, then they stop
And
moving.
they're like, oh no, what are we gonna do? And you're like, just keep going.
I've got
Run faster.
the power of anime by my side. I'm
Let's
fine.
sort this mess out.
Yeah, I do like to refer to Lucky 7 as the silly anime sword, but yeah.
It really is a silly anime sword. Like the Tachyon slash animation is Noah staying in place, and then you can see the little images of Noah just moving around because he's going so fast that you can't see him moving.
It's fully like nothing personnel, kid. You know.
I will say that a lot of people tell me that like you can't have broken things in single player games. Like it doesn't make or unbalanced things in single player games. This Final Lucky 7 is proof that you can.
Yeah, it's fun. I like being like overpowered as hell. It's the best.
Yeah.
You can totally do that.
Like my only issue with it is that it's over centralizing. That like everything becomes about Lucky 7. There's just no alternative. But that's okay. It's fast.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually not the strat that you would use for ILs, actually, for challenge modes and stuff. You would still use Seraph class, I'm pretty sure. And Triton's class.
Well, Triton's class is just like the in-game class anyway. Triton is the blue mage of this game, and if you unlock all the right things on him, he becomes incredibly busted. But we don't got time for that. We gotta go fast.
It takes forever to unlock anything interesting in that class.
You want to play like one Husk song just for the hell of it?
No.
No.
No, we don't. Apparently,
He's not playing the flute.
He gets his X. I mean,
that's true.
He,
He's
he
getting to the
wants,
cutscene as fast as possible.
he wants to be happy, not making you happy. Sorry.
that's fair. But surely making me happy will make you happy.
Should I just play the cutscene while I take a bathroom break?
Yeah, go for it, dude. Yeah, take care of yourself.
Almost there.
It's just a speedrun marathon. It's fine.
Yeah, we're not trying to finish quickly or anything.
I mean, we're doing Unis quest, so...
Oh, I mean, like Masher has brought down the ceiling of the floor of this game by like a lot. I don't know, ceiling of floor. I
Yeah,
don't know,
we
whatever.
could
So
mention
the
that
time ceiling, yeah.
our original estimate was like 740, and that's when we first did our like first.
Yeah, we submitted this like
wrong one.
pretty early on in the routing process, and we're like, this seems like a pretty safe estimate, and then we just like crushed it repeatedly.
Oh, there we go.
Simply by improving the route, too. Like,
Yeah, and a lot of it isn't DLC. It's just like optimizations that like this man over here is like really spearheaded. Like I give quite a lot of props for that.
The flame clock. It's still glowing.
This is a gold colony.
It is, yeah.
Yep.
What happens to gold colonies, Bowie? I don't know.
They get
Oh,
destroyed.
no. Almost empty.
Because obviously, like the gold, the whole point of the war is that they are defeating each other and absorbing their like energy that's left over to fuel the flame clocks. So, and the flame clocks is then food for the Mobius to keep them alive, which is why they have to keep killing to keep staying alive. So, because a gold rank obviously just gets so much like flame clock like energy and fuel, it's just like the Mobius are like, ooh, yummy, yummy,
Yummy, yummy.
yummy, yummy. Yeah.
the other reason is like, okay, so you hit gold rank, but are you going to still fight and keep
Well,
on fighting? You've got no motivation for it.
The
so I'm
funny
just
thing
going to
is
kill you.
that's like the most human thing for them to exploit as well. Like the whole competition breeds competition almost and breeds improvement. They like it's so evil. to like use that very human thing to like enslave effectively all of humankind that's left on this planet.
It's like Mobius is absolutely Omega evil.
You didn't donate for this guy, by the way. This is Consul L. You donated for this.
Yeah, but she has her mask right now.
And a scythe. If you have a scythe as a weapon, you're inherently very cool.
I wish I'd known you were paying a visit.
I get that
I'd have
reference.
found a much more practical use for this thing.
Your ex.
Oh,
Face
fun fact.
reveal.
Fun fact. This cutscene is different if you view this before you do the stuff in Chapter 5. In Chapter 5, you're actually formally introduced to X, and she like, you know, stops, lands in center, and she's like, "Hi, I'm X." Otherwise, you don't know who she is, and there's a different little bit of dialogue specifically there. You can actually see it in the movie options after the fact.
Did they actually work it out?
Work it out.
Oh, what? You didn't? Way to get my hopes up. I thought you came because you worked out what's going on with the colony ranks. With the ranks?
This is Quad's crush, by the way. If
Yes.
for those
The
unaware.
hair is very good. I will give it to them.
You've been so desperate to raise them. Just for a bit of comfort, you snatched away
One
the
thing I guess
lives of your
narratively we
enemies.
should point out is that Consul X and Consul Y, I guess, we only hear him as Mobius Y. They're kind of like
Are you some kind of idiot?
the
I mean, I've
embodiment
laid it all
of
out for
all
you.
of the
Just
fears
think a minute, it'll
of,
come to you.
in X's case, all of Keves and the Xenoblade 1 world, whereas
make it
Y
so
is
you
the
don't
culmination of that for the
understand.
Xenoblade 2
Are you
world, and it's
ready?
like they're kind of partners in
Taking
crime,
notes?
but like not
It was us who made up
they're
all the
kind of
colony ranks.
above all Mobius
Good
in
old
that sense.
Mobius.
They are very special.
Yeah, every other Mobius were humans turned Mobius, while those are created
Pins go up to
Like
from
Consul.
the OGs.
By human fear, basically.
After that,
Because
once
Mobius
you
is
know,
actually a concept, it's not like an actual person kind of deal.
Mobius isn't a people, it's a concept.
That's a quote from the game, that's not even us, just messing around.
Trying to kill each other day by day.
But why? What did you even make the ranks for?
Because what else is gonna motivate you, eh?
What?
You humans, you need some kind of goal in your little lives. You want to give your blades an upgrade? You want to eat some nice food?
You want to get world
It's
record?
like, yeah, kind of fourth wall breaking right here. It's like the RPG gamer and you're trying to min-max everything. It's like, ooh, you have a
All
point
we
X.
did was give you those goals. And while you're trying to rise up, your life force grows brighter. So shiny. Isn't it wonderful? But then, once you've reached the top, there's nowhere to go but down. And that's no good, is it? Then it's harvest time. One last gasp of defiance. Then we take what's stored up at your life's end.
So then, you're saying the gold rank's nothing but a sham?
I just told you, it's to motivate you.
Oh yeah, you motivated us.
Something interesting as well in this game is that you can clean your clothes.
Without
Oh, that's true.
This is one moment where Riku
You did a good
shines.
job tearing the place up yourselves. Nobody's ever forced you to do anything. You guys, you like a spot of murder as much as anyone.
There's nothing to like about it. How could anyone like it? We live in fear, knowing nothing but fighting. We wanted to reach gold, so we wouldn't have to fight. But you took even that from us.
Because you're idiots, surely. Just think about it real hard for 1 second. Who gave up the right to think for themselves? You did.
What a load of crap! You're the ones who never left us any
Language
room
land.
to think
Gee.
about
You haven't got 2 neurons in your heads.
That's
Or
kind of
you
true for
have
land.
everything.
Oh, now.
And
It's
you
got
have the
15
gold to
neurons to be
complain?
precise.
Those raspberry.
Arsehole! You ain't getting away with
Oh,
Whoa.
No, that's normal language. That's fine.
it. Little
That's all right, it's alright, she's British.
Uni. She just goading Uni to make feathers ruffled. Keep head frosty.
You had Frosty.
but she's
I love Riku.
So good.
False. She's scared of Ouroboros. She want mistake making so she can give friend the finisher.
How can you not believe that
You think she's
Riku is a chat?
scared?
Nopons are joke characters, by the way. They don't say anything intelligent. And then
Riku.
There's like a whole thing about this though. Like
Ricky is deceptively like smart.
Well, whatever.
they all are.
yeah.
Messes up my plans just a little.
There's like a whole thing in Xenoblade 2 about how they actually formed their language because they're all hyper intelligent and know everything, but they thought
They cut out like unnecessary words.
yeah, so like let's make ourselves seem dumb so that they underestimate us and then
Oh
we can
really?
take over the world.
Wait, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Like in like Xenoblade X, there's like a whole mafia of like Nopon. It's ridiculous. There's such a dark bunch of people. It's
I wonder
really-
what strategy should we use for this fight.
Late chain?
Late chain. Good. That's funny. Plexa, that's a good one.
Oh wait, I just realized I didn't. I thought I had lucky 7 for some reason.
I mean, you could have.
Oh.
Like, yeah.
Oh,
but
whoops.
Freeze, that's a new debuff.
Sleepyhead.
Fine. We gotta hear more, Vex.
My God.
Should be enough. No, miss.
Nice miss.
97% accuracy, by the way.
Oh, it might not have been a miss. It might have been like immunity.
No, you would have hit one of them. Oh, you're right.
Might.
It might have been some kind of immunity.
Okay, never mind. So this, hopefully I don't die.
There we go.
Yeah, they're dead.
Oh, ooh, Mobius L. Oh, look at you.
Thank you, boy.
Why eat your heart out?
Oh,
Butted.
it's okay. It's okay. It's all part of the plan.
Scripted.
Oh, oops. It's all part of the plan, just to like make it seem like it's a heart.
This is extra content, guys.
Back to Old Faithful.
You're not wrong though. Like every time something goes wrong and like you have like this much HP left, you go you tie on Ouroboros and just finish it off. Shout out to the relay where I didn't kill Zed right at the end. I had to do that.
Yeah, so last week we did a relay race of all the Xenoblade games, and it was just two champs running against each other for the final game. Plexa running with like 15 minutes ahead at the start, and it ended up being like 7 minutes difference. It was a really, really close
22,
race.
23 hour relay race.
In
that's
some
7
ways
minute
we
difference.
both won, but in other ways we both lost. It was great.
Yeah.
It was a really, really good relay race.
Won the race, won the war.
Yes, we'll go with that version of events.
Agnes sweep.
Agnes Sweep. Tyler Carey.
Oh, Tyler, you obsess.
Timely shout out to the Xenoblade community. They've been fantastic. I've only been there for like 9 months or so, and they've all been super welcoming and super friendly. Really appreciate a lot of them.
There's been some big growth. Lots of
Especially the scientists. I love the scientists in the Xenoblade
scientists.
community so much. They put up with so many bad questions from me. I'm surprised they haven't told me to go away.
You think
Oh,
But
you haven't seen the channels I've been part of. They have.
all I'll say is that they're amazing, and like any question I've ever had, they've come back with really good and useful answers.
No, like the whole community that's been built over the years is very great. Like I've seen it from the start because
I hear it was
built
founded
it.
by a really cool person.
Yeah. I was like, oh yeah, we're starting to have like three people running Xenoblade games. Let's make a Discord.
Yeah, we should just hang out together and talk.
So like, I mean, like if you like any of the Xeno series games, to be fair, join the Discord. It's not just for Xenoblade Chronicles.
Yes, we're trying
Xenogears,
to have a space
Xenosaga.
for Xenogears and Xenosaga. There isn't that many people running
I
those
hear they're
games.
really hard runs.
You want me to leave?
They're really cool. Xenogears especially, like, I'm hoping we're going to be able to showcase it at the marathon now that it's only 5 hours long.
It's only 5 hours now. So
Yeah.
what was it, like 14 or something before, or 18?
It's 18 on the US version, 15 on the Japanese, and now it's 12 for the US version and 5 for the JP version because we've got some really, really broken glitches now. It's so good.
Right now we're doing Noah's side story, which is plot mandated. It's probably the one thing that, like, the one gripe I do have about the narrative is this section.
Oh yeah,
Raid's going on,
Like-
right?
pretty cliche, I think.
Why, Chris?
I mean, I think Bowie, for the most part, like, but what Bowie said about like subverting expectations and everything, that applies to like the story. That they did a really good job of that. But I think like this part is just like the weakest part of the story, like one of the weakest parts of the story.
It's really, really disappointing. Like the whole point is that Chris, Noah's mentor, has come back as Mobius. Oh, shock horror! Another character's been revived by Mobius.
No, I totally didn't expect
oh
that.
my god, where did that come from? It's worse than that though, because like
It's just necessary.
Yeah, they make it mandatory to come and like fight Chris. I mean, like sure, I mean we could fight him, but they didn't really do enough to like develop like.
But no, the thing is, they really hyped it up in chapter 6, where you're going through that sequence in the clouds. Like, the difference that Noah cites for why he is different this time, he pins it all on Chris. It's just like this moment of like him trying to realize like the hopes for tomorrow and like doing it for the rest of the world, not just for him. That selflessness comes from Chris. And then this entire plot rejects all of that and just is like, oh, why Chris? Why become Mobius? Okay. Whatever. This is a small blemish on an otherwise brilliant narrative.
Speaking of Chris, do we know when Noah first met Chris?
It was
I
at
think it was at a homecoming.
yeah, the first homecoming that he ever saw. He was the one who was.
Chris.
I get it. I fell for it.
We will do once.
It's okay. It's 7 a.m. I haven't slept. I've got an
It
excuse.
is 7. I mean, it's breakfast. I think I'm probably going to go get breakfast first. And then
Oh yeah.
I would like to get some.
Oh my god. I need to hit that.
That's a sentence. Let's get some breakfast and go to sleep.
Welcome to my life, Bowie. Welcome to my life.
Yeah. So we got to fight Chris twice. Chris and then Gundam Chris.
By the way, this is Alchemath from Xenoblade 1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like when I ran through
Wait,
here
wait.
for the first time, I was like, damn, they have gone to every extent to make this look like Alchemoth from Xenoblade 1.
They even have the big thing is they have the mural of like the Bionis
mural.
fighting
Yeah,
Mechanis,
yeah.
and it's like super nice that she
And like
kept it that way.
It's Alchemath but mechanized. So
But it's not Alchemoth, but it is, you know?
It's basically they just like took the castle and just kind of like gave it a little bit of a
Alchemath but rebuilt and like yeah.
I will
cooler.
give a shout out to one of my regular viewers, Diovanas, fun guy, love him to bits. There's a line after this Chris fight. Why Chris? Why become a plot device?
myopic screen.
I should point out that why Quad is controlling lands to start here is just to build a little baseline of aggro on him, so then Noah can get off his hits without any difficulty. It's just a consistency thing. It helps a lot, though.
You're on fire, Lance.
My favorite is when he says that when he is actually on fire during the fight.
Yeah, Komodo fire just
You're
comes
on
out.
fire, Lance. Yes, do something about
Yeah,
it.
do something. Yeah.
I can't. I don't have the options yet.
You get no prizes for guessing the strategy here. Absolutely none at all.
Yeah, sorry. If you're expecting one.
Oh, wow, I missed.
Yeah, that's
Oh my god.
97%. This Noah has no accuracy, man.
Very nice.
But now the fight's
And retry.
Retry.
yeah, now the fight's a little bit scary because then Noah gets all the aggro and Chris 1, sorry. Chris 3 for some reason.
So there's been Chris 1 and Chris 2 already.
Chris 1 is like the more dangerous of the two fights for reasons that will hopefully become obvious.
Better to miss the final Lucky 7 on this fight than
Oh yeah, for sure.
like a more dangerous, longer fight later. Some of them, the fights in the final dungeon are gonna be pretty punishing if you have to reset them.
So moving lands away again, just to control the direction that Chris is facing. Well, trying to anyway.
That was cool. I mean, okay, this is side, that's fine.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
fine.
close.
Not in the power ring, I guess.
Yeah, whatever.
It's fine.
GG.
Why, Chris?
Why, Chris?
Why become
Moving on.
Thanks, Chris. You are very...
And now we've got Gundam Chris.
Yeah, Gundam Chris, yeah.
Stealing and Steam as well.
Again, like, Masher is really good, and the biggest change is just, like, not having to use Origin Blade everywhere. So, I think you can kill here without using Origin Blade, right?
We'll still use. I think it's use
this one?
It can kill in one.
No, that's right. Yeah. But this used to be a 2-shot. Now it's a 1-shot.
Yeah, but it was a very free 2-shot because Chris basically just does nothing after enrage.
Once he enrages, he does this thing called a quick power up, which is anything but quick tune-up.
Anything but
quick. It takes a very long time, enough time that you can build up a second Lucky 7 and then hit him again.
Alright, do the whatever. Close. Never mind.
So again, the idea is you like.
Oh,
well,
wow, that's a lot of blocks.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll just build another one.
we've got.
Oh, there's the shackle block. Well, thank you, Lance.
Now we get to see a quick tune-up at least.
Yeah. Shouts to the old strat.
Yeah. So in the time that Chris has done all this animation, we are like gonna be like 2 stacks into our Lucky 7. And
There you go. This would I would have liked to get one shot, but whatever.
it happens. Anyway, that ends our fetch quest, our traversal of Aeonius, and onwards to Origin. But before that, we have to go shopping.
Yeah.
We have to go buy some very important items.
I love this shop so much. I don't know.
The ultimate vassal. Just making that the focus thing so you can easily warp to that point as well.
I can see it's a little out of the way, but there's like a really good accessory here that you can get.
Like, really good.
Oh, there's sell some stuff. Okay, well, it's more than enough money. Oh wait, I have to do a menu first.
So the time for whatever classes is over. Now it's serious time. We've unlocked the ability to sword fighter to 20, so everybody who needs sword fighter is going onto it. That's Center and Uni. And then everybody else is getting into their Origin bashing equipment.
Staying.
There is something beautiful about doing menus fast and having those lines on menus. It's great.
Okay, that one's cool. Well. Off. Or same.
Oh, you have tool belt Center in case that's relevant.
Whatever.
I don't think it's relevant. You'll fix it.
Oh, I actually bought one of this already. Whatever. Oh, here.
I'm so happy.
So shield belt is pretty good. So basically, when you have that accessory, you're going to deal less damage, but you're also going to take less damage.
So we also gave it to Uni as well, which is bizarre because Uni's a big damage dealer, right? Well, we have Noah to take care of that. But what we really do need is a little bit more damage to kind of finish some of these things off, which we want to rely on Interlink 3 for. And remember, if you die, you reset your Interlink stuff to the lower... You have to rebuild your stacks towards the next level, basically. So by giving Uni some survivability, Iron Temple Guard, Shield Belt, she will reliably survive things and be able to build Interlink. Which will be relevant.
I can't remember the percent, but is it like 30%?
What?
On shield belt.
It's 50. Deal 50 less, take 25 less.
Yep.
Okay.
Which is a huge amount of survivability.
Yeah, it's basically it's the main reason why we've been able to cut so much XP.
Yeah.
Do fights at a much lower level. Like again, we said we used to do Z at level 70. We used to go into the end fights at level 63. Now we do Z at level 67, and then end we go in at level 62.
Like, the thing is about the shield belt, it's like the shield belt plus sometimes 1 or 2 other things allows you to hit certain breakpoints in how much damage people can deal to you, so you just end up living in a situation where you'd rather be dead. And because we have so much healing at this point of the game, like, if you survive, that's good enough, because you'll be at full HP in no time at all. It's really absurdly good.
Yeah, it's like low-key big MVP of like this run. I think like
It's
just being
really
able,
subtle.
even though you get it so late, the impact it makes is so huge.
I mean, we wouldn't do a detour into a big shop if it wasn't so powerful.
Yeah,
Like, it's,
exactly. You get a nice Victor gauntlet
like
there as
in
well.
my opinion, though, actually, I think the shield belt is more important than the devotional necklace at this point.
It could, yeah, very well could be, yeah.
This is the final dungeon, by the way. Yeah, this is Origin.
I really hope you like the theme because you're going to hear it for the next hour or less than that.
Yeah, so the whole thing about Ouroboros, right, is that it's kind of like a snake eating itself. It's like a cyclical thing. This is the tutorial music that we had at the very beginning is a rendition of this song. So to have the very beginning opening moments of this game with this song being played is the final dungeon battle theme as well.
All right, you brought up music, so I'm going to talk about music while Quad kills these guys. And that is, I think we can all agree that Xenoblade 2 had some amazing highs in the music and like some just genuinely memorable, amazing tracks. But I think this game here uses music better than any other game in the series.
Yeah.
Just a way to tell the story. Maybe the tracks aren't as memorable, but they serve to support the overall narrative way stronger than any other entry.
I think I mean, the narrative storytelling built into the music is definitely one of those things.
I mean, it had to. I mean, if flutes are a narrative point in your game, you better make sure your music's on point.
And then they even like made the flutes bespoke because every Shinobu is different, right? They all sound unique, but like they made their own for this soundtrack, and then they recorded it with those flutes, which is insane. But then, like the thing is like, God, what was I going to say about it? Yeah, like, as I say, it's this narrative storytelling. I had a point and I've lost it. And that's really annoying.
Well, because you're running out of time, because we have to explain the trick coming up.
You explain the trick coming up whilst I try and remember what I was going to say.
I think it was Spoonie who found this one. This is like the craziest skip I've ever seen. This game doesn't have many of them. Like, as you've seen, we've done this relatively skip-free, glitch-free even. There is one skip here that we can do. We can get out of bounds, technically out of bounds, I guess. I don't know. You can just jump over a wall. It's like the loosest definition of out of bounds, right? Run along this panel here, which is surprisingly easy to do, then jump across here, and then run off this thing specifically, and then fall down to this thing that hasn't even loaded in yet, and you have just enough HP to survive. Then through a little bit of movement here, or falling down a little bit, we recover just enough HP to fall down, and then we can basically skip this entire area. It's, I don't know how much it saves, but it saves a lot. And we don't miss out on any experience, not that we need it.
I remember, but it's mostly irrelevant. But like, there's a difference between like a soundtrack and score.
Ah, sure.
Like, this is much more of a score than a soundtrack. Anyway, that skip to take.
It's a cool skip. It's way better than the ones in the Urian tunnels, which are just like the same concept,
I think
but like way faster.
It's been a thing that's always been really good about the Xenoblade games as well. Is that like the platforming in this game is very basic, but it can be used in really, really fun ways. I've noticed, like Xenoblade 2 having like those like big drops onto like ladders, which you saw in Mactha, you know, and just the way that you can kind of like get around places and like, you know, you would, yeah, I don't know, I can't really think of like another
piece of movement tech. I haven't seen that one before, Quad. Oh,
yeah, but just the way you can like move around the geography is a lot more interesting than it has any right to be. It's kind of simple, but it is fun.
Strongly agree with that. Yeah, Origin is just like a lot of running. Like this.
Yeah, it is.
There are some very, very interesting and difficult fights ahead of us, particularly this next series of fights against N and Mobius X soon.
Whoa.
But there's a lot of running. It's not a very fast place to get through.
What I really like with this place is that the music builds up the further you go inside. So like, it started out really, really quiet, and then it adds up even more chorus.
Second skip coming up, by the way, also by Spoonie. Same principle, no death plane. We're just going to fall on this little piece of geometry and be on our ways. You were saying, Leroy?
Yeah, no, I mostly said it. Like, the music builds up all around, and that's actually something that happens throughout the game. Is that throughout fights, for example, on bosses, if once bosses are below a certain HP threshold, the music is going to start to change to kind of show that like it's getting into the climax of the fight, and it's really brilliant.
So here's one of my favorite strats in the run. I like to call it walking the Iron Horish, because you can kill this thing. It's very easy to kill it, but it's slow. So it's actually faster to just kind of like sit here and like wait for it to get up to the end. Thanks for filling up my album, Quad. I appreciate it. We're just going to wait until it turns around, because again, these guys don't have visibility around its sides, so as soon as it turns around, we can just walk right past it. And this is just faster than killing it. The only reason we do it.
It's also, it can be annoying to kill as well. I think it has pretty high evasion. Or at least, like, you're not guaranteed to hit it. So.
It's Doom. Like, you never want to rely on Doom. Little Doom.
Yeah. I mean, just, like, getting to your Lucky 7, like, imagine, like, missing, like, 3 null slashes.
Yeah, and you're like, oh.
Oh my god, why did I choose to do it?
You can't retry, you have to give up, and it's like, I have to go all the way back.
Yeah. I'll try to avoid that monster there. The big one. Yep, there we go. We avoid the bats here as well. Should allow me to make it to the end here. Yep, okay.
Nice.
I mean, otherwise you can just like death warp there. This should be faster, but like just marginally faster.
So yeah, I take the left side there because you're guaranteed to always get to the door without any encounters, but it's like not that much faster to just reset and retry. But there is a chance you can get the good cycle here, so hopefully you've got the good cycle. I haven't quite worked out what determines this bit yet. Slightly off. It's fine.
No, we might get it.
No, it's in the middle of nothing.
Yeah.
If it's just like Xenoblade 1 cycles and it's from the moment you enter Origin, which is
It's not from Origin.
Okay. Good.
I haven't quite figured out what it is though. This one, though, is quite interesting. This one just literally reverses its rotation from the starting point. So like, yeah, I haven't figured out whether it's quicker to just do it immediately or just to time it out. I time it out, but interesting. And unfortunately, we missed it. Well, welcome to platforming in a game where there's nothing else to do. It's like all about the little hyper optimizations. Purely because there's nothing else that we can be doing at this point.
Whilst we're making our way down, we obviously do have a new reader who's joined us. Hello, Zed. Do you have any messages for us? How are you doing this morning? You all right?
Greetings. I am fine.
Good.
At this fine morning and the long run. I would like to remind our viewers real quick that you are watching ESA Winter 23, and remember that we're raising funds for Alzheimer Fonden, a great organization, and we also do have quite a bunch of incentives open for today's runs, because after this run, actually, we're in the final hour of this long run. The Lego block starts, and if you want to replace the wands in the Lego Harry Potter game with carrots, then it is yours to put your money towards that incentive. We also do have other great incentives open that will make, for example, in the 2-player 1-controller run, will cause the players to switch back and forth for every $10 that get donated, which is quite the awesome feast, and I would love to see that. Remember, we have also great prizes. Check them out at prizes.esamarathon.com. And yeah, keep your donations coming and enjoy the rest of the run. Thank you.
Yeah, we're just about to hit the climax of the end narrative, but also the climax of boss difficulty.
I was just quickly, as like a thing, whilst we're getting there, those little bits and below are like the data of Origin about humanity down there. And if you actually look at like the life sparks that are given off by people when they die, they're the same shape. And they actually kind of like closely resemble the core crystals, I think, from XE2 as well. So.
Definitely is.
They are just core crystals.
Like most likely they use that technology to keep the souls of everyone. And
yeah. So you were saying about boss difficulty ending here as well.
I'm not going to say ending, but it's like the N3 and N4 fights are some of the most difficult in the run. We're going to take this one Titan. This is our farm, by the way. We kill one thing. We try to proc Doom. Hopefully it works. The N4 fight specifically is one of the most infuriatingly difficult fights in the run. Mostly because he can't reliably manage his aggro. Periodically, he will just reset his aggro. Every time he uses Kinetic Purge, for instance, his aggro is reset. And he uses a Kinetic Purge right at the start of the fight, so all kinds of nonsense can happen, especially since Heavy Guard is not the best class in the game at building up aggro.
Come on, Doom.
30%, by the way. This is why we don't want to take the Titan anymore, by the way. But we kind of have to.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, just you go to the thing and you give up.
But he's on. Oh, okay. Okay. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, more reasons why the Titan is bad, but yeah, Doom is great until it doesn't proc like that. It's frustrating. I've been killing this Titan a lot longer than Quad because the Fiona route needs it. This is not fun.
Yeah, we'll try to route this out again.
Yeah,
for now, it's like the least bad option.
Again, this is strictly for CP. We need to unlock Troubadour or Noah. Noah is like a D-ranked Troubadour or something, so we need as much CP as possible.
Hey, first try!
First try.
I mean, understandably so. Like, why would you want to be in the class of your girlfriend's girlfriend?
Yeah. So I'm going to do a quick level up to 62, which is currently the minimum level we need for N. It might go down, who knows, we'll see. The point of this next fight is going to be, well, Final Lucky 7 is good, but it's not good enough to one-shot N4. We can get close, but not close enough.
There's an inn in the boat, and you've always been able to use the inn in the boat to like rest.
Not just in Origin, you're quite right. So yeah, as I said, we're going to try and get Interlink 3 on Uni and Taiwan, and hopefully they don't die repeatedly. We've done enough protection, and we've done enough setup to kind of ensure that's not going to happen, but it's in anything can happen.
Also, whilst the Queen of Agnes was in the Cloud Keep, this is where the Queen of Kevis is. So we're also trying to save Melia whilst we're at it.
Yep. So, remember how we talked about Twin Moons on both Masha and Troubadour Mio? It removes all buffs. And it's relevant for those fights because N can buff himself and get some really, really nasty buffs. And we want to remove them as much as possible.
So he will use Kenotic Purge, and that not only resets the aggro, but it also buffs him as well with the attack up and crit up. He's an absolute maniac with those things up. Very on brand, but yeah. So N3 is fine. Sometimes everybody dies, sometimes they don't, it's whatever. This is a relatively free fight because he will die in one Final Lucky 7. It's the next fight that gives everybody trouble. Although with Masher, it's a lot nicer than it used to be.
Nice days.
Nice days. So that's fine. Yeah, it will run out before I actually have to do stuff. As long as he doesn't do... Okay, yeah, like that one.
Specifically that ability.
Yeah, that was like the tail end of the
that's really
ability, but it's fine. He reset his aggro for me.
Yeah, he used to
one time where it's actually good.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't run out. I'm gonna put Kion into Ouroboros here. Oops.
Flute. Now everyone gets their R by.
So basically every enemy in this game has got like different AI profiles that kick in at different HP thresholds. So Canonic Purge for N3 only kicks in at like 80%, I think. So very conveniently timed on that one.
Should kill.
Yeah, that's dead.
I went for a 4-stack. Now that's fine. Yeah.
100% dead. Yeah. Now for the real final boss of the run.
This guy is hard. This guy's not easy. He can kill you like very easily.
Yeah, he's enraged the entire time. Like it's one of those things where normally you have like the flame gauge to show the enrage, but it's like one fight no enrage at all, and then this fight is entirely enraged.
Wraith Swordplay is not AoE, but it is because he'll like target the tank and then target 2 other random targets, and just everybody dies. It's nuts.
Spooky.
There's Canonic Purge. Kind of have to. Hopefully Masha.
Yeah, hopefully Masha will get rid of it.
Oh, he's targeting me. I'm just gonna go
hide. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Tyron and Uni are getting sniped here.
As long as
Link 1.
Yeah, all the protection in the world, you cannot control this guy.
Yeah.
If Wraith Swordplay with buffs is just dead people.
We really wanted to. I'm just gonna take a bit of time.
Yeah,
leave Noah on his Ouroboros where he's.
This is one fight where I do not care how much time it takes through, as long as I can do it consistently.
Okay, buff ran out.
As long as you keep one of the 2 healers alive, you're mostly fine.
He should be fine now because we got the reduce all on him.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be pretty weak now.
Reduce all makes a huge difference.
So again, stacking Shackle Rings to increase the damage of the smash at the end.
Okay, there we go. There's Interlink 3.
Nice. Good fight.
Nice.
That's pretty decent. Yeah.
I mean, it looked pretty hairy there, so to pull it back is really impressive.
Yeah, especially when Kyan and Uni are going down in the start. That kind of slows down your interlink build. So yeah, it took a bit of extra time, pace to be safe. Just make sure you get through this fight.
This is the one fight in the game that will absolutely punish you for not taking the safe route, so respect.
Wait, this should kill... Oh, wow, he blocked it. Whatever.
Nice block.
That's fine.
Like I'm pretty sure you can get away with as little as 200% overkill here. It's not like a big deal.
Yeah. Whatever.
What we're gonna get.
I'm just gonna do one more D-Ripper. Whatever.
Just be safe, yeah.
Yeah, it's more overkill doesn't hurt, and he's not gonna go over 100 here.
No way.
Yeah. 75, 26 maybe. Yeah. Okay. 300's plenty.
That's more than enough.
Yeah, plenty.
There we go, he's gone.
Well done.
So now N is now inside Noah for somehow.
So it's all downhill from here, actually.
Don't know.
So it's we're very much well and truly in the home stretch.
It's a couple more fights here actually, and because we met that Consul X incentive, we can actually get one more bonus fight, and that will come up like after this next section here. We're gonna get into some more trash mob fights, like one more fights with a bunch of trash mobs, and then it's like the big Mobius afterwards.
Yeah, the trash mob fight's actually one of the more annoying ones.
Yeah. You can't lose a lot of time, and it can get kind of sketchy as well.
Like, it should be really fast, but it's like kind of annoying. Basically, it's a series of 3 sets of 3, whatever they are, spider thingies.
Yeah.
They're the center defense force.
Center defense team, yep.
And the whole point is that Final Lucky 7 will kill them. You just need to proc your positionals on them repeatedly.
Yeah, so the fight can go really fast if like your Tachyon Slash hits like multiple enemies and builds like your Final Lucky 7 extremely quickly, or it could go the other way and just like you have to do like 3. Yeah, they keep turning around and you miss your Tachyon Slash. That's so annoying.
I think like the one nice thing is that you do get Harmonic Wave, which is like when we defeated N, he kind of merged with Noah to become like the ultimate Noah, I guess.
Just like Mio is currently M and Mio at the same time as well.
Exactly. And the thing that differentiates Noah now is that he's got a 6th art during Unlimited Sword, Harmonic Wave, which is very relevant.
It's incredibly strong. It just sucks that we only get it for like a few fights. Yeah.
Well, 3 right now.
3 now.
Yeah.
Or 4, I guess, with the center defense team. But
we don't get like we don't get to see the huge damage that you can get from Attacker Lucky 7 Harmonic Wave that much. But it will be very relevant for the final boss.
So this room is really frustrating. Quad and I have both found skips to get to the bottom floor and skip all this.
No, I'll just do it for the content.
Alright, do it for the content. Do it for the
content.
content. So you can do the skip, but like we mentioned it ages ago, but you have to follow the main story quest markers, otherwise you cannot progress the game. So you have to hit these things. You have to hit that switch and hit this thing over here. You can skip down to the bottom floor as early as you entering this room, basically, but you cannot progress the story. And if you cannot progress the story, you cannot do what you need to do. Like the elevator that takes you to the final boss literally will not work until you defeated Mobius Y.
Oh, oops.
Doing it for the fans.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll do the backup skip.
Backup skip.
Backup skip.
So it turns out Ouroboros are really fat. And they never expect you to be able to be so fat you get stuck here.
Can you not fall all the way down as Ouroboros?
No,
you still take the fall damage and you'll die.
If you take lethal fall damage as Ouroboros, you die. But if you take non-lethal damage, everything's fine.
So this actually turns out to be slower.
Yeah.
Okay, if you do it optimally from the top, it can be like, what, 1 second faster?
I think it's 1 second or something. It's a trivial amount of time.
But it's funny. It's cool to show off, I guess.
It's frustrating that like it exists and like we could in theory skip all this room, but like we're blocked.
Yeah, because of the story flags.
It's really annoying because even if you could like magically door clip through that last door to get to the elevator, even then like you still can't do anything. Oh well.
I almost feel like these kind of story triggers were kind of like put in place for those reasons, where you couldn't like because in Xenoblade
Let me
2
live in my fantasy land.
No. I just want to say it just because like Xenoblade 2 has like a variety of like extent, like the story triggers are like you enter an entire area and it's at the end of the entire area. So whatever happens in between is completely Tantal with a zombie hover and and like World Tree getting through door clip and stuff. Like if all they did here was just put a trigger to open the door, please, like normally, and it's like
would have been fine.
Yeah.
Here's the most annoying fight.
Oh, another aggro.
And aggro control in this fight is non-trivial as well. It's
So the idea is, there's going to be 3 or 4 wave.
three sets of 3.
So yeah, 3 wave of 3 enemies, and you have to kill them all within 1 lucky 7 timer, which isn't too bad.
It's very doable, but it's just a pain.
Yeah,
you can get unlucky and maybe miss one of the
The
AoE.
first wave is honestly the hardest. With that down, it should be smooth sailing. Should be, but it cannot be. There we go, smooth sailing.
This is not using the shackle ring, by the way, because we're just using Tachyon slash into final lucky 7. So this is basic final lucky 7 right there.
I think does the shackle ring give 10% off of 1 stack?
No, I think at this it doesn't give anything. I mean, no, it could be. 10%.
I think it's 10%. Yeah. That's we're certainly not using intentionally the shackle ring for anything.
Yeah.
It's way overkill for that fight.
Everyone's lending us their strength.
So we're about to head into that Mobius X incentive. Ooh.
Why, are you not excited to see the same strat that we've been using for an hour and a half?
I am actually excited to see Sad Balloon, personally.
Yeah, so if you didn't do Uni's Ascension quest and you didn't like beat Consul X at Colony 5, the room that she would spawn in would be empty, except like for like a few trash mobs inside, which you can just run around and skip the entire room altogether.
It was one of those things where some people like when they were watching my playthrough never actually did that side quest, so they were like, "Well, wait, there was a fight here? Is there not normally?"
Yeah, I actually was pretty happy because I skipped the fight that looked like it was a mandatory fight casually, and I was like, and then later on people were like, yeah, well, by the way, there is supposed to be a story fight here against Exxon. Like, oh, that's funny.
It's one of those things that, like, depending on how you played this game, you either like, wow, everybody knows that, or everybody didn't know that. You know?
It's a little frustrating because like you get Mobius Y, and Mobius Y was like a mandatory. Like technically he would be skippable, but because he is woven into the, it's like you must complete him for the story.
There's no way around the story.
Yeah, you have to fight Mobius Y, but X is just like, you don't do Uni's quest, not gonna be there.
Very strange decision, but that's okay.
It would be fine if they just swap X and Y.
You'd enjoy it.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that, actually.
I hate Y. I don't know.
Y is such an uninteresting fight. It's just like, oh, you got lots of stats. Nice.
Oh, I'm so big and bulky. Okay, this cutscene is like 10 seconds, so I guess we'll just see it again.
Look at all you roaches scurrying out of the woodwork. You've got some guts. Ouroboros.
X.
And this is her Mobius form, which we haven't seen up to this point.
You want that, right?
Yeah, not gonna rate that form.
That's why I said Consul X. I didn't specify Mobius X.
Prove you wrong, once and for all.
Got a big scythe though. Wow, it's damage. Jones, cribble on people because she has
it's Trick
Balloon. Yeah, but that inflicts bleed onto like your party.
So if you're wondering what strat we're going to use, basically the same strat that we've been using on the previous bosses.
It's very powerful.
For some reason, she enrages at like 80%, which is extremely strange. Like all the
An
other
angry
bosses-
lady.
All the other. Oh, Uni's gonna die.
He's just really angry at Uni.
Uni, no. Okay. Well, same thing. I'm just gonna make sure I get some stuff. However.
Again, the stacking shackle ring stacks and
Actually, no. You know what? I'm not even gonna bother chaining her.
Yeah, just kill her.
Because she's not part of the XP route. Oh.
that's a death size. I know that move.
Death size just proc, yeah.
Whatever.
I understood that reference.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's do all reliable.
All reliable. Let's
Hey.
Yay! And really weirdly, all of the
Oh wait, there's no cutscene.
There's no cutscene.
specifically X and Y have this because again, like Y is also supposed to potentially be like skippable in the same way that this is. So like they
Wait, wrong door.
yeah, they just fade away and they talk to you in their own background. Really, you don't? Interesting.
Oh, she's so sad.
I don't want to die, chat.
But they're never gonna beat us.
Wait, that wasn't what she said?
It was not what she said.
They're on us.
I'm going to assume that it was what she said because I like it.
Okay.
So you killed her, chat.
Yeah. I like it. Chat killed her.
Well done, chat.
He saved the run.
You killed the waifu.
We've certainly improved the run, I'll give you that much.
Wow.
I really love Senna and Lance's energy, like the tall big guy and the small energy girl. It's really, really cute.
They found us.
Good friends.
Yeah, they're really good friends.
So coming up, we got 2 dogs. We used to kill, like we killed this for like the longest time because we didn't really find like a good way to skip them. Turns out you just need to make your movement a lot tighter and you can skip them.
I am like very proud of you for finding this. Like the greatest find ever. Because this fight was like not totally trivial. Like sometimes it just randomly zap everybody. But if you just do this movement here, you could despawn them. It's so nice. Thank you, Quad.
You can get trolled a little bit if it decides to like body block you. That should be fine. That should be fine.
This is fine.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we should get it. We should get through this. There we go. Dog skip.
Dog skip.
Call this dog skip because you skipped a dog.
Yeah, so we've fought
Creative naming in this game.
Yeah.
Legendary strat.
fought
Dog
X.
skip.
Now we got to fight Y again. Same thing.
What Y here is like even more tanky than he was before, but he is like I'm not gonna say he's got negative damage, but like he's really not a threat.
It's pretty easy. Like this is way easier than like N.
Yeah.
I think that's almost kind of. It's quite interesting that he's just not a threat at this point. Yeah.
I mean, he can do stuff. Like he's doing stuff. He blocks. The block is annoying, but like at the end of the day, like Final Lucky 7 is gonna do Final Lucky 7 things. So.
And you've got the medic gunner too, so like.
There was there was a whole kind of like Lands and Senna Ouroboros thing a while back where you could again if the enemy blocks you kind of get a reaction from that and it's
yeah, that was just a guaranteed break procs.
Yeah,
but, like, we've routed more and more of them out of the run.
Yeah.
Just hasn't become relevant because right now it's just like okay, we know he's gonna block from the front, so we move behind him, set up a Final Lucky 7, and we won't get blocked. It's totally fine. But we basically use the same blueprint as the N4 fight. Except it's just way freer.
It's just nice how kind of like you throw out different concepts to deal with problems before you kind of have something optimal. You have concepts.
Oh, I got power charge, so I think I actually one-shot him.
I think you one-shot him, yeah.
Lamau.
I was like, man, you're hitting like 70k. You must have.
All right, let's go. Tachyon slash.
For the fans.
Damn, that's strong.
Game.
Big boy. Alright, that's all.
That's a nice time save. And we just unlocked Troubadour on Noah.
Woohoo! No cutscene for you either.
And now we're going into Z, which, it's a fight. It's a really cool fight, actually.
Yes.
I think like it's a really punishing fight casually because there's no reset points. It's a very, very long fight. It's like, you know, casually for like 40 minutes or something. We've got it down to sub 30 consistently, with a myriad of different really cool and interesting strategies, and that makes the Zed fight really interesting and like satisfying, I think, to play as well. Like, I think both me and Quad, we both enjoy playing the Zed fight, just because it's not nearly as like random and stupid as it looks on paper. Plus, you get indestructible Tyon, which is really cool.
And so the reason why the Z fight is so long, like it's still 24 minutes long, is because you can skip cutscenes in the middle. So you are going to be able to enjoy some cutscenes.
Yeah,
it's also like multi-tiered as well, like, or multi-phase. So you have to kind of fight.
This is like phase 2, the boss.
Yeah. there's like a whole bunch of them.
I put a phase 2 in your phase 2, so you can have more phase 2.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
The kind of fight starts off by like kind of stopping any and all damage. You're just trying your best to survive as long as you can, and then just try and deal as much damage to get through it. So it's like you're trying to survive the first bit, and then you kind of have to watch all these bit where everyone's kind of going back. All of the Ouroboros pairs are going back over the kind of their defining moments and trying to like break out of like Zed, who's able to suppress the Ouroboros, and trying to like get that back into play, which is the whole part of the first fight, and then kind of hitting certain damage ranges to kind of push into different phases of the final fight, which in itself has 4 different phases. So yeah, there's just a lot of having to do, and in between each of those phases, well, the Mobius Zed fight before we get to Zed Infinite is kind of a multi kind of staged thing. We have to like watch all these cutscenes in between, but then the Infinite phases each have these long moments of like, because you're at war with Origin. Origin has like a whole defense system that kind of comes out to play in like a way. So you have this whole thing of like the war of the people of Ionios against Zed controlling Origin. So it's like it's a spectacle and it's a set piece that's wonderful, but it doesn't half crack on.
It's beautiful until you die to it twice.
Twice? That's embarrassing.
Yes. I mean, I played on hard at first.
Yeah, I died once to it. I got to the final phase, phase 4 of phase 2, and I didn't know that the range thing only hit down the center. So like knowing that you can move to the side to stay safe is a thing. But here we go.
Zed strat time. The main thing that we care about here is that in the very first phase of this fight, Zed has ridiculously high defense, like 99% defense reduction. There is one thing that can get through it though, and that's called staying power, which is the thing that we unlocked from Juniper's class. So the main strategy in this first blob is to get down as many staying powers as possible, and then use arts and staying powers. The point of staying power is that every time you use an art while inside the staying power, you deal twice the attack value of the user who used staying power as kind of like true damage. So because we got it on our attackers, and I guess Lance because he has it, we're actually doing a lot of true damage. You can see how we're doing like 35s and stuff with our hits. Every staying power is dealing like minimum 1,000, high range 1,500. So it's a significant speed up. The other thing that Quad did there was he set Speed Demon on Tyon, which is one of the Zephyr arts. Speed Demon gives you a lot of evasion. In conjunction with Evasion Expertise, which is evasion on ranged attacks, and all of Zed's ranged attacks are ranged, Tyon ends up with like 60% evasion, so that's a very cool defensive tech that allows us a great deal of survivability. That was a really quick, very, very first phase, so going pretty well.
The gimmick of this fight as well, as you can see, is like changing the stage, if you will, because they're in an amphitheater. Obviously, the ice means you can't move as much, and there's going to be a fire phase where there's going to be consistent AOE's being placed around the map. And ideally, what you'd want to do is obviously move around and kind of evade the AOE's when they get placed on the ground. But just again, survival here is the most important thing. So. Yeah, each one is like a different little gimmick that you have to kind of just try and understand and get around. But yeah, dealing the damage, obviously, to move on from these phases is the most important thing. If you don't deal damage, it does eventually end. But obviously, dealing damage to just push the next phase is like the fastest way to get through it.
You still need to hit an HP threshold before it will advance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like the ice would end, but this wouldn't start until you get the damage done.
Worth noting that we're not using Flash Fencer Noah right now.
We're using Troubadour Noah for a very particular reason that'll become apparent on the next fight specifically. But we are now healer Lucky 7, and I think McGrime mentioned it a while ago, but that has different skills and different abilities, and it charges final Lucky 7 in a different way. We're a little bit away from that. We've got plenty of time to talk about it during the interlink sequence. So far, this is going really good. So Quad is doing an excellent job of keeping people in those staying power fields. This phase of the fight, there's these big columns of fire that come up that knock people away, so he's doing a good job of like keeping the damage, the DPS really high here.
That's actually something I thought about ages ago, but didn't actually mention it. But actually, the AOE's that you drop, like the rings that you drop on the ground, when a character drops it, if that character dies, their rings just disappear completely. It's not like it's left over. It's linked to their being alive. So if they are gone, they are gone.
So you are very upset when your DPS die, because then your staying powers go away.
Yeah.
I should mention that if you have too many fields down, they pop, and if they provide a buff if it's a buff field to everybody inside the circle when it pops. If staying power pops, it deals like double damage, but it's a once-off, so it's not that valuable. It's helpful, but...
So now we're into this kind of bit here where he puts up this force field, and what all of our characters are going to do is they're going to, like, dealing so little damage, but then they're going to each individually in pairs unlock their Ouroboros power. You have to do one round of chain attack and do the Ouroboros endings. You have to watch all of that for all of our characters, and it will like break each of the shields that Zed's going to put up. So yeah. And then after you get all three, after everyone's had their shackle, their Ouroboros shackle broken, we can then deal the damage to finish it.
Really clean phase 1. Good job. We're getting into like the last sequence where we can squeeze in any donations. So if we have them, now is the time.
Awesome, let's do this. We have a donation from the audience, actually. Zephyr has donated $25 saying, "Thank you, Plexa, for showing XC3 to us. I missed most of it due to sleep, but I'll come back and watch the start for sure." And that goes towards the Super Metroid Survive the Jet Zero Suit Samus cosplay incentive. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So this is another scripted sequence. There's some like really minor optimizations you can do here, so I think you'll do them right, interlink stuff. Yep. Basically, we've been using Interlink 3, or we want to build Interlink 3 for the final phase of this fight, phase 2 of the first part of this fight. You actually build your Interlink levels in chain. So right now everybody's got like Interlink Shackle on them, so it doesn't really matter, we just use whatever is fastest in order to tie on. But afterwards, we're going to specifically use Uni and tie on it, because that generates 4 fusion arts towards the next Interlink level, which actually gets us level 1 out of the box. Well, it's just a little optimization to get Interlink 3 more consistently on the final phase, which is kind of nice. So, I haven't talked about how Final Lucky 7 works as a healer beyond it has healing arts. So as an attacker, when you're using Final Lucky 7, you're trying to use those positional arts, you're trying to be in front of the enemy, you're using Tachyon Slash to kind of build it up because that's your only directional ability. As healer Lucky 7, you want to be using healing arts or healing talent regen to be able to generate Final Lucky 7. So healing talent is basically setting fields and regen. We have the ability to set a field now. Like all our abilities have the same names, but they have different effects. So now Tachyon Slash is an AoE heal. Power Razor is now a regen field, and Harmonic Wave is now an AoE heal. Using those 3 arts repeatedly and cycling them allows us to generate enough stacks to build up Final Lucky 7. The basic sequence is we auto-attack, Tachyon Slash, Power Razor, Harmonic Wave, Tachyon Slash, Power Razor, and then you've got Final Lucky 7 all built up, which is... It builds it insanely quickly. Now, the reason we're using Troubadour Noah specifically as opposed to any other class is that Troubadour Noah builds up Final Lucky 7 by far the fastest compared to anything else. Like, it's actually absurd. You'll see it predominantly in the next part of this fight because we have to rebuild it from scratch. But we have to rebuild Final Lucky 7 like 2 or 3 times through this entire sequence, and if we were Attacker Lucky 7, it would take forever to build it. You need to use 10 positionals. We have 2 positional arts. One of them doesn't work on Zed, so it would just take forever to do so. Healer Lucky 7, however, like Troubadour is just an insane art spamming class, so we can build it up really, really quickly. As Zin and Yinsi came up with this strat, it's incredibly genius. Like,
it's the biggest Galaxy Brain strat I've ever seen, and I love it so much. I really hated using the Fencer just because, like, if you die with the Fencer,
it's so punishing.
There you go. Your Lucky 7's gone. But Healer Lucky 7, you can die as many times as you want, and you can rebuild it.
I lose like 5 seconds. That sucks.
Yeah, you can rebuild it as many times as you want. It doesn't matter. And Troubadour, yeah, like Plexa said, it's by far the best job at building. Not only can it spam arts ridiculously quickly, it gives itself its the arts recharge field, which also works on your talent build. And on top of that, the stance for the Troubadour is Shadow Parade, and that also stacks with your regen field and then the regen buff if your field pops. So you have like 3 sources of extra arts recharge, and that just means like your talent just like there you go.
4 sources, because if your allies die, you get free recharge.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, would you like more recharge on your class, please? Okay, sure. It's ridiculous.
It's like how fast can you build arts? Yes.
Yes.
Very much so.
Oh, and it has a skill where like 10% chance to proc the art back.
Oh yeah.
It's like
this is ridiculous. It's so good. It's the reason why we have like 2 troubadours in this team. We used to use like double war medic, and then we kind of realized, oh, troubadour is way better.
Yeah,
you
like,
kind of really just need the 2 swords to carry your staying powers, and then you can just use your troubadours to give them more staying powers, more arts recharge.
By giving them arts recharge.
Yeah, and just spam glittering melody, give arts recharge buff everywhere.
You get a
everywhere.
recharge. You get a recharge. Everybody gets a recharge. It's so fun.
This whole strat comes together so well. And the fact that Tyon, like, I like to call this like a god type, now it's God Tyon with the evasion expertise and the speed demon. He just basically never dies, or if he dies, like, okay, fine, just die once.
He has a level 1 Zephyr, and he will not die. It is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. And so he's like the anchor. He just anchors your entire party, and then your swords are just free to like spam your staying powers, and your troubadours are free to spam their arts fields, and everybody just
Shout
profits.
out to Tasmania Jones for realizing that like Troubadour Mio and Tyon Zephyr, even at level 1, is still really good. It came about because we were working on Fiona strats, but like the realization is just universal. It's insane. Here's Speed Demon, by the way. So Tyon's going to go into this last phase with like, oh, you can't hit me. No, you can't hit me.
Yep, so okay, so we're gonna see. So Noah doesn't have his Lucky 7 anymore. We have to build it from scratch, but you're gonna see how fast we can build it.
It's ridiculous.
The main thing you just need to worry about is not getting hit by Zet's AoE, which shouldn't be a big deal as long as you don't stay in front of him.
I mean, Noah also has evasion expertise because he's on Stalker for the longest time.
Yeah, exactly. Also, Troubadour has a skill that gives your entire party 10% chance to dodge any attack.
Like, what can't Troubadour do? It's insane.
It's so good. It's such a good class.
I love it.
Well, the problem is it doesn't stack with both Troubadours, right?
The only problem
it does stack with the evasion, but it doesn't stack with itself.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tyon's like, what, 75% around the bat, can't get hit.
Yeah.
And even if it does get hit, you get all like you got your shield belt and everything on him.
Yeah, just watch. Just watch. This is supposed to be 10 like class abilities to rebuild Lucky 7, by the way. It's supposed to be 10. It's supposed to be a hard thing to do.
And it's just
And
right
there.
there. And so now there is no more cutscene to watch, so we can just kill.
Arts Follow-Up was one of those, like, the staying power was one of those skills that at first,
Oh,
like,
actually,
it was so weird to kind of see. You couldn't quite, it took you guys a while to figure out what it actually did, but there's like the little ball in the middle is what's shooting a little turret, basically, which is, someone realized, oh, it's just doing damage.
It's really just, if you're used to other games, it's basically just a chaser.
Yeah. I will give you despair.
Nice. Clean.
Yeah, so I almost went to Origin Blade there, but because Uni is at sword level 15, you actually don't need Origin Blade, so he just dies here.
Yeah, no. Sometimes you need Weekend to kind of secure that range, but it's.
Oh wow, this no, this
That's it. Fine.
never mind. I mean, if I have to watch the second part, it's whatever. Okay, yeah, I do.
It's too high.
Yeah, whatever. I need to farm like a minimum amount of overkill. Noah's not gonna get him by himself, so need Senna,
Yeah,
but
not with the shield belt.
yeah, it depends on like if you get like crits and stuff and how many buffs you have in your party. You might hit 100, but whatever.
Yeah, you just got really unlucky with Uni. That's fine. Like unlucky in like a casually good way.
Yeah.
It's fine. We only need 267. Us. Yeah, 67, 68. They're about.
68, yeah.
He's angry.
That's fine. But GG, that's the first phase, the part 1 of a 2-part boss down. Like I said, phase 2, the boss.
And
Now
that
into
phase 2 has
Dead Infinity.
This is the big scary phase. You really have to make sure you're on top of your game here. As long as you don't do risky things, play play properly, you should not die here.
Worth noting that if you ever die during phase 2, you have to restart the whole thing again,
you don't get
including
any-
all the cutscenes.
Don't get any retries. So yeah, this phase this fight is 4 phases. You've got this one here, then you have the Agnians and the Kevesi split up into 2 teams, and they have to deal with their particular console. So I believe it's Y for the Agnians and X for the Kevesi. And so it's literally 3 of you, and then you get joined by the heroes that you've picked up, or a selection of the heroes from the ones you've picked up. So actually having Masha as well means you get an extra hero?
No, we don't.
No? Yeah,
No, you have to fully unlock the hero.
Oh, you have to fully unlock. Okay, cool, fair enough. So yeah, you get the heroes that you have. So yeah, they will join you in the fight. So it's kind of nice to have.
It's really cinematic and poetic and really cool, but like there is a little bit of RNG involved that we're not super pleased with, but there's nothing you can do about it. Like the Troubadour Mio mitigates a ton of it though. It's
having a healer on both sides. I'm pretty sure.
Specifically Troubadour Mio on the Agnian side is incredibly valuable.
Did he launch? Oh, I might have pressed that too early. Oh,
Hey!
days for some reason. Wait, what? That is so weird. I follow leader like really early.
Oh, I mean, there's a long travel distance, I guess.
Yeah, okay, whatever. We'll just do it again.
It's fine.
We might hit that HP threshold, but it's fine.
Just get a Shira. Just power charge.
Okay, I have to rebuild Lucky 7. Because I need to rebuild Chain anyway.
Okay. I mean, even if you hit cap, it's fine. Slightly longer fight.
Yeah, so a little bit unfortunate. I was not expecting that days at all because I did make sure I follow leader early. Unfortunately, it's a pretty big area, and then like my optic screen is a projectile.
It goes. It really takes a long time.
As you can see,
I think one of the things you get really good at when you practice Zed is like, how do you not die and just finish the fight? So there are no problems here. It's just gonna take a little bit longer.
Yeah, like you can just lose time, but you should not die.
Yeah, well, we were joking about it the other day because like Zed again also has this reputation of just killing runs, but like it's a really undeserved reputation, at least in our opinion. It's a fight where sure you will lose time if things go wrong, but with Healer Lucky 7 you should never die.
it's really not so much of a problem with Healer Noah.
Yeah, exactly. Again, don't judge a speedrun by week 1 strats. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, which is why I really love this strat because you can just take your time. You know you will win as long as you play properly.
That's definitely hitting the HP threshold though.
Oh yeah, okay, never mind. I'll just trigger it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You trigger it and you just get it, it's fine.
So
I probably have to rebuild again, but it's fine. Yeah.
You can probably get another final Lucky 7, that's fine.
But he might have aggro,
So if the boss,
yes, aggro is.
if the boss is below 80% HP, then you cannot defeat all the HP bar. But
It's 75%, but
75?
like
Okay.
the way the strat works is that we want it above 80% because the smash from uni will not proc if you hit the 75% cap. So at 80% we're like, okay, that's enough buffer so that when uni hits, it doesn't hit the cap before the smash comes
That's
out.
fine. I kind of expect him to die there because he took a lot of aggro.
And you get recentered, so you're getting all the damage.
I'm just gonna move my party to the side here.
Yeah.
And again, it's okay because we are recharging finally.
Yeah, so
super fast.
if we were a fencer Lucky 7 at this point, it would be like, well, I guess we're resetting. But this is pretty much it. This is fine.
So we're last party.
It's like, yeah, again, the whole reason why you are playing as Flash Fencer is because you are doing most fights in only one unlimited sword. But that's definitely not the case here. The fight is 24 minutes long. Even outside of cutscenes, it's multiple phases, and you don't get your sword back on the phase 2. So like, it's just an option that makes sense, and it was kind of mind-blowing when we first saw it at first, but like it just makes sense. It's one of the things it's just brilliant because it's hard to realize.
This moonless.
That's pro moonless, yeah.
Annoying because it inflicts a AoE topple. Didn't hit anyone. Okay, yeah, we should do it here.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. See, take your time, you will win.
Playtime's over, kids.
You can see how long those projectiles are taking to hit Zed, by the way. They take forever.
Yeah, normally there'll be an 85% damage threshold here, which you'd want to avoid. Yeah, like Legrand said, he's going to be immune to all reactions, including Smash. Normally that's not really that big of an issue unless you like start missing like a bunch of stuff. He takes a lot of like chip damage. There you go, there's Ashira.
Yeah, we really want to see Ashira in these chains because A, big increase to your chain multiplier plus power charge. So again, just adding all those multipliers together to give Uni as much damage as possible.
Ashira is by far the fastest way to clear these chains. If you see Ashira in the first round, you're guaranteed to kill on the second round. But that's fine. We don't expect to get Ashira all the time. You can still win. It's just going to take just a little bit more time.
Yeah, it's like 20 seconds.
Build an extra round in the chain. Go for fourth round if you really have to. You will still win.
That's phase 1 down. Let's go into phase 2.
Yep.
Or is it phase 1 of X? Phase 1 of the interlude.
All right. That was a... I wouldn't say sweaty. That took a while, but, you know, we got through it. We weren't worried at all. We knew.
Yeah.
I wasn't
hey,
worried at all.
X, she's back again.
Aww. Okay, so this phase is... I mean, it's...
You're scripted to, like, get knocked down, basically. So at some point, X is gonna, like, trigger the next part of this cutscene. Well, I said cutscene, it kind of feels like one. The point here is that it's the fastest way to trigger that is to have somebody die, in this case, Uni. And once she dies, he does this, what is it, threefold pain or whatever it is, and that moves this phase into the next part of the fight. Until this cutscene happens, you cannot kill X.
Yeah, she will always be capped at 50% HP, so you can like bring her down to 50% HP and she will not die.
So Quad actually reset his final Lucky 7 next, so he's going to use the remainder of this part of the interlude to kind of rebuild that and have it good to go when we go into phase 2 of Z Infinity or phase 4 of the fight.
You can actually skip the entire thing, like getting Uni to die and whatever, but it's completely up to RNG when X will use this thing to trigger the next phase. So, just for consistency's sake, you pretty much just always do this.
Also, this is Alchemath, by the way. This is Alchemath right there.
It's not a Xeno game if there's no giant mecha.
Giant mechs.
You gotta have the giant
It's like,
robots.
oh, yep, check that box. So, it's like, this
Future
whole
connected.
sequence is really
She
cool.
said the line.
Oh, the line! I talked over the line. Someone somewhere in the Xeno Discord's gonna be really mad at me. Also, we don't want to see Gondor here. It's not as bad as it used to be.
Well, I bet we're gonna get Gondor. No way we're not gonna get Gondor. Oh, we actually didn't get Gondor. Okay.
The whole reason is Gondor does the most DPS, and we do not need any additional DPS in this phase.
Yeah, we want her on the other team because the other team kind of needs DPS.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it used to be, as I said. But
Yeah, but getting Gondor still makes it really fast.
it's gone from like a 40-second time saver to like a 20-second time saver, which is nice.
Yeah. Oh, a lucky set.
Oh, you built that fast.
So yeah, we've got the shield belt on Noah for survivability, but it doesn't really impact his ability like to end this phase.
I mean, it kind of does. So we give him the empowered combo gem, and
okay,
go away.
Basically, just give him empowered combo. And, oops, okay. Well, suddenly he can't kill. Oh, wow, that's annoying, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Just
Like that sums up Zed. It's like, oh, that's annoying, but it's fine. Her balloon with an upgrade.
End the phase.
And that's a kill.
That's fine. I just build to the next.
Yeah, it's not even bad if you don't kill, because you just build up stacks that make the next bit faster. It's like very convenient.
Right, that's X Infinity. And now we got Y Infinity, of course.
So every hero we didn't get in the last lot, we'll get in this lot. In casual play, you're capped at like 6 heroes aside, I think. And here we just never even get close to that cap, so you just see everybody. Here's Gondor, our favorite Australian.
You owe me one, okay? Riku add power to me. Hate the Nopons.
Yeah, the Nopons are the worst here.
I mean, we love them, but they're so bad here.
Like, they all come at the level that they are at in the party, and we've never touched the Nopons the entire run. They're like level like 50-something. It's really sad. This is where like Troubadour comes in really clutch. Basically, we have Senna 15. Senna is a sword fighter at level 15, so she can deal a lot of damage. But sword fighter is gated by cooldowns, basically.
Oh, wow. Why do I fall weird?
So you kind of saw it at the start of the run where like we kind of were gated by like Overclock Buster, and there's like nothing we can do about it. The Troubadour is the solution. The Troubadour gives us something to do about it. Like Glittering Melody right now, we can just use all of our arts. So it's fantastic. Thank you so much, Troubadour. Sorry, thank you so much, Miyabi, for this gift. Wire's almost dead already. It's insane. That's unfortunate.
Senna, wake up. It's a little annoying, but
Yeah, like I said, Zed is like, oh, that's a little annoying, but it's fine.
it's good. Senna's actually more like.
I heard that too.
Senna's actually more likely to die here, just because like she because of your extra Troubadour, she gets like
Way more art.
Yeah, she gets way more art, so she actually takes aggro now.
It used to be that Dispersing Bloodlust 1 was like just enough to keep her under the radar. Now like she'll occasionally get it.
Yeah.
And well, Troubadour is also not really that great at healing, so
Nah, it doesn't matter. Like his base is fine.
yeah.
I mean, the best healing is just don't heal, so it's fine.
Yep.
Oh,
Just
well, I
use
didn't need
buff.
that Glittering Melody, but okay.
Yeah.
There's Y Infinity.
Alright.
Alright.
All right, final phase-ish.
Final phase, kinda. Z Infinity 2.
Z Infinity 2 phase 1. Or phase 4, I don't know.
Whatever.
Like I said, phase 2 the boss, all the guitars.
Oh, now we got the electric guitar, so you know
It's real.
Attack on Titan anime moment.
Honestly, when you get to this part, it's the epicness of the soundtrack really grips you. Especially when you're on pace. Just gotta build that final
Alright,
57
30
again.
seconds to do it.
Easy.
Should be fine.
This is pretty much the exact same as phase 1, except we will get to do less things.
We have just enough time.
Yeah, yep, good time.
Nice.
Shiro would be ideal. There we go.
There we go.
There's the girl.
Yeah.
Alright,
The way.
So there's also an HP gate in this one if you hit like 85, I think it is. So you want to stay above 90 or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's 85 for this one. Oh, sorry, 75 for the previous one, Infinity 1. But for Infinity 2, it's 85.
Yeah.
But because this guy's more HP in this phase, it's split into 2 phases, so you don't have to do as much damage. But you also get a little more leeway, or about the same.
And well, you also start with your chain build. from
Oh
the
yeah, so you do less damage.
sides, so-
If you're bad, you hit the threshold. If you're doing things fast, it's not a problem.
Yeah, if you do things right, you'll never hit the threshold there. Yeah.
So it's still half HP because we still need to get 2 more heroes in
That's
the team.
phase 4. Now this is phase 5.
Yep. Actually, last phase.
Yeah.
You can't believe us this time.
Yeah, there's a nice little final surprise here for us as well. Obviously, with like the queens have been like piloting their mechs, and then obviously been helping to fight Origin and Zed from the outside, but they will join us in the final fight.
I mean, this was incredibly fan servicey, but I do not care one bit.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Can I skip this
I love
cutscene?
the I love the fast recharge in the middle of the cutscene. It's great.
Go and help them then. We'll grab the future with both hands this time round.
Oh, Catherine Mayhew. Let's go.
Long awaited this moment.
Hey, Jenna Coleman.
It's Jenna Coleman, oh my god.
She finally
I love
lets
how
the
the camera
starlight
just like
kick.
pauses on them for a bit.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It's like they knew exactly what they were doing with this.
That's Catherine Mayhew. And I never noticed that her like blades were the Aegis blades as well. When I first thought I was just like not focusing on that at all. I don't know why.
Overwhelmed at this moment.
I don't know
but
why.
so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. I mean, you've been fighting for like 40 minutes. Like you're just.
Also, you may have noticed that in the previous phases that we've been doing this, the chain attack music hasn't been kicking in this entire time. It's the it's the one time when the chain attack music does not overlay and on top of the previous music.
But why would you want it? This music's amazing. I don't think I'm ever going to get sick of the Z music, to be honest. It's so good.
It's very good.
Okay, you should get me my...
Yeah.
Oh, almost.
Yeah, sure.
Cross impact. Oh, no.
Cross impact doesn't... Okay.
Never mind.
Just need, like, anything.
There we go.
All right. Time is when boss dies.
I see. That's the big attack, the diffusion that can have the potential to wipe your party. That's the big reason why we give so much bulk to our healers. All of them can survive. But yeah, gotta make sure you get your party out of the way, which is what I'm gonna do now, actually. Oh, okay. I'm gonna rebuild again. It's fine.
Yeah, because you have to rebuild Lucky 7 on the stage anyway, you've got all the time in the world to get it right. There's no point taking a risk.
I'm just gonna put them in order just in case they die.
Yeah, just for safety.
All right.
Here we go.
Let's see Ashira.
And one last time the music
comes on. And we finally get the chain attack music here. Just so we know, this is actually the end.
This is it.
Yeah.
This is really the end.
Once so yeah, the time will be called once we smash and then exit the chain.
Yeah,
Plexa, you could. Yeah,
you have the button. I got the button. Too early. It's just, I mean, it's over, but it's like not over yet. Taiwan as well. That's a kill.
Where were these in my PV?
I know, dude.
Alright, and 3, 2, 1.
Come on. Time!
Hey, let's go. Awesome run.
Woo. Good job, guys.
Well done.
That's pretty good. I mean, just
not bad.
over 7, but because we did
a lot of extra stuff. Yeah.
We did the
cutscenes and stuff.
It's the Ropal's fault.
It's the Ropal's fault.
Also, the thing is, this whole like going over estimate thing doesn't even exist. The estimate was 7 hours, and you got 7:45. That's a bloody good estimate.
That's an estimate.
Basically,
bang on,
that was exactly what it is. Like.
Yeah. If we didn't get that long load in Mac though.
I mean, a lot of things could have pushed it under 7 hours, but I mean, we did lots of extra stuff, so this definitely should have been like much lower. Yeah.
That was Xenoblade 3?
Yeah, Xenoblade 3. Really, I love this run so much.
It's really cool. I love it as well.
Really great run.
Again, if you are interested in running the game, we do have a built-in break if you want to do it RTA, so you can have 30 minutes break in between the runs. So it's just a matter of finding the time to do it, and it's like a really cool run. It's really fun. And we've got cool people that are ready to help if you're interested.
Yeah. I really hope that we kind of like dispel like some of the misconceptions that people might have had of like of this run. Like, yeah, like again, this is a really great run if you don't mind like running like an RPG that's like slightly longer. This is a fantastic run because again, low variance, a lot of things,
heavy.
Very execution heavy. A lot of things are in your control. And yeah, just overall fantastic run.
And no downtime really.
Yeah, not that much.
Great.
Well, I guess we're at the end, so I'm gonna do a shout out. Like, this game would not have hit as hard for me if it wasn't for my wife, who's over there. Thank you for coming. This is a game about love and like, all the cool writing around it. Like, it just made it hit so much harder for me, and why I could just not stop playing this game when it came out, and why I'm still playing it like 7 months later. So thank you for coming. I love you a lot. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you so much to Plexa and the crew for this amazing 7-hour run. Well, that was quite something. Make sure, everybody, to stay tuned. We continue to raise funds for Alzheimer and let's watch the LEGO Star Wars run that is coming up. So please don't go anywhere. Thank you.